Welcome all back to the Champion of Champions tour. We are about to run into things today, but we just wanted to say hi before it all kicks off.
Hello.
My name's kind of it with Oversaid here. We're going to have ourselves a grand old time. 4 games today. So Oversaid, we're going to be seeing our first 2 eliminations of the tournament. And, of course, a little bit later on, our team's looking to try and climb up to a 2-1 record. But for these first 2 matches, it's all about staying in the competition.
Yeah, it is. Elimination games coming up next, and we're going to be starting off with quite a hot topic to begin. It's going to be Cybershock versus Alaska. Those are going to be our first 2 that we're going to meet head-on. So we've got the classic CIS squad with the growing pains of glowing and the rest of the team. And then on the other side, we do have, of course, Alaska, the UK and Ireland roster that I think is going to make a lot of waves. And I've seen some potential in the last few games we've had from them. Obviously, they're on the road to elimination, but hey, I hope that they can kind of rough out the edges and see what the future brings.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they've got a very strong core of artistic Stinks and Giraffe, who've got history going all the way back to 2020. So they should have a pretty good showing together. But yes, on to our vetoes then. Cybershock, they've still got Inferno and Ancient as maps they've got losing streaks on. Looks like they're going to try and change that this time, as we will be bringing in Ancient and Anubis, our first 2 maps.
I love the fact that we see Train, but I would have preferred to see it first, though I understand. And when we talk about maps, when we talk about the picks, I think it's a good thing we avoid Dust. I think it's a good thing that Cybershock are, lucky enough that obviously Alaska basically don't really want to play it. And with Ancient, there's a chance this could go very well for the Alaska side. I mean, so far, Cybershock is in a bit of a bad position, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is a good map for Alaska, and you've always got the question mark of whether or not a team has spent a lot of time on, improving and coming through and getting, their Ancient play up. But I think for Anubis, it should be very much the opposite situation.
Anubis? There's a chance, yeah. There's definitely a chance that it should be an easy win for Cybershock in a way, because, it's kind of their go-to map. They've got a pretty undefeated record almost, and on the other side, Alaska, maybe they can surprise. I wouldn't count on it, though. When I saw them on Anubis last, I believe it was... I'm trying to recall who it was against exactly, but point in hand is they didn't do very well, and I know they went down 0-2 against them, which was 500. Yeah, it was against 500, and that match I specifically remember. I believe we did see the Anubis game, and it just didn't work. In any case, what are our predictions? What are we thinking here? Cybershock, Alaska? I am personally leaning towards Cybershock.
No, I'm kind of with you there. I want to be able to support Alaska, but so far, here in the Swiss stage, Alaska haven't won a single map. Admittedly, Cybershock have only won 1 map themselves, so, it's going to be a real uphill struggle either way around, but I definitely feel like Cybershock are favored coming in.
Well, then we concur, and for everybody just joining us, welcome to the Elimination Series. It's Series 18 here at the CCT. And this is effectively the end of the road for one or the other. And with Ancient first, Alaska's map pick could look good here. To begin, Pistol already towards middle. Bit of a crunch, possibly towards Donut into A here.
I do like the amount of control Cybershock have over Donut, though. That may be short-lived. 360 picking up the first kill there. It's only a player to be looking out for on the Alaska side of things. I believe the newest player coming in from Gamer Legion Academy. Has been a pretty clutch player going forward, so we'll keep a close eye on him.
Yes, we will. This is a very slow approach. Alaska truly slow it down to a halt. And finally going towards Donut, in fact. They've still got a little bit of time to waste. But rotations will be happening. Cybershock is reading this pretty well. They've got a positional kind of advantage in a way with Blixie, though here we go. A-side control now played in the hands of Alaska.
Yeah, Cybershock trying to hold their cards very close to their chest. As Extinct comes through, Irish player manages to pick up another, and it's looking like Cybershock are going to have to give up this one. Of course, they've got nothing left to lose but to make the attempt. A Phenomenon manages to finally get a kill on the board for the Russian squad. Nice pickups. Venom has been one of the players who's been struggling a little bit recently, so it's great to see him come out the gate swinging. It seems unlikely the plant's already been made, but gets a 3rd kill in. And we said, do you believe that they might be able to find a 4th?
This should be the end of the round indeed, and it's going to be Naughty Nicky taking exit frags, sure, but Alaska take the round with a well-thought-out pistol. A little bit of a slow to start. They go out mid with a crunch through shelf and elbow. They're able to basically dissuade the CTs from peeking red room, which kind of gives those two donut players a lot to think about, and obviously we saw Lovicus getting caught. So in the end, Alaska still played smart. They take A, they take the site, and the afterplant is solid enough to give them the win. Into the force buy though. I love to see Phenomen on the scout. He had a bit of a slow start last time I watched Cybershock, but hopefully he hits his mark. I mean, we're looking at a pretty tight mid control.
Good utility coming out of Cybershock. Managed to land a couple of nades on Alaska in the way, and Phenomen is still feeling themselves, finds the opening kill. Nothneki a second as well, and Cybershock, they make it up for lost time. They rip through Alaska.
Oh, this is gonna leave a mark. Let's see if Vacancy can pull this one off, eh? 1v4.
I mean, Vacancy is one of the more recent additions before Alaska. Yeah, they've got themselves the core of players who've been together for a very long time. Vacancy, one of the newer additions, but man, that was a hell of a round. Cybershock are not messing around, as you said. This series elimination station for one of these teams. Cybershock definitely giving Alaska the wake-up call.
And yeah, that mid-crunch, unfortunately, didn't really pay off for Alaska. Then towards B, we saw a bit of a mistake. They didn't check Leopard. Nobody was really watching Shelf. And the 5-7, the fact that you were able to get 2 kills is a little bit too much. Mistakes were made. And I believe the Shelf player did get caught going through the smoke. But again, Alaska, you got to be careful of those. And the 5-7 is definitely dangerous on a map like Ancient. And we're going to have a half buy, actually no, excuse me, a force buy, counterfeit. It's going to be a full investment for a B rush through the smoke even.
It looks like Cybershock already, they've made good use of utility to run out the clock. Blixie pick up the first and the second, maybe number 3 as well, switches the pistol. And it's going to be, yeah, just ripping through Alaska. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, Cybershock certainly seem to have a very strong grasp on how they're going to be approaching the early part here, Ancient.
Now, I like the... Let's say I like the aggression to a degree here. I like the fact that they're, you know, making fast decisions that lead to something at least. A bomb plant helps. But a force buy like that, and what, 0 kills, right? They didn't kill anybody on the side of Cybershock. So. They just got a bomb down. So for me, that's a bit of concern. At least a little bit. But hey, half buy now, or rather a full eco. A few deagles and a Tech 9. Alaska, they're going to try towards A. I respect that. You know, Ancient, you can find ways in if you're going to be quick enough, and perhaps A is a way in.
I mean, that suddenly means something, oh boy, as it doesn't go well for Alaska in a hurry. You can almost feel the strategic cogs kind of turning there for Alaska to say, okay, there was some degree of success making the aggressive push onto B. Let's just kind of explore the space a little bit. But Cybershock definitely felt like they were a step ahead of that.
They had 2 players on site, Temple crossfire onto default, and it's a near impossibility to cross without Kevlar's, no utility. Alaska, they just tried a quick round. I respect them for that. They don't want to waste time playing slow rounds. And we are going to be seeing a mid-crunch. I like the idea. Cybershock very up in your face. Giraffe, meanwhile. Ho-ho! There we go.
This is the time when Alaska seem like they've actually managed to get ahead of Cybershock on the play. 2 down in exchange for nothing. Suddenly we start to see ourselves... It's a shame it didn't happen for Alaska in one of the rounds where they didn't already have equipment, but this should be a big hit to Cybershock's economy as Phenomen is dropped, and Cybershock, they are shook out of this round. I think the best they can do is preserve the AWP and just walk away from this one having gotten nothing.
Empty-handed. Glowing is going to save the op, as you said, and walk away. Blixie with the Galil. And this was a very nice round coming out from Vacancy, I believe, going out elbow first and Giraffe supporting that. And they kind of persevere. I mean, usually when you see Cybershock in such an aggressive manner towards elbow, you got Lovikus and I believe it was Naughty right next to him. They would usually find early entries without an issue. Somebody possibly set up for the anti-flash to expect that counter by Alaska, or at least the T side. And yet, right here, broken open, and that is a great round for the T's. Plus a bomb plant in the previous, which really, well, the round they lost 2 rounds ago, I guess now. But it really sets them up nicely with the bank. And as long as they play stable and maybe win this one, make it 3-3, they'll be set for a decent first half.
At least for Cybershock, because as much as they've had a momentum stopper absolutely in the previous round, they have got the money in the bank still. See, Venom was still 5k in the bank post getting the AWP. This will be an important moment as Alaska move up aggressively, firing down into Donut, but only going 1-for-1. Notaneki gets heavily wounded though, so Alaska are ahead of the play. Mid actually gets abandoned by both sides. It looks like the fight over here for the B site should be the decisive one. Cybershock, they're keeping their players actually back more towards mid. And this means Alaska should be able to get onto B.
There's a way in. Blixie, no utility left. 1 flash that he's just expended. And we see Cybershock counter aggro on mid. This is a dangerous play. It's going to cost them. Glowing's down.
Gosh, that was so interesting what we're seeing Cybershock go for there. That maybe they were hoping to be able to lap round and catch, you know, the players coming onto the B site, but instead it's left to Blixie all on his lonesome, and it's a very short story. Cybershock down to 2 again. Venom trying to fish for another kill, but while, as we talked about before, Cybershock, they've got their economy still intact. These last couple of rounds have been night and day for Alaska compared to what we saw before.
They really are. The inconsistency a little bit towards that aggression and how it pans out, but in general, this is already better from what I've seen last time off them. And everybody's kind of showing up as well. Individually, nobody's allowing for 0 and something, 0 and X results, if you know what I mean. There's been a few of those recently, which, you know, you always hate to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty striking on Alaska's side of things that the kill spread is 1. That every single person has been getting at least 2 kills in the squad to, you know, it's early days, but still, I do want to bring back in what we were talking about before with Alaska and their continuity. Artist, Extinct, Giraffe started their CS careers together in 2020 and have been together, I believe, at least for most of their careers since then. So there's an incredibly strong core of the team to make sure that they are consistent. And at least I've said, I think at this point, after these, you know, first couple of rounds, or first dribbles rounds for both sides of things, we're getting to see the team settle into the opening series of the day.
Hopefully, settle they will. And speaking of Artist, Extinct and Giraffe were all in Viperio, right? I remember casting that team back in the day.
Yes.
That was an oldie but a goldie, I'll say.
Yeah, they were, I think, Verdant most recently, which is where they picked up Vacancy from, and 360's the newest player coming in, which is why I was kind of a little iffy on whether we'd see 360 do well. But he's done pretty well. He started off things very well and has managed to keep up with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it's always a great sign. Hopefully they sustain that. Again, Alaska, they've got a 3rd round on the board, but their decision here, a smart one. I like the fact they pulled back. They couldn't make it out of the smoke, so rather than risk their lives in the round itself, but the spray Extinct, he's standing in a very obvious spot, usually the one you check. Oof, that's gonna hurt.
It feels like we've got certainly some quite momentum-based teams. Alaska, they took a hammering in the early utility, but Vacancy does bust onto site. Only 1 defender here. Cybershock moving in. Fenneman is going to have to try and stop, but no, my mistake. The rest of Alaska are not in position to back up, and with 3 players remaining versus 4, I'm not optimistic that Alaska can get onto this site, especially now it's been reinforced. Artist is dropped, the bomb is dropped. I don't know what Alaska were going for there, maybe overstretching themselves strategically.
Definitely perhaps pushed their luck a little bit too much too early. Once they got the kill on Blixie, they had a chance to stabilize. They could have taken the site, but they had to have some utility thrown towards long. Couldn't wait for the rest of the party, and that's what costs them basically 3 players. And unfortunately, the round itself, it's going to be 30 seconds till the end of it, and maybe they try, maybe they don't. Regardless, I think they have to forego the round, and yeah, that's what happens. That's unfortunate, isn't it? I mean, they start pretty decently. The fact that they find Blixie alone on B, well, alone, Fenomen was on long, sure, but definitely could have been blocked off by util. Or at least checked with a flash or something.
Well, that's what I mean about the momentum. It felt like when Alaska took those early nades to the face and were forced to kind of recoil and not go forwards, it felt like it really negatively affected their momentum heading into the round, that they started to, feel like they were behind and lost a little bit of that confidence. At least it read that way to me, and I don't know if they ever really recovered it in the round.
Yeah, that's fair. That's actually a good observation that kind of makes sense in the way that they've played. But the question, do they go back to the old ways, right? Did they return the same old idea? Do they change it up a little bit? We got Artist back on the op. He's going to be looking... Where is he looking at? He's throwing util as far as you can tell. Okay, good read. Naughty decides to push into the smoke. Not sure what that was about, but what is this trade? Holy hell.
This is not the first time this has happened. We've got aggression on both sides, so we're left 4v4. There was Cybershock a little behind. Blixie did take a fair amount of damage. The A site could be the destination, but mid-fighting seems to be on the menu for both teams. Fishing for that kill. Lovicus comes out the worst. Artist gets a second onto Blixie, and we're down to 2 versus 3. Alaska are onto the A site. Glowing is still standing, but the bomb has a clear path to A, and we can even see 360 is clearing out every part of the A site to make sure that his teammate, who is heavily wounded, can get in there safely.
This is going to be an extremely tense round for Cybershock because they have no control over the sites, right? They have no back-end support, which means once they go back to their original positions, they'll not be sure exactly if the T's can be in their back or not, aka they're a little bit lost in the sauce. Oh, Artist, the read. Did he see him?
I think he saw him.
Yeah, he must have. And I think this is where 360 has a chance to prove himself. He does. Beautiful double.
Oh my god.
It's such a good round for Alaska.
That was such a nice double swing there. And for 360 to have the, I want to see that again. I want to see 360 just the calmness to be able to pick up both those kills and to see that coming. That was beautiful. I was talking down 360's expectations coming in, but I'm really impressed by what we're seeing from him.
Absolutely, likewise. There's a reason he was brought in. And hopefully that reason will be shown furthermore. As Blixie, good molly. That could have extinguished in the smoke. That is what usually happens, but reaction as well. Pulls back. Or not. Hold up. He keeps on aggressing.
Exactly what you were talking about before. We've got Blixie just going to say, you know what, I'll keep doing this until it stops working. This time Extinct just to be able to dance between the bullets. B site seems to be the destination. Glowing does get hit by the nade coming in, so Alaska's starting to move towards the site. We can see Cybershock's defenses there actually aren't that strong. If Alaska make their move, they should be able to punch through.
The weird part is, usually you'd have 3 on B, but they're already putting now Glowing back towards middle. They're not reading this right. Glowing, the call has been made. Let's take mid. They're going to fight for mid. No, pull back to B. A little bit of an indecisiveness. Their mid rounds are usually far more stable, so today seems to not be that one. As Lodicus timing.
Oh! Brutal stuff. 360 in draft, though, clear out most of the site, which means Glowing is the last one left standing. I do agree with you. Cybershock definitely trying to keep their options very open. Glowing, I think, spots his target. Won't be able to enjoy it for too much longer. We're left 2 versus 3, but I think Cybershock might still want to try and fish for this one. Venom is there on... Yeah, just walking away. Okay, no, my mistake. Alaska, they've got the round locked down. Bringing us up to 5v4. We've got ourselves a very, very even opening map.
Extremely competitive and
Woo!
far more favorable to Alaska than I initially believed what we would be watching. Though, to be fair, right, Ancient is not a great map for Cybershock.
No.
They've got a pretty poor standing on it so far, so Alaska, right choices made. Fact they're winning showcases that. I hope they can sustain it. Again, I've said this before, but it's not easy. T side, you gotta play for that lane control. You have to play for elbow and middle, and they've been pretty consistent with that. Smokes into red room, smokes into, or rather, mollies into donut and into cubby. But what are we looking at here for the next one? I mean, they've been pretty open about this mid control, very fast B takes as well. Are we maybe looking at a switch up for a bit of a faster A approach? Because it surely has to be a weakness at one point now for Cybershock, given how many times they've lost B.
No, I'm with you there as well, that this feels like the point where we'll start to see our teams kind of bring in more, because to an extent we've been seeing the same round playing out again and again. You mentioned the elbow, you mentioned the mid control. That feels like, we start there and then we go to the B site, and that's generally been, the shape of the rounds. I mean, for this one, Cybershock, they've got a little bit of equipment coming in, but whatever Alaska do decide to do, the ball is very much in their court.
Yes, it is, and obviously an eco, unfortunate enough for Cybershock, which means this is going to get even better for the T side. We're going to see pretty much of the same. They are aware of Blixie's position. I mean, it makes sense they're going to counter him with everything they got. The nade is perfect. And we can see I love the fact that Alaska seem to realize, you know what, we might not even need mid. Let's just stick to lane. Let's kind of keep ourselves contained, and, this is going to draw the CTs for sure. And that's exactly what's happening, but not Nicky.
That's very bad. Nozneki was not in position to have his rifle protected. So that's a third gun into the hands of Cybershock. Now with the numbers advantage and with the extra rifle, Cybershock have got themselves a solid chance of taking the round.
It's these rounds that really get you mad, don't they? Alaska, they decided not to go mid, and now they're back into mid through elbow. I mean, I respect that. They lost the player. They don't know if lane is safe or not, but they're kind of telegraphing their moves here. I'm not a fan. I will admit.
Yeah, you can see burning, or thinking about burning utility just because their movements are so predictable. They're expecting Cybershock. Actually, hold the phone here, I said. We've got ourselves a movement we haven't seen before. Punching up through mid, Nozneki gets one before being dropped. So they could go through to the back of B.
And they will. Artist missed opportunity there for a headshot. And yet still a 3 versus 3. Oh, Artist disconnected? He must have crashed. He just pulled out his pistol or knife, didn't move. Okay, vacancy. The molly's good. It's gonna buy time. They have a kit though. Lovicus, remember, has a kit, so this is vital for vacancy to survive in the first duel.
They're not expecting him there though. Beautiful play. The UK and Irish team will be able to move into a fairly substantial lead. I think breathing a sigh of relief that round didn't turn heavily against them.
Exactly. It was a close call. It could have gone either way here, especially after the missed shot from Artist and the fact that I don't know if he bugged out or if he crashed, but just stood there still for a good solid second. I hope we see the replay there, but I guess there has to be maybe was there nothing? He just stopped? I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good as a reminder as anything from Alaska's side of things that while they've managed to get the last 3 rounds in a row, and I think are very much starting to assert themselves here on Ancient, that it's a fragile advantage that can very much fall apart, be it for technical reasons or just because Cybershock could snap, particularly on this round with a better buy. I mean, last round they managed to make it work, and Blixie will get the first kill and wasn't expecting the second member, but still gets away.
No damage. That's the takeaway here for Alaska. They do no damage, but they take massive one. And Blixie pretty consistent about Leopard control. And again, we see this mid play from Alaska. Slow and steady, smoke up into red. Whether or not they want to clear Donut, I don't know, but they're going to smoke it off. So...
It feels like this is a much, we're seeing the cautious variation of Alaska leaving the bomb behind.
yeah.
We can actually see in this instance the B site, as it has been in rounds before, is vulnerable, and given enough of a quick push in from Alaska, they could roll over the site. But we've got the two defenders there layered on top of each other. Alaska, they know they're down in numbers. You can see they're very cautious of their movements. There's still a little bit of utility to play with, but this feels dangerous.
It does, and they have to make a play. Tree on that first peak. It's good. Lovikus with secondaries. It's enough for Giraffe to bring him down, but it's still glowing in play, and side is going to be under control of glowing as the IGL for Cybershock concludes the round with a solid win. And whilst, yeah, I agree, the B side is a weakness, it's how Alaska approaches that unfortunately doesn't work. It's the fact that they slow walk into it instead of run into it, and Cybershock, they're not overwhelmed fast enough. The duels can go one way. Lovikus especially, the fact that he's allowed to take such a wide angle against 3 players is a problem. And 5 to 6, round number 12. Hey man, it's the last one. Are we gonna see a B rush?
The attempts is certainly made, and Cybershock are all over it, as they have been since the beginning of the game. Good utility to try and control the footsteps of Alaska. There is no big nade hit this time round, but some good knocking on wood means that Giraffe is still put down to half health, and there's the nade that does it. Alaska down to 4 early. As we've seen before, this doesn't tend to be the kind of situation Alaska recover from super well.
Yeah, they do seem to have that energy about them. When they lose the entry, they turtle up, they basically lock down, and then a little bit sheepishly move on to the next position. And we can see right here, a minute on the clock. They've got no info now from B, or at least very little off. Trying towards Donut, the smoke is not going to stop them. That's a poorly timed one, but the molly might. Oh, wait.
Yeah, nice pick up. Alaska gets one on the way in, but the A site, another nade, takes down Extinct. Alaska is going to try and push through anyway, and it does not go well. Wow. Well, 2 rounds at the end of the half, and we're left dead even, 6-6. And I don't know what it's even going to be like on the Alaska side of things. That it felt like they had a very frustrating end to that half, and that's not the way you want to go into the second half of your first map.
Right on the money. I mean, think about it this way. They had a lead of, what was it, 5-4 or 6-4, right? I believe. And there was definitely an option for them to go maybe even 8-4, which would have been perfect. But with perhaps the instability, or rather a few last round calls that just didn't go their way, hopefully they're not shook up. As we go for an A play from Cybershock on the pistol, I gotta be honest, this has to go super well for Alaska, if you ask me.
I'm with you as well. I mean, we've got the 2 defenders on A. They should be able to focus their fire down enough to take down at least a few members. They've got a 3rd Alaska member coming in for the Cyber. Vacancy gets knocked down. Giraffe as well. Again, the Cyber Soak utility doing work. Nice molly, which means they get onto site with no casualties at all. Lovikus is there to stop the return of the Alaska players, and I think we might even be seeing a round where Cybershock, almost don't give up anything. Extinct gets one before being dropped, and unfortunately, it's a short story.
Yeah, it's a very short one, and Alaska might not like it. It's more of a haiku at this point.
Oh boy.
And, I mean, the one prayer we can put out there is hope that it's not going to be the whole series like that. Like I said, they're past best of 3s. The one I did, I'm not holding out too much hope. I saw them against 500. It was 13-6 and 13-9, I want to say.
Ooh. Okay.
It wasn't Anubis, but it was Dust and Nuke. But nonetheless, I just hope Alaska are ready for this one, as the eco. Yeah. I mean, hey. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I mean, it was an eco. Let's give them that. It's fine. The gun round is what matters for us two, and I think this is where the focus has to come in. It's now do or die moments, kind of already in play almost.
I guess for me, what that last round spoke to was, yes, even while the equipment advantage was massively in Cybershock's favour, it spoke to a burgeoning sense of confidence on their part that they were willing to go forward into what could have potentially had a bad situation for them. Certainly, as said, this is, I think, make or break moment. Alaska, they do put down heavy utility towards B, but that's not where Cybershock are. The elbow occupation goes through without a hitch, which means they should be able to move forward into mid, and actually they've got a path onto A where we can see if they can bring down 360, they'll have a clear run.
The young gun has to perform well. He finds one, he trades himself at least. That's better than nothing. The problem, as you said, is the fact that he's alone. There's no support. There's nobody there to help him. And by the time they get into position, it's already late enough, as they're going to be losing more players towards Donut. It's the end of the road. This is going to be 9-6. I mean, Alaska right now, a retake is possible, but you need to get in now, and you need a kill pronto. There's no kit. Ooh. Oh, boy.
It's not going to happen, is it, for the UK and Irish team? They're backing off, keeping hold of their guns. The Blixie was able to get another SMG kill in that round is outrageous, and we're seeing that reflected. You know, the bank balance is good for Cybershock. They're getting all their plants in. Everything is going their way. And if this start to the half continues, then I don't think we're going to be seeing too much more from Alaska. We mentioned before, Cybershock, they're on the big losing streak here. Maybe this is where it finally ends.
Maybe we are lucky enough to see it, but there's another problem I'm seeing. Either they bought up and I didn't notice, or they miscalculated their economy, and now they find themselves on a half buy.
So Giraffe and Vacancy, the one to watch out for in this round, but yeah, I think there must be... I'm kind of curious to see how Alaska approach this, you know, how dangerous they play. If those two, the two save rifles from before, I wouldn't hate just seeing them preserve those rifles again, honestly, but 360, again, you see, he's very game, he's trying his best, but he's fighting an uphill battle.
It's over. I mean, you're losing players a little bit too fast. You've got no in return. The M4 should have been used, I think, very aggressively. You're looking for first kills. You're looking to put those pistols up in their faces, I think. And Alaska, instead of taking the initiative, they are the ones that are being taken advantage of. And that is a 10-6 scoreline. They will rebuy next. There will be an op, I think. There's about 3k on Giraffe, so with loss bonus approaching... We've 2.4 now. That should sustain a full buy, or a full AWP, but Alaska, it's now or never. I think I've said this plenty enough, and I keep repeating myself like a broken record, but something's got to give, something's got to change, or we are seeing Ancient go down in flames, and then we both know what's following up that on Anubis.
Yeah, as we said before, Anubis... I think you're right. In the series overall, we've got much more of an open question when it comes to train. Neither team especially accomplished there, so it's a real coin flip as to how that third map goes if we get that far. For Alaska, the game plan for the series must have been to come in and get through those first two maps. But it looks like it's going to be dicey. We do have the early exchange this time. No, it's still the first kill. Going across. No, at least we got the trade. Lubicus gets two back, working through the flash, managing to survive all the way through, face to face.
Oh, what is happening right now? What are we, like... What? That was crazy. I don't know how the hell they didn't catch Lubicus there, but somehow he's lucky enough to survive. Extinct, important kill. We talked about counter-aggression, 3 versus 3. This is doable, but don't you dare get yourself caught now. Oh no.
Boy. You're right, this feels like a round where at least Alaska are getting some coin flips going their way. Vacancy gets ripped up, and Glowing will throw him away. Extinct is still left on site, but it felt like this was a moment that Alaska could have potentially punched through.
Wait.
Keep your eye out for Artist. Extinct does get one without reply. He is nowhere he is, but he backs off of the site, and plant has not been made. Extinct goes down. Artist will be on Glowing's flank.
Lovicus is just wasting too much time. He's staying in the same position, expecting Artist from A, but he's already long past. And Glowing, well, does he get checked? Lovicus needs to stay alive. Glowing does get checked.
Oh.
Artist, accurate and deadly. And it's going to be down to Lovicus to stop this defuse. The bomb plant is horrendous for the long spot, and he's... Oh, he didn't stick it!
No!
He misses the shot, Artist! Not like this!
Oh my word! If you needed a miracle for the Alaska squad, Artist clutches it out, and oh my god. The 27-year-old Irish player, again, that was the moment I think that needed so desperately to happen for Alaska. And I was with you, I didn't think it was coming.
I am a little bit perplexed by the decision-making here from Cybershock, I will admit. I am not sure why in the world would Glowing plan default and not for Lovicus towards CT, since they had that, like, Lovicus was literally going towards A. He was trying to lurk behind Donut at one point whilst they were had shenanigans on B. So for me, it's completely and utterly... Like, I for real thought after the initial entry on B, when it was 3 versus 2, that they're going to be running A. Like, I thought that was going to be the go-to after Lovicus took A control and Artist was going all the way through T base, I think. So it doesn't make sense why they would plant there, and in the end, it's their own... Well, bad decision-making that unfortunately loses them the round. Alaska played well, though. Big cup clutch from Artist. We gotta give him the props. Without him, this round still wouldn't have been possible. It was a 1v1 that he wins at the end, so whatever Cybershock screwed up, they still had a chance to win, and it was Artist instead that took it away from them. So, big ups.
I give credit to Artist, honestly, like, from not landing that first AWP shot to then turning it around and grabbing another. That, you see, that speaks to, we mentioned that he's definitely, like a lot of the team, got a lot, that long experience of CS. To have that mental fortitude to miss that first shot and then get it the second time round, you can imagine that's a big mental breaker to say, oh no, I screwed this up. I'm going to get taken down in the next exchange. But if you see it here, missing that first shot, coming back in for the second and landing it, I think that speaks very well to his mental and hopefully to the whole Alaska team mental as well to recover.
Absolutely. So do I. And we can see that the buy is still very much lacking. There's not a lot of util, there's not a lot of Molotovs, or rather incendiaries available.
Ooh, boy.
Oh, that's round.
Yeah, I like the idea from Alaska to try and get more aggressive, but between the two teams, Cybershock seem to have a much better read on what Alaska are doing than the other way around.
Pretty much. They had the reaction there as well. The C4 can't cross mid. What? Okay, 3 versus 3. So this is the reason why I'm having a hard time, like, just wrapping my head around these kinds of matches, and you never know what to expect. The coin flip is real. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a problem. That's a trade you don't want to make. But luckily, Giraffe. Oh, this is a free kill. Lovicus with a knife in hand. That's...
Hey. It's down to Fenneman.
Now. Yeah, it is.
From Belarus. Gonna be sneaking in to make the plant with the AWP in hand. Gets it through. Extinct is so close. The no-scoping. And Alaska. It wasn't quite as precarious as the previous round, but Extinct doing a great job there. And Alaska, I can cautiously start to say, at least seem like they're fighting back if, they're still in a precarious spot.
I think that's a fair assessment, and it certainly proves that they have the balls to take the lead. Because so far they were the ones taking lead off, and Alaska, hopefully this is not the going scenario for them for the future rounds, because any one of those could go very much the other way. As we say, coin flip. So maybe if they can stabilize a little bit, break the economy entirely for Cybershock, we might have a game on our hands. But some of these rounds are absolutely wonky, I'll tell that much.
I think that's a good description. I mean,
honestly,
I think it's like, I completely agree with you with the, you know, when Alaska lost the first two and the previous round without reply, it should have been a done deal.
Yeah, that's what we would have expected, but somehow it's the artist clutch that brings them back, and in the end, it's Phenomen not being able to shoot straight on a no-scope. Beautiful pop flash action, but the nade is just a split second too soon. And, well, Lixie doesn't take any damage. Instead, he finds one. Oh, that is massive. The B-side has fallen. Counterfeit, this is a problem. It's going to be a 4v3 after plant.
You can see Alaska are up for the fight. 360 is coming in on the flank, but he is expected. The doorman, glowing, can see him coming, but doesn't get the shot. 360 has now weakened the flank. We're down to 3-on-3. The time is ticking. Alaska need to make their play. 360 does get cut down. Nothing there, key. Up in close quarters, Giraffe, the last one left standing. He can't look everywhere, and Cybershock will lock down the round, moving up to 11.
And perhaps that is finally the straw, as they like to say, that breaks the camel's back. As we have no more bank to work with, Alaska have no saved weapons. It's gonna have to be an eco. And that's exactly what it is. They're gonna be hoping for overtime. I respect that. If maybe they can stabilize in the next gun round. But again, broken record style, it's all about how it starts on each and every round. They can win even this half-bite, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Shadows are giving away their positions. Notineki's gonna be caught. Oh no!
That was so close! Artist does get one, 360 another, but the firepower of Cybershock will not be denied. A 5-map losing streak for Cybershock here on Ancient. This is Alaska's map pick. They chose it for that exact reason. And now Alaska are down to 2, make that 1 extinct. Last one standing will be dropped, and the losing streak, it's 1 round away from done.
Well, I guess we have our answer. Cybershock, they do not mess around, and that eco won't work, but as we said, it's about this one, right? The rifles come into play, Artist on the op. How do they play is the question, the million-dollar question, in fact. As we begin with some mid-presence, pretty standard 1-2-2 split. Not a fan of the fact you leave alone the op in Donut, basically to take care of 8. But good nades.
Yeah, very nice utility for Venom, and cheekily sneaks out the first kill to bring things back to more than even. Extinct's going to take the risk, and it's going to pay off. Steps in, also gets a shot out as well. Alaska, they're digging down deep in this round, and so far it's working well. 2 members on each side on full health. 1 member remaining who's a walking wounded. The utility is good. Artist runs right into glowing.
Oh no, that's it. That's GG. 360, he's going to have to do a 420, as that is going to be Cybershock to finish the job on Ancient. And you were just saying 5 map loss in a row, or 5 losses on a row on this map, and they are able to still come out victorious. That is going to leave a mark. Alaska, what the hell are they going to do on Anubis?
Likely, it's going to be a very tough ask for Alaska to come back from this one. Again, this was their best opportunity. I think it's always one of those things, isn't it, though? When you run into a team that's on a losing streak on the map, they've got an extreme motivation to put nearly all of their prep time into learning the map as strong as possible. Admittedly, in Cybershock's case, they had 2 different lose streaking maps, so there's only necessarily so much you can do, but I think from this point forwards, teams are going to be a little less keen to return back to Ancient against Cybershock.
Oh, I'm sure that's going to be the at least the first line of thought, but hopefully Anubis has been better prepared for Alaska. Counterfeit, we take a 15-minute pause, and then we come back with our second map, the choice of Cybershock. Stay tuned as the Elimination Series progresses after a 15 minutes break.
Welcome back 1-0 to the Champion of Champions Tour. We have our first map of the day done and dusted over said. Unfortunately, for Alaska, Cybershock breaking their loss streak there on Ancient. Must be a huge relief for them, but very bad news for Alaska.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alaska is going to be drilled again, and this time on Anubis. And hopefully we're going to see some changes, and hopefully we're going to see some defense coming up, because Ancient just didn't work out. As you said, they really faltered. There were one too many mistakes here and there. Their overall gameplay just wasn't up to snuff compared to Cybershock.
Well, let's kind of characterize the teams a little bit, especially for anyone who's just coming in. You know, we know that from the Cybershock, you know, they're a team who've managed to get into low playoffs or very close to playoffs repeatedly, whereas for Alaska, they're a squad who've been trying to get into the Swiss stage, the previous stage to that, at all, and they've tried multiple times. This tournament is the first time they've made it in.
And it might be the last. And it might already be over by this map, which is a shame. They, as you said, they tried a fair few times, never really made it as far. Hopefully we can see them in a better light soon. There's still a few more series left for Europe, so it's not the end of the world. But we are also running out of those. You know, eventually we're going to come to a close for the Season 2. But beyond that, Counterfeit, it's time to talk about Anubis. It's time to talk about a map that Cybershock picked. Alaska, statistically, not doing very well. Please correct me if I'm wrong. They're at around 40% win rate, somewhere there. And it's just not a map that they have been able to really put the numbers in.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, numbers for Cybershock are crazy. They've got a nearly 75% win rate here on Anubis. It's their first pick. It's their best map. If you're in Alaska's shoes, your heart sank as a result of Ancient, just because the chances of getting a win here on Anubis seems to be really, really minimal. But let's talk a little bit of the characterization of the teams, because we did see some good moments out of Alaska in that first map, even if they didn't materialize as often as they did for Cybershock.
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. We talked about mistakes. We talked in the break specifically about that perhaps what we're watching here is not so much a dance of perfection, but a dance of who stumbles less. And in comparison between the two teams, Cybershock seem to be that intermediate upper levels of dancer, where they have a few moments where they're gonna, you know, stub their toe, they're gonna walk over their dance partner. But generally speaking, they're going to be graceful enough to land a solid performance. On Alaska's side, unfortunately, from my personal experience, what I've seen them and what we have seen so far, they have been more or less the dancer that stubs everybody across the dance floor, unfortunately. So hopefully they're going to correct that. But Counterfeit, I do hope for a good game of CS, and that's what we're all here for.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're looking for hope on the Alaska side of things, 360, as I said, coming into this one, didn't necessarily have super high expectations, but was the top performer for Alaska on our first map. So, again, we'll be keeping a close eye. He started off very well, showed a lot of grace under pressure. And for Alaska, the pressure is very much on, starting off here on the T side. Venom is ready for the push in. Will actually manage to paint a picture around Vacancy, but gets extinct as well. Alaska, they're going to get run down pretty quickly. 360 does get one, but you can just see Cybershock were ready for that a million miles away.
So, I didn't want to be I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but it seems like the drilling has truly begun on Alaska. Yeah, Cybershock, good hold. Phenomen, a hat trick. The dualies perfectly positioned. Nobody from Connector that can stop it in time. Perhaps a little bit of a straightforward take that Alaska thought they will have an easier time entering into.
Ooh.
But alas, that is not the case. No bomb plant, 2 kills, and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for surprises here from Alaska side of things, because as we talked about before, this is Cybershock's stomping ground. I don't think that, you know, I don't think if we just see standard CS from Alaska, they're going to stand any kind of chance at all. I think there's still, though, a limited window opportunity. Alaska are going to need to try... I think what we saw on the previous map suddenly was a little bit of exploration in these early rounds. Alaska going to, this time, try and push up through mid, but the nade is brutal.
Yes, it is. Glowing absolutely stomps on them as a team kill on 360 unfortunately comes through as well. It's just a little bit of a unlucky thing, as at least Artist gets a kill with the MP9, so money's there. A second? Ooh. Yes, it is. Holy hell, this is a lot of money for Artist, and he might get a third.
He can run it.
Excuse me, a fourth. He can run an ace here. How about that? How about that for a comeback for Alaska, huh?
I mean, I was thinking, well, he could just run across the B side, but that would work too. I think my expectations are a little lower, but honestly, Artist, I mean, if he can get this kill, he will be the goddamn hero. And no, he falls so slightly short. Still, though, the attempt being made, I think, is a good sign for Alaska that they've still got fight in them as they come into their bye round.
Let's see what exactly they set up into. The fact that Artist has the op, and we talked about stumbling, aka mistakes. I don't want to make it as perhaps as as rude or as harsh, but Alaska, mistakes are limited on their side. The more they do, the lesser the chance they get a win. And right here, we're going to see another B attempt, a full commitment towards B. Now, there's a deep check of Canal. Cybershock know what's coming. I think they're soon going to read this. They have A main control as well. They're not really worried about B, though. Perhaps that's the jinx of the matter as Artist finds the entry. That's a beautiful start. It's a dry peek, and it works. Alaska, they get the round, I think.
Yeah, and I think because of the dry peek, the element of surprise remained in place, and Cybershock... We were talking about the idea of Alaska trying to probe the Cybershock defenses and find a way they could push through. That was really clean.
Yes, it was. And love the fact that Artist is the one to get the entry here, and then the rest of the players just walk into it. Absolutely adore that. And hopefully they can continue this. Round one is theirs. Cybershock will be rebuying. They've got the FAMAS and the M4s. Okay, round one is theirs.
I honestly, I said I was prepared to see Cybershock dominate the early showing here, so I think for Alaska that's going to be a huge sigh of relief. They know it's a massive uphill battle here on Anubis, but to get some early momentum to work with at all, I think as much as we were excited to see what Artist gave us in the previous round, I think that Alaska were as a squad as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. They might just be, and hopefully they don't stop here, as we're going to be seeing a bit of mid crunch. Do they actually commit to it? Yeah, there's the boost. And usually you have Glowing playing mid control. He's pretty damn adept at it. Does this feel like an A-split to you?
I mean, I think Extinct's waiting to see if anybody shows their face. But, I mean, I think given how badly mid went for Alaska before, I think you could forgive Cybershock for not committing in resources. They're expecting them not to want to return. But they make their way up. Yeah, they're going to get onto the A site, and Cybershock may be caught off guard. Nodneki turns at exactly the wrong moment. Extinct will be dropped, but Alaska are onto the A site. They've driven Cybershock out, and while there's a nice nade as a housewarming present, the plant is made.
And perhaps that might be enough. The retake. Oh no, Artist. Ooh, that's a problem. That's a massive problem. All of a sudden, Chimera is now open for the taking, and that means Cybershock have 3 points of entry they can work with. 4 versus 3. This is it, Counterfeit. The retake has to work. Well, will they even try it, though, actually? They have no kit, right? So maybe this is just exit frags that they're hoping for.
Yeah, Cybershock just going to take no risks at all. They've got a numbers advantage. Alaska are going to have to try and punch their way out as Blixie, come on! That's not allowed. Gets 2. At least Vacancy able to escape out with a single rifle, but it's a round bought in blood for Alaska. They give up a ton getting there, but they do draw themselves even 2-2.
Cybershock, back to an eco. That one saved weapon, or rather 2 of them, the AK and the AWP, could play a big role in the round, but Alaska, perhaps we judged them wrong. Perhaps this is the map that they've chosen to make their stand on. You know, it would be weird, but hey, it wouldn't be the first time we see a trade of maps potentially, and one team being stronger on the other's pick.
I mean, it's a test of resolve for Alaska. Do remember, of course, you know, gentle viewers, that this is an elimination match. Some teams, you know, when they're put up against the wall, when they know that this is the map that will send them out of the tournament if they do not win, they'll crumble. For Alaska, maybe we start to see them double down with determination. Push towards the A site is good, but the control from Cybershock, they've only got the 2 guns for this round, but their utility remains on point.
It does. Glowing. The angle is deadly, and it allows them to take down Extinct. There's going to be more players coming into contact. The pistols take down Artist, and there's the op running into control, into heaven. Fenomen needs to be here ASAP. The sooner he arrives, the easier this is going to be. And Lovikos in the flank. This could work. Counterfeit. This could work. The Deagle. It will connect. That shot Fenomen with the AWP, and it's going to be a shot. What? Giraffe got shot by the op. Oh no. That's it. That's round.
All hope turns to ashes. The round that should have never been. We talk about determination under pressure. Cybershock losing the early momentum they might have had otherwise, but showing they themselves were not off put. They turn what should have been a nothing round into a crushing defeat for Alaska.
This is catastrophic. And this is exactly what happened on Ancient as well. We recall to round 2 where the force buy worked for Cybershock.
Boy. Let's see, so what do we have for this round for Alaska? A couple of rifles, basically the same setup that Cybershock had themselves on the previous round. They're going to try and bully their way onto the B site, but again, Cybershock's utility has never not been on point. Maybe Alaska can try and learn from Cybershock's nade on the molly their own party.
That's the only molly.
Here it comes. I can't see this going well for Alaska, and it will not. Caught in the crossfire, they're trying their damnedest. They've still the rifle, and no longer. 360, hero of the first map, will drop as well. Glowing with a 4K. The hope was lost, then it was stomped further.
Wow. The fact that they do not have a secondary molly, and they missed the first, is... The end of the road. It's the worst possible outcome. Alaska, they lose a round they were banking on getting. They had a good start. They waited out the util first and foremost. They had 2 mollies to throw. The first one lands. The second one, in fact, stops them for another 7 seconds. And Cybershock, it's Glowing that takes opportunity in that. Finds a 4K and secures it for a 4 versus 2 when it comes to scoreline. And now, obviously, a full eco. We've got a Tech 9, I believe a Deagle here and there. 2 P250s, maybe. But this is a disaster brewing as Alaska is about to be down 3 rounds. The pixel
At least
angle.
Alaska do find a way through which is less guarded. They're all going to charge through the molly, which means that they will be cut to pieces. Glowing 2 4Ks in 2 rounds. This guy is padding his stats.
Oh, yeah. Glowing is enjoying this, and when Glowing is having this much fun, you know you're in trouble. Because what happens when then the rest of the squad is able to kind of expand their wings, if you know what I mean, right? Kind of start to take the same shape here and step up to Glowing's numbers. And nobody on the other side is doing the same.
No, I mean, Artist definitely the bright spot there, but Extinct and 360 again, who did so well on Ancient, really struggling to get started. This will be the buy round again for Alaska, so they've got a chance, but you have to imagine their decision-making apparatus is going to be strained here, knowing that the decision that they make is so important, and Extinct takes a nade to the face, and a second as well. They are definitely not catching Cybershock off guard.
No, they are not. Phenomen finds Artist. Extinct is at 11, and it seems like they've been read like an open book here. Well aware of what they can do. Cybershock is ready for them everywhere. In connector, we're going to have a double peek here. Nade to open up the smoke. Doesn't even land further up. And oh, the counter nade is perfect. Vacancy just eats it full. He's about to eat it again as lead comes flying. That is going to be Alaska. Hunted down to extinction. 45 seconds. Blixie's dying for sure. Or, yeah, he is. Oh, there we go. You talked about 360, the entry to B. Oh, excuse me, to A, not E, not B.
Well, I mean, Alaska have pulled this off on the first map, getting surprising recoveries. 360 grabs another. He's very low. Giraffe gets dropped. It's all on 360 to try and sustain any kind of comeback for Alaska. Can't land the shots. The plant has not been made. 360's on the move. Play. He's going for B, surely.
Nah, no chance, right? No time. Glowing played it smart. Glowing played it smart because he stayed in camera, didn't give him a fight, and now we see both ready for this. Glowing finds 360, and with that, Cybershock continue.
I mean, this is, again, the stomping ground of Cybershock, their most favoured map. If there was ever a place we're going to be seeing Cybershock demonstrating their greatest level of mastery, to know that, yeah, they don't need to necessarily win that firefight, they just need to run the clock down and toy with Alaska, it's definitely here at Anubis.
I am a little bit in disbelief as to how poorly this is going. I thought that Alaska would have a bit more control going for them. Extinct, unfortunately, still on 1. And not much better for the rest either. But this is a clean cut. It's mowing the grass, basically, on a beautiful Saturday morning where the sun is out. It's a dewy morning, so you got that tingly feeling on your feet when you walk the grass barefoot. It's a good day.
Oh boy, it's Valentine's Day as well. It's been a very, not the start for Alaska today that they would have liked, but yes, whether it's grass under their feet or grass over their heads, which it seems to be the way which we're heading at the moment, Cybershock have maintained great control. I mean, you look at the money in the bank, Lubbock's managing to break 10k with all of the buy coming in. This first half is certainly been an unmitigated disaster. I guess at this point the only way for Alaska is, you know, to stay the same or to somehow pull off some kind of comeback. I just don't know how it happens.
Yeah, I'm having the same problem with Division here. Vacancy, free kills, and surely they pull back out of A main. Yeah, they do. They realize they've perhaps pressure. Oh!
These rounds come and go so quickly.
Oh, man, it's a 4v4, and you think, okay, it's cool, you know, it's going to be enough. They got it. And all of a sudden, 2 kills happen within a blink of an eye.
I think that's something that Cybershock have over Alaska, though. You know, when it comes to the face-to-face brawling, the Cybershock players, you know, Notineki, Glowing, we saw, of course, the 4Ks from before, they just seem to have that experience level and confidence to be able to stick it as Blixie grabs another kill. I mean, this one is pretty much done. Giraffe at least does have the bomb, but 1v2, I guess, is the best he can hope for. Does find the one. Notineki is down. Venomon is waiting with the AWP and puts the final...
Well, time to wake up or break up. Okay, I'm just making up things now, sorry. I'm just having a bit of a
The series
laugh.
has made us poetic.
Yeah, truly. The problem is, well, for Alaska, it is a bit of a wake-up call. I mean, if this is not gonna get you to play better, then I'm afraid not much will. And Glowing catches vacancy, this half-buy, half-invest... I don't even know what it is properly categorized as Giraffe goes all in, the rest with a half-buy. I mean, it is going to be a full bonus, so if nothing else, they'll have a buy regardless, but I have not seen such a clear in a long time. Like, they don't even, like, it's like a pug that I'm looking at here. Not even a scrim.
I mean, to give Alaska a little bit of credit here, they've been trying to get in for the playing stages multiple times, as I'm sure we've mentioned already.
That is
This
fair.
is their first time to make it through to Swiss. I think that's the thing, you know, with a team that's going through kind of the growing pains, you will run into walls like this, where it becomes apparent, okay, what we were doing to get to this point isn't going to be good enough going forwards.
That is well put. And honestly, I think it's good they're grinding out as much as they can, because that's exactly what's going to make you better. You have to keep playing, have to keep persisting. Obviously, you have to deal with whatever, as you said, growing pains you might have as a squad or as an individual. That's also another factor I think many people forget. At the end of the day, you know, we're all human, so everybody has stuff going on in their lives. And playing professional CS is no joke. It's quite stressful, it's hard, it's harsh, it's unfathomably difficult. And I can imagine that it's never going to get easier for some, at least. And
Ooh.
at least we look at some great shots from Vacancy. And this first half might not just be done. I went a little bit too philosophical there, but hey, at the end of the day, Alaska, that's maybe what they need. Bit of philosophy and they'll do better.
Well, no, I mean, I definitely agree with you. As I think Cybershow, like, you know, to bring themselves back to even. What you know, for me, what I want to see from Alaska, and I think we are seeing, is the signs of potential. Like Artist, of course, you know, picking up a kill just there, but had the incredible round before. Vacancy, you know, winning the 2 kills. You've got the little sparkles of potential amongst what's been a very tough series overall and a tough tournament. You know, you get into the the Swiss stage barely. By all rights, you shouldn't really be making it too much further at that point, but I think there's potential here for Alaska, and we're seeing the moments of it, even if not enough moments to get an actual map win.
It's down to a 1v1. Last round of the first half. It's poetic that we have this again down to Artist, the one to bring it back, or unfortunately let their opponents foil it all. Let's see, Artist. Oh, the molly is perfection here. He's gonna burn. Like, the sound cue is there, the nade is good, but he needs to hit every single shot as he is caught down. As, this is a 10-2 first half.
Well, for no special reason, it might be worth mentioning that coming up at 1300 CET, Chimera versus Copenhagen Wolves. Just,
Oh, yeah.
Just throwing that one out there.
Just to let you know. Yeah. Seems like we'll have a bit of a longer break potentially than we initially anticipated. But Alaska, I hope they've got some fuel left, because this is where it's go time. They either start winning immediately, bring it back from the pistol onward, and do not stop until they reach 13, or it's the end of the road, I'm afraid, for Series 18 and their Swiss stage.
I want to, if Alaska are going to get knocked out here, I want to see them giving us their best, because there's a certain freedom, I think, that comes with
Go out
saying,
with a bang.
yeah, we know we almost certainly are out of the competition at this point. Any nerves can just leave you at that point and say, you know what, we're done already. Let's just show what we're capable of in these last few rounds. Even if it doesn't result in the win, that actually doesn't matter. It's about, getting the chance to demonstrate what you're capable of.
That is so well said. Just showcase what you're made of and what you can do, as they will find the pistol. Few shots to go their way. Extinct in trouble. He's going to be rushed by the Glock. He's still somehow alive as he evades death, but Glowing drops onto him. Extinct is down. Now down to the last artist in vacancy. The pistol, unfortunately, is impossible to win when Glowing has 20 kills, mind you. We are in round 14. That means 13 rounds. And he has 20 kills. These are donk numbers. And he might not be donk. Yes, that's true. But those are still some very big numbers you go against. And honestly, I mean, the whole squad of Alaska is barely scraping 20 together.
Yeah, I mean, it's, for Cybershock, this is just the victory laps coming in. And we've got, a couple of SMGs from Alaska.
Oh.
Again, try it, but, yeah, Cybershock, I do like from that side of things, and I think it speaks well for the rest of the tournament chances, because to fight back from a 0-2 record is a very, very hard thing to do, but Cybershock is showing confidence, but they're stopping short of arrogance here. They're still taking the game very seriously and trying to lock this one down quickly. I can see Lovikas there picking another kill. I think it speaks well to Cybershock's chances in the rest of Swiss that they can do that. Have their backs to the wall, know that they are a better team in a matchup, but still play to their best.
Catastrophic breakdown. As you said, they're not at their best, and it's just not going to suffice, I'm afraid. It's another clean round, a force fight that achieves nothing, I'm pretty sure, and 12-2, a sad ending to the series, though. With a whimper, in fact, the light goes out, perhaps, as Alaska are found on their last doorstep, or rather last step towards the exit. 5 kills away, or rather 5 deaths. Let's find out if they got what it takes to bring it back at least a little, right? Get that energy back on track and see if they can keep on pushing afterwards. Artist with the scout, the rest with the MP9s. They're going to pressure out B. I like it. Artist will deliver with the first.
Can't quite land the second, but I like the attempt nonetheless. We are limit testing here for Alaska because they are all kinds of done. 360 Extinct, last one's in. They're going to fight to the last man, but as Extinct gets dropped, the series is done. And our first elimination of the tournament happens. Alaska going home. Cybershock get to continue their run.
Yes, they do, and unfortunately our predictions, or rather our fears of the veto, come true, right? We talked about how Ancient, it's definitely an opportunity that Alaska were given. They could have had a 1-0 to start with. They never got off the right foot, and it all kind of collapsed. We see a close call, but not close enough for the win. And then we go to Anubis, and it's just nothing. I'm afraid there's literally nothing that we can look forward to here on Anubis, or at least look back to, as Cybershock dominate across the board.
I mean, looking at the series overall, we've had several exceptional performances. Nothneki and Blixie both bringing in some really, really big numbers, particularly on the first map. So, again, it's a divergence of paths here. I hope that from Alaska's side of things that they made their peace with. They had a couple of moments, artists in particular, you could tell, inspired the team. And if that can happen for the team, that can happen for the team again in the future. So I hope that while they're eliminated 0-3, they'll be looking back across these games, learning and coming back and making it to future Swiss stages, just creeping forwards. But for Cybershock, the long path opens up. It's a very big ask to go from 0-2 back to getting to playoffs, but it's a path they have to tread.
It's a path they have to go, yeah. And I'm afraid that the ending is nigh here. I just don't see a path that Alaska will be probably going through where they find success in Series 19 or 20. Maybe, if they're lucky, if they get their, kind of team situated well enough into the next few circles. But that's it for the time being. I won't tarry any longer. Counterfeit, we've got about an hour and a 30 minutes break ahead of us. Next up, it's going to be Chimera versus Copenhagen Wolves. And just before we go into the details of that on the next pregame, do we have any thoughts beforehand?
I think the Certainly, I believe, the audience as a whole definitely favouring the Wolves coming into that one. I think with pretty good reason. The Wolves have been on the up and up, so if we were talking about Cyber Show as that series kind of being a rebirth for them into the competition, I think it's set up for the Wolves to take the same sort of thing. That we're expecting some pretty big things out of their squad, and I don't anticipate Chimera being able to stop them.
Well, we're going to find out, ladies and gents. About an hour and 15 minutes break up next. So stay tuned as we get ready for Chimera versus Copenhagen Wolves at 1 o'clock Central European time. Stay tuned. We'll be seeing you.
do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Champion of Champions Tour, number 18 for Europe. My name is still kind of it, here with OSZ to bring you our second series of the day. And OSZ, we have seen our first elimination. Alaska headed out of the competition. By the time this series is done, we'll see a second team out of here.
Yes, we will. It's going to be the second elimination series, as you've said, and it's going to be goodbye to either Copenhagen Wolves, or on the other side, we have Chimera. And if mythology is to be believed, this is going to be a legendary fight. But on the other side, I mean, to be fair, we've already discussed this at least a little bit. You know, I've gone through the details, and I think it's obvious to everybody who's watching and who's been watching both CCT and Counter-Strike for a while that there is a discrepancy between the two teams.
Oh, for sure. The Wolves come into this one definitely the favourites. I mean, if we're just talking on recency bias, you know, before this point, maybe we could say these teams are kind of rough, approximately on the same level, but the Wolves have been killing it recently, and especially, you know, if we look at Andu, he's been doing amazingly, but the whole squad has been firing on all cylinders.
Indeed, they have. Revamped about a month ago. Giacchino and Bielani joining the crew. They also switched out the coach. Tokyo is no longer the one to help them. It's instead Koste, a Danish player. But still, Shane, Andu, and Tapeware, as you said, they're the ones that are now forming the big core, the big three. Tapeware leading the charge, Andu doing all the heavy lifting. Shane as well, another great player, example of a great support and rifler. We'll see how they're able to incorporate Giacchino and Bielani. I'm excited to see them in these new colors, and hopefully the team rather are ready to take this one on once we get to that veto, know which maps will be played. But the team they're facing off, if we focus more on their opponents rather this time, Chimera.
Yes, ranked 81st to the Wolves' 57th. Most of the former Aurora young blood roster, including their coach Pixel, coming in. Yeah, so they've got some decent amount of time together, despite this team under this name being pretty new. They managed to get in through a decent amount of CCT events under their previous name as well. Managed to make a top 8 in Series 15, so a few series ago. So, we've got a moderate amount of expectations based on the history, but as we were alluding to before, the performances just haven't been there over the recent matches.
No, it's been in fact a little bit worrisome, and if we go into the complete statistics and the background for Chimera, they're currently on a 7-series loss streak, and out of the 7 series, that means at least a minimum of 14 maps have been played. They had only won 1, so it's 15 maps played and 7 series lost. And that is 1 map won out of the total, which is not a good outlook for the future, but perhaps today will change. We don't know for sure. We're going to have to wait and see once we get into the game, of course. Though, to be fair, some of these guys, they know how to handle pressure, and maybe Chimera today showcases that. Though, the veto. Let's talk about the maps rather than just the players, as we'll get to see them in a moment. Train first to be removed. Makes sense. Instaban for the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be rough however it plays out. So, Ancient coming in. There are 3 different maps where Chimera are on a multi-map losing streak, and Ancient is one of them. For the Wolves, that is their general first pick. Mirage is a safe harbour for Chimera, but Anubis, actually, to be fair, this veto could have gone a lot worse for Chimera. They've actually managed to avoid most of the maps they are really struggling on, and at least from the second map onwards, they're not at a big disadvantage just from the map itself.
I will admit, perhaps I would have expected sooner to see Inferno out of the Wolves. Though on the other side, Ancient, I think I can trust their judgment here. For Chimera, Mirage, as you said, is a great point. It's a harbor they can kind of safely fall back to, and I think that's going to be their goal post, right? At least win Mirage, make sure we get to Anubis and then see how it plays out. But overall, the veto is pretty standard what we are seeing these days. I mean, it's basically the 3 dusty or ruinous maps that we get to enjoy pretty much for the 90% of Counter-Strike these days. I mean, I genuinely
I don't know what you mean.
miss cash. Can we just get cash back, get dust out of here? I'll be completely fine with that.
Well, what I'm hearing is we need a reskin for some of these maps just to make sure.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry, Christmas edition, we'll make it.
Oh, imagine that. So it's going to be chickens with Santa hats.
I'm coding it right now.
I hope so. But in any case, Chimera, Copenhagen Wolves, I mean, let's talk about chances here. Let's talk about what are we thinking in terms of hopes and dreams for Chimera as well as reality for the Wolves.
Well, I mean, the big thing we haven't mentioned yet is that, of course, these teams have faced each other, and relatively recently as well. Again, in the big picture, you might say, under the Aurora Youngblood, it's theoretically, the 3 series they played against each other, it's 2-1 in favour of the Wolves, which doesn't sound too bad. But the most recent series, I would say, was pretty eye-opening.
It was. The recent series was, 13-5, 13-3, something like that, in terms of scoreline. Very one-sided. Copenhagen Wolves 4 days ago, they absolutely destroyed them. We did see Ancient and Mirage being played, which we are having here, the first 2 maps. I mean, Counterfeit, I gotta be honest with you. I'm feeling like this is, this could spin out of control very quickly. It wouldn't be the first time we get to see it at CCT. But then again, we have had some surprises in the past. Maybe today is that day for Chimera. Maybe they woke up on the right foot and they bring their A game.
I'm ready to huff some copium here as well, because for Chimera, to step into the same series you got annihilated in very recently as well. This wasn't a while ago. I believe, just check the date, it was, wait, is it 4 days ago?
4 days ago,
yes. This happened? I was to say, maybe they've knuckled down and be like, okay, we're gonna, do our training montage and get great at these maps. But 4 days ago? Okay, they might have played these maps a few times between then and now.
Honestly, 4 days ago, it's not a long time. And if Chimera did their homework, maybe they can do something more. But given the fact that they are going to be starting soon, I do hope they've at least warmed up so we don't see them cold on map 1, because otherwise map 2 is going to be disastrous. But let's not get hung up on that. Let's talk perhaps more about the details of the teams themselves and who do we think needs to perform, or rather might perform, right?
Well, for the Wolves side of things, we've definitely mentioned Andu as well as a player to be looking out for this series, as we're jumping onto Ancient in just a second. Formerly of Game Elysian and Game Elysian Academy, he's definitely hopped around teams a lot, but he's got some really good numbers when it comes to, the DPS on the team overall. For Chimera, I think it's much more of an open question, but we're looking to see if there's maybe some clutch plays coming through from them, but they definitely need somebody to be stepping up and performing much, much better than really anybody in the squad has been performing recently.
Yeah, I do agree. And we're going to be seeing a fast B take. Shane gets stacked through the smoke. There's no real competition here early on. The smoke does not allow Chimera to get into place and try and hold off the bomb plant. As Shane walks into Cave, they're going to find a few. They're going to find 3, in fact. They know about the 3, and they cleaned them up. Not a problem, not a trouble in sight, not a single death. As Stateware is on 1 HP, my man is a Terminator. Although, what are you doing here? You're giving blue-white kills. This is a 3v2. This is not yet over.
Oh, it's almost, though. Hughes will be run down, and for a second, we start to see a little bit of hope coming in. I'm still blown away, I was said, by how well the Wolves were able to punch through and take down what looked to be a pretty solid ambush setup for them.
It was. They were seemingly prepared. They even had the retake, all 5 nearby, ready to go on to take the challenge, but somehow not a single connection, and everything just fell through the floor there. That was a golden opportunity for Chimera to take the pistol and kind of start off on a good note. Instead, they find themselves on a bit of a losing position. And you know what I gotta tell you right here, right now? They're one of the first teams that I don't see force buy after losing the pistol on the CT side, and I respect them for it. It's a smart choice. I like it.
It's certainly the series overall will be an uphill battle, but it's gonna take that kind of patience to be able to find your opportunities. Tipperwood is actually taking a little bit of damage on the exchange, though. Oh my god! Picks up the 4. Vilby running for the hills right now, saying, okay, patience didn't necessarily provide too many rewards this time, apart from perhaps a short round.
Exactly so. A short round, and that's all you get. As here comes the first real challenge. It's going to be the full buy. It's going to be the M4s in play, and it all depends on how they start here. Even 2 FAMASes. Does Chimera go head-to-head? We've seen that attempt from, who was it, in Series 1, Cybershock versus...
Alaska.
Alaska, thank you, yeah. We saw that from Alaska. They kind of fumbled the first few, but they still managed to take, what, a 3 versus 3 scenario? Something like that. In any case, Andu... Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Damn. That was brutal.
Yeah.
Down to 3 for Chimera. Still, the Wolves managing to resolve themselves to not take any casualties. Chimera will try and move back to take mid-control. Maybe the Wolves don't see this one coming. They've got a couple of players in position. Andu is waiting, but the ranged advantage should fall to Chimera, at least in the immediate.
They should. It's a smart choice that Chimera at least take mid-control. They are decisive here, and they know they need some information. Oh, the timing, Andu, just as he walks out of the crowd spot. And Zinder, he keeps on pushing forward, doesn't keep checking behind him. They're going to hear the moves by Chimera shortly after the execution begins, and this should be a save.
I don't blame them, honestly.
Neither do I.
It's always going to be an uphill battle from this point forwards, and saving 3 rifles out of the round is a lot better than it looked like it was going to. The Wolves, they've got a couple of wounded members already. I don't know if they're going to be chasing Chimera through the map, or really that enthusiastic to gamble their own guns.
Well, 3 survivors will constitute a rebuy next, but they'll need to step up. This mid-control failed from the get-go. The fact that Andu gets 2 kills with the Mac-10 is kind of tragic for the CTs, and now the gig is up. the search is on.
Blue-White
Or the hunt.
picking up 3 kills so far. I mean, if we were looking for a player to perform above expectations, Blue-White's captured the only 3 kills that Chimera have gotten as a squad overall, and with that kill, the Wolves going to give maybe a little bit more respect. No, fishing for the kill still, and Blue-White gets himself a 4th. So the Wolves, wow, a 5th. All right, we've got our focused player for Chimera. That may have been pressure being put down on them, but they survive at least with a couple of rifles.
Yeah, they do pick up, or rather save the 2. And perhaps that might be just the tip of the iceberg. Let's see. If Blue-White can step up in a gun round without having already lost it beforehand, then we can talk potentially about quite a bit of an uppance here. Chimera, mid-control going to be heavily contested. I like the idea, but it's not working out. Again, Andrew and Jaquinho. They found the weaknesses and they exploit them. And it's not even a complicated matter here. It's simply put a duel problem. They're just losing those head-on engagements.
Chimera left with the 2 SMGs in play. It's going to be dicey unless they can get these close-up fights. You can see from their positioning, they're trying something. Blue-White has been on a tear recently, picks up a kill, untraded. Now close, McHughes finds himself another. Numbers finally go to Chimera. They don't have the guns, but they may have the chance to, well, they won't stop the plant, but they might be able to force their way through. Go for the smoke. Vilby gets another, down to the last man, and Chimera get themselves on the board.
Absolutely well played. Good recovery. It's Blue-White with a double. And now we got to start talking about the Chimera side itself a little bit more in detail. We spoke about Blue-White. We mentioned him as one of the major factors for the squad. Oh, why are we... the names are not the right ones up top. But worry not, we're still in the same game. It's still Chimera. It's still Copenhagen Wolves. As I was saying, Blue-White is a big factor of this game. Mikus is going to be another big factor. And if we look at Chimera as a mythical creature, right? It's made out of lion, goat, dragon, and like a serpent's tail, something like that,
yes,
right? So I am wondering who's the lion's head, who's the goat's head, who's the dragon head, and who's the tail. As I mean, Chimera, it works in unison best when all 5 are in sync. Let's see.
Oh, wait. Zender's certainly the one who's fishing for his first kill, so perhaps he will be the thing in this particular tale. We've got both teams having taken some damage in the other gun. Chimera, despite that round win before, and a somewhat disadvantaged position for Wolves, only now get the numbers advantage. They have got several wounded Chimera members. So even with the Wolves down to 4, this is still anyone's round.
Yes, it is, especially if they run out A. It's basically empty, and they're going to walk this. They're going to contact this. This is such a smart move, as Zender will have no prior information, and by the time they get to site, it might already be too late. Though luckily there's no utility, perhaps. Copenhagen Wolves, they might not be allowed to cross safely, and Zender, good stop. He's still alive. He's still going to be kicking, trying to defend Donut. He's going to isolate the C4. That's a problem, as he cannot return back to A site. Andu, does he continue to push back into sight? He does, but it's going to be very late to the party, though. Shinjez, or Shinjez, I'm not even sure how to properly pronounce that name. Gets Jaquinho, and I think they still manage to plant, though. That smoke comes in handy.
Yeah, Chimera down to 1 full HP member, and okay, just 1 full HP member. But then he moves forward. He's a little wounded himself. Chance is still here. Shinjez gets the shot. The plant is made. But Andu is very low, and that will be the round winner. 2nd in a row. I think we are starting to see the many facets of that Chimera squad starting to come alive here. And honestly, it's a lot quicker than I would have expected it to be.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is starting to take shape pretty nicely. We're going to be seeing the AWP on Zender. Usually Blue-White was the one to wield it as well, but it seems like Zender might have taken that role. This is such a nice drive from Bielani. And then to lose the second duel, perhaps a bit of an overstep from his side. But Shinjez manages to clear it out, and that's going to be the second one. Force buyback for Copenhagen Wolves. They bring out everything they have. AKs and Tech 9s and Deagles.
Yeah, didn't get caught out by the initial barrage as... Oh, looks like we might have had a little bit of a technical issue there. So we'll be back in the saddle as soon as we can. Oh, alright. Well, based on what we expected coming into this one, this definitely hasn't gone the way it seemed to be going in the early going. I was fully expecting to see the Wolves completely roll over this early game.
I do agree. It's very different to what perhaps we might have thought would be the case, and I'm interested in seeing if this is what Chimera can maintain. They will be based a lot more on momentum here than Copenhagen Wolves. If nothing else, the experience here is a little bit different, right? We've had some players on the Wolves side that have been around for quite a long time. You know, Shane and Tapeware both have are effectively already veterans of their own respective scenes. Chiquinho as well has been around for a long time. But let's not stray from the path, shall we? As the Wolves might stray off the path if they fail here.
Yeah, the tech pause we had there was one of the Wolves players having a little bit of a hiccup, so if that does come into play, that's certainly an opportunity knocking for Chimera, as Zender hesitated for a fraction of a second, but not long enough to miss out on the kill. And he will get it back, as it's looking like a fight around the B site will be what this round is all about. 3v4 in favour of the Wolves, and they're going to bull their way up onto B. Zender is asked to call upon. You asked if he would be the bite in the tail. This time he won't be. He'll be round the corner. Finds 2. Can't quite get around in time for 3, and it's all on Shine Jez to save the round. 1v2.
And another clutch that is required, but it's just not enough. Shine Jez is not going to be able to take it away this time. Tapeware is ready and accurate enough. And that is effectively round done. Copenhagen Wolves 4-2. They stomp out the rebellion. They do not allow for the monsters to threaten them, and that is going to be an attempt now from Chimera back-to-back with a 4-spy. Single M4, Deagle, 5.7, and 2 MP9s. And I love the fact we're seeing an A-rush. This is such a good call by Tapeware. A is consistently left vulnerable, so it makes sense that you try to abuse that, and they just walk out. I love it.
Zender's the one left providing rearguard duty this time. He can't do it, and I think it may well be the Wolves are going to get away with this one. Maybe without a single casualty. They're getting aggressive, and they should be. Yes, they are going to get punished for it. Blue White gets another kill to add to his pile. 8 so far, but I have to imagine that's going to be it for Chimera in this round.
Absolutely a save required.
Oh, well, gives us a chance to talk a little bit about some of the players on the Wolves side of things. Chiquinho, you mentioned before, has been playing for a while, since 2017, I believe. Formerly of the Young Ninjas a couple of times, so definitely has had a chance to develop his skills.
Yeah, the most I've seen him in, I think, is probably between Lil Mix and Metisport. That's where I've had the most pleasure of casting him, I believe. And as you said, been around from a very long time ago almost. A lot of history, and hopefully he's going to keep on performing. Signed for the Wolves in January this year. Same with Bielani, another player that's been around for quite a while. And I gotta say, I'm liking where the Wolves are taking this team from the get-go. When it first came out that they're rebuilding the roster under a new organization. Or, well, not the roster, but rather the team under new management. And I feel like the roster does have a bright future ahead of them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think just seeing the Wolves name back in the mix is a delight to long-term esports fans. I want to give a recognition to Tapeware here as well, though on the Wolves especially. Been having a great game so far, getting up to double digits. Not normally a player we've seen knocking down huge performances compared to some of the other members of the team, so having a good start to the series.
Oh man, dude. This is He's isolating the duels perfectly, and even though he doesn't finish the job on 2, the damage is severe enough that whoever challenges this dies. As Shane, of course, the Polish hero here, sees the shadow as well, give it away, and that is 6-2. Chimera, they are being cut down by Witcher, man. I mean, after all, the Witcher comes from Poland, and just maybe we have one in here. I'm just saying.
The clues were there the whole time.
The clues were there the whole time, brother.
Oh my gosh. Well, Blue-White's the last one left standing. He has, like any cunning monster, managed to find a way to secrete himself away from where the wolf pack is hunting for him. And I suppose that's the thing, I think you said it really well that Chimera, they got their heads above water to start with, they started to build some momentum, and then the wolves have just jumped all over them and made sure they don't get established. I think if we start to see another player along with Blue-White, who is definitely doing extremely well, if we see a second Chimera player step up, then we can start to have more optimistic conversation about them again.
I agree there. We're going to have that convo, absolutely. And this is a round where Chimera have to start punching upwards and backwards and front and everywhere, basically. They have to start punching into the holes in the wolves. Hit the snout, hit the nose, whatever you hit, you gotta hit something. Tapeware, good damage.
Yeah, hit the nade. That was good enough. And the second hit as well. Blue-White opens up hostilities with Vilby locking down a second and a third. You asked and they deliver. These monsters haven't quite been driven out of their lairs yet.
That is a surprisingly effective way to open up a round, and yeah, it seems like Chimera have decided enough is enough. They want to bring it back in their own favor. 6-6 would be acceptable under the terms they've been put on. But don't give Bielani a double here. Do not give him a double. He knows about one, he knows the second. Mikuz now goes wide. What is he doing? He just chases that dragon. And unfortunately, he chases his own tail as Bielani and Jaquinho 2 versus 2. Wilby is one bullet away from dying, so one mistake and he's gone. A wall bangle.
So disappointing.
It is. It is. And if Chimera fail to pick this one up after such a glorious start, I don't know what else do they need to win.
LB, you've got your opportunity here. Yes, you said the goes off the site. Definitely doesn't know where the wolves are coming from, but might, if he goes quick enough, find a way to flank through. Does see the molly coming in. They're not anticipating him being here. And stops the plant. Vilby gets his third kill of the round. Shanjiez will not be coming in as reinforcements, so it's down to Vilby. They know where Vilby is.
Oh, he's got another nade. Bielani's got another nade. He can chug it right down ramp immediately. Plants the bomb, plays it safe, and now the only thing he needs to do is make sure he hits the nade whenever he hears anybody close by. Oh, Vilby, your odds are ever less, as it's going to be a 1v1, and he goes too wide. Bielani is quicker than him. An ace from Bielani to secure the round for the Wolves, and that is a massive disappointment for Chimera.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if that's even more frustrating on, for the Chimera side of things, to have a round in your pocket and then to drop it like that. I mean, I suppose theoretically, if you take the emotion out of it, getting that close to breaking the Wolves streak, or breaking through on the half, is definitely something worth celebrating, but while Chimera may still have fight left in them, if Wolves do what they did before, they'll be trying to lock down the rest of this half with speed.
Let's see if they do. I love the fact that we see a tactical timeout here. I think these rounds are getting too close for comfort, even for the Wolves. Whilst they can rely on the individuals, they're losing a little bit too many, one too many players, right? Economically speaking, they're still suffering quite a little bit of damage. But they are winning, which in the end matters most. And calm down the nerves, make sure everything's ready, as the Wolf Pack is about to pounce on another target. I mean, I'll be honest, I'd have a wolf dog if I could handle it. I feel like I just wouldn't be able to handle the energy. That's be just too
Blue
much.
White?
White!
He can handle some wolves, apparently. It's going to
Pulls a
take
collar
that
on
initial
them.
attack in. Suddenly, Chimera wake up in the half, and we've seen this happen before, but Chimera suddenly spits poison, and the wolves wilt.
And that is effectively a whimper of a round. The wolves trying to... Oh, that was a sick shot. Yeah, the wolves caught by hunters, and round is done and done.
I will say, I mean, if we're going to simplify the equation, then, what we're looking at here is Blue-White got 3 kills. Blue-White has been the star of Chimera, and that seems to be the through line here for when Chimera are finding success.
I mean, how many more tries will they need, though? This is like the 3rd time they got something going, right? And it's the 2nd time they successfully converted to a W. But if that's what it takes, sure. Though the wolves, they might not look kindly upon it. They've already rushed A before. I would expect it again here. They can smell the fear of Chimera towards A, perhaps.
Okay, that's very reasonable, but utility is kind of landing as Shanjez steps up. We're talking about from Chimera, they need someone other than Blue-White to perform. Vilby has been doing well and will set up for another kill. Blue-White locks down kill number 14. McHughes holds the site, and the wolves, they're being penned in by Chimera. This is an unrecognizable performance from these few incredible rounds.
It's light and day, the difference. Chimera doing a great job at distinguishing between the two. Hopefully this is not a one-off trick pony, but rather a consistent thing to be expected. And the whole team, everybody chimes in. They get themselves up to 4 and hopefully perhaps 5. Let's see if the Wolves have something to say about that. They've got no money left in the bank. They're broke. They got nothing for number 12.
And we came into this one with every expectation reasonably based on last time these two teams played, as you pointed out before, on the same map, the same series functionally as last time they faced, was incredibly one-sided in favour of the Wolves. This time round, here on Ancient, we are very close to Chimera, making a vastly different appearance in this series.
Absolutely. Tech 9's... Oh, no. Xander. He misses the shot. That's the op for Shane. And the Tech 9 keeps running. That's the power of the Tech 9. It's got 18 bullets, and all 5 are meant for your head, or at least all 18, as it's going to be tapeware for a second. Jaquinho delivers Osañez, and it's a 3v2 retake. Or after plan that the Wolves have an advantage on. The bomb's down. There's some nades left. This is horrendous. Chimera not like this. Like I said, how many more tries do you need?
This would be the momentum killer. Chimera have fought tooth and nail to get back in, but Andu with the AWP. Blue-White, last one standing. He's been the hero of the half. Jaquinho finds and executes him, and a round that should have been Chimera's by a mile ends up putting Wolves ahead 8-4. Hope was always going to be a fragile thing, and perhaps that round, that's lost opportunity for the second time in a single half.
Yeah, out of, let's say, 4 rounds that we distinctly know Chimera having a decent advantage, they wilt away in 2 of those. And that's a 50-50 kind of performance on a round where you start that well. Well, what happens if you have 0 rounds like that? Well, we're seeing the result of it. It's 8-4, right? And let's see if anything comes out of their T side. Perhaps naturally more aggressive. Chimera, a very defensive mythical beast in mythology, but perhaps the offensive side is a bit of a better side for them. Let's find out. It's going to be the pistol haul.
Ooh, yeah. Vilby, though, he has been one of the players to watch out for the Chimera squad get onto the A site despite what looked to be a very rough half. Blaney, 11 kills so far. He's ready, both barrels glowing. Manages to land some shots onto McHughes, but the plant is made. Chimera have the numbers advantage. You see Blaney is out for blood. He's searching for his target. He's expecting the flank. See, he's being held in place, but Giacchino on the flank gets one. Blaney, it's down to 2 on 2. They're on to the attempt for the defuse. Chimera's HP bars are not looking good.
Oh, he's knifing in the smoke. Oh, no!
Oh.
Oh. Are they too late? They didn't click. I don't think they clicked in time. Yeah, they're too late.
Damn. Alright. I mean, it's a step forward for Chimera. I was certain that the Wolves had that.
Okay. No defuse kit. The first time he clicked it, he didn't stick it because of the knife, I believe, in the smoke. And in the end, the round is won by Chimera. It comes at a cost, but nonetheless, it's here.
Alright. I mean, I don't think at this point, if you're Chimera and definitely the underdogs in the series overall, you can afford to be picky. So remember, last time they were here on Ancient, it was 13-5 in favour of the Wolves. Chimera get a single additional round. They have improved on their overall matchup, and I feel like the series is going to be much, much closer than the last time these two faced.
It definitely has that inkling, doesn't it? I mean, it gives us the vibe that Chimera have done their homework, whilst perhaps a little bit shaky, perhaps a little bit unprepared for the ferocity of some of the individuals we see from the Wolves side. But nonetheless, they are succeeding in picking up the pace. They win the pistol, they are looking to win the second round. And again, respect has to be given where respect is earned, and that is the Wolves playing a full eco. I like that. It's, you know, few pistols here and there, sure, but generally speaking, they eco out and try to do some damage. 2 kills on an eco, not bad.
Blue-White, though, getting it up to 20 kills now. He's the highest fragging player in the server by a lot. I'm starting to feel a little bit more optimistic about Blue-White and Chimera's chances overall. You know, it may be just the one player that's been doing very well, but the rest of the squad are starting to move forward. Vilby, again, the other player to watch. This will be the buy round for the Wolves. This will be the chance for Chimera to get back to even.
Yes, it is. Round 15 kicks off onto high gear. It's AKs against M4s and Galils and, well, a little bit of util. A default Chimera play, I like it. The idea here, taking shelf, taking mid slowly. They have Molotovs to clear out tapeware. How do they utilize it? Oh, Blue-White spotted. That's important information. The Wolves can play either super defensively as they are, or they can now open up once they think the opportunity is right. And they're still sticking to their plan here, playing it fairly calmly. No molly for tapeware.
That's the first contact, 1 kill apiece. Oh my lord, cuts the legs out from Chimera. Chimera still have Shanjez and Vilby in play. They should be able to land the plant. They've got the utility to clear themselves a little bit of space, but Chimera down to 2 versus 4. The plant will be made, and that's at least something if the round is out of reach.
Question is, the Wolves have not bought a single kit. So, are they quick enough to defuse it? The answer, maybe. Shinez, 1v3. He's going to have to go big here, a 4k even, but there's no chance. The Molotovs, the nades, and everything in between is enough. And that is going to be 9-6, Chimera. A bomb plant and decent damage to a degree. A rebuy available, sure. But will it buy them their freedom? This first map still shaping up to be a better one than they last time played.
Yeah, as I said, 6 rounds is an improvement, but given the fact that this is the Wolves map pick that we're coming into, and we expect to see the Wolves doing well, seeing definitely more fight for Chimera. We mentioned before, 4 days is all that separated these two teams from playing in basically the same series before. And Chimera has definitely stepped up a little bit. They've got at least enough money for this round. Maybe we'll see something different.
Let's find out. Bielani already out of cave almost here. Looking for contact towards ramp. Oh, I think he might have spotted one. I'm not sure if he might have caught that pixel at least a little bit, but he's going to definitely peek out wide. A bit too good for him all, for himself. Jaquinho! A crazy double again. He keeps delivering. And it's a 3v3. Here goes nothing as a wide swing from tape where it doesn't work. That's the op. That's the round, maybe. I think it is. Will be. The IGL secures it.
Damn. All right. Each time we think Chimera's...
Oh,
Wait,
no.
What?
Oh, no.
No.
No. He's got a smoke as well. He can just defuse it in the smoke. They know where Wilby is, or at least where he was. On the edge of the smoke, Wilby takes the fight and loses it. What is happening? Oh, my God, Counterfeit, what is this?
It's a third time that everything felt like it was there for Chimera. And the end of round, Shane just blitzing through that one. Everything else about that round was really, really good. You can see the positioning. Vilby doesn't need to be a better duelist if you shoot the person inside the head. But Shane, on a whole different level.
Well, how the tables turn, or rather, as our dear friend Michael says, how the turntables. As Chimera, they tried, they had a good start, but here it seems like it's fizzling out a little bit. Blue-White, he better bring his A-game to this one, otherwise it ain't gonna last very long. Also, that Macton is mesmerizing.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see Shane is ready. The carry of Chimera versus the carry of the Wolves, and it's going to be Shane, fresh off that last round. Gets one, gets two, not number three, but the damage has been done, and what a different world we could be living in if Blue-White could have won that face-to-face.
Oh, and Jaquinho, he's ready for the engagement on mid, turns away from the pop, and just doesn't care. Just easy double back-to-back as Zender, Mr. Zender. It feels like it could be Mr. Anderson. Okay, I'm going too deep here, I know. But...
Oh no, I was just wincing at anticipation of Zender getting returned to Zender immediately.
Return to Zender, let's go. Oh, I love it. Yeah.
There's been these moments, I said, in this where we're seeing Chimera showing that I distinctly get the impression that they are putting the work in. They are a better team than even a few days ago. But if anything, it feels like the Wolves are reacting to this by digging down deeper and saying, you know what, we might have gone easy on you because of how the last series against us went. But now we're bringing out our concentration faces more.
More power, more everything, and yeah, that's exactly what they need. But problem is, he hurt the headshot. Blue-White, poor guy, doesn't get a break. Mid control contested. Tapeware finds two. Oh, just the one, in fact. Shane with the nade, but the damage is just insane. This is 12-6. This is the end of the road, I'm afraid. Good damage in return to a degree. 2 kills, though. I'm gonna be honest with you, it feels like The Witcher truly has arrived. It's not maybe Geralt, but it's definitely Shane, and it's definitely Bielani. Both have done a great job for the squad. 15 kills each, total 30. And it seems like they're gonna be graceful enough to leave Chimera one extra round than they did last time. Was it?
I think with the way CS plays out, a lot of times, the round that wins you the game isn't going to necessarily be the last round, but just the round where you destroy the opponent's morale. And I think Shane was the one who accomplished that with the most recent 1v3 monstrosity. Shine will pick up the first kill for Chimera, but at this point, this feels like an unwinnable map for Chimera. Just looking more forward to Mirage and ideally Anubis.
Yeah, it's now the question of how many consolation rounds do they get, right? How many rounds do they catch where it kind of builds up a little bit of their confidence? We said that at the start, Chimera is going to be playing on confidence. That's kind of their primary resource. And as soon as they're going to be broken up for it, there will be doubts as, oh, what is this move? What is this amazing What the hell? They just pulled through the elbow smoke like no other and just pulled towards B. That's a crazy shot. That's an amazing call right there by Wilby. Really smart. That's round. That should be a save.
Yeah, I mean, for the series overall, again, I would be very surprised to see Chimera come and bring this one back to overtime, but still, if they can end this first map, which honestly they weren't expected to win, again, with now 2 better rounds than they did previously, with some momentum to bring into the series, I would honestly call that a win for Chimera's overall game plan.
Oh, absolutely. It's quite a on-the-spot thinking, and it's a smart way of countering a potential offer that's going to be holding you towards elbow. I think they must have either heard or the intuition was just on point for Wilby to call it, of what Jaquinho might be doing there, to be caught with a grenade in hand, and, well, there you have it. 12-7. Yeah, it's looking a little bit better. It's looking a little bit more concise, though. Only by a little bit. Still a long way to go. Overtime awaits. 5 in a row, and well, Chimera's made out of 4 body parts, so they're missing 1, I think. No, wait, it's how many body parts is a Chimera made of, actually? It's like,
yeah, you've got the three heads. I think the body is a different animal, and then the tail is a different animal. So you can argue for 5 of them.
No, I think Chimera doesn't have the 3 heads though, right? It's got a
wait,
lion's
no, I'm
head.
thinking of a, what am I thinking of?
You're thinking of the Cerberus, the dog of hell from Greek mythology, I think.
Let's see. Chimera, 5 bravery monsters with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. Okay, 3 parts.
There you go. 3 parts. Okay, so they're made out of 3 parts. So, well, and we got 5 rounds. The math doesn't check out, but maybe they can close the gap.
I can see you're working for the math in your head. It's like, but what if the Chimera reproduces and become 2 Chimeras?
Oh, maybe. Maybe then we can work it out, yeah.
All right, there we go.
Good refrag.
I mean, Chimera, they are ahead on this round, so again, this is vastly better. Remember, 13-5 last time they played, just a few short days ago. Now, I think we could end up with easily with a 13-8 or 13-9 as Chimera. They're looking pretty good in this round. It's still an open question. But with the A-site push coming in with 1 wolf remaining, that's Andu. He's going to have his work cut out for him, but maybe he can do it.
Oh, I think he's got it. Well, maybe not for 3, but definitely 2 is plenty enough. It's going to leave Bialani and Jaquinho, the duet of death here, to make sure Shinez, well, shines all the way to Afterlife here. 13-7 is the scoreline we're looking at, possibly as Chimera is now down to the last man. The last stand. As, Space Marines would be proud, but I don't think Shinez is made out of Space Marine armor. Let's see how he takes this fight. It's going to be against Bialani. Good damage, but that op on Jaquinho is getting ever closer. It's teetering closer, and unfortunately, that is going to be it. Jaquinho takes down Shinez, and that's 13-7 final score. Chimera still taking L.
Alright, well, that will do it for the first map, but honestly, that's pretty much what we expected. Ultimately, it ended up being approximately the same results before. It was 13-5 before, now 13-7. So, I think, honestly, that's within bounds, I would say, for, Chimera did practice the map, they did do a better performance, but it was, I think, very unlikely to ever be, enough of a change to completely swing the map.
Yeah, it feels like the individuals just, they had their moments. Everybody had a golden moment even, but it just wasn't enough in the long run. Too many failed attempts, too many given attempts to their opponents. I mean, the clutches themselves, we gotta mention, there were like, what, 2 or 3 1v2s, 1v3s that all go into the hands of the Wolves. I think that in itself breaks you. It kind of takes away that mental fortitude that you have, and gotta take the L as it is. Gotta talk about Mirage next, and Counterfeit, we take a 15-minute break, right, as we get ready for that second map.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Champion of Champions Tour number 18 for EU, and we're heading into the second part of our second series. Owen said we are perhaps one game away from having our second elimination of the entire event.
Yes, we are, and it is going to be potentially the ex-Aurora Youngbloods, aka now known as Chimera, that could suffer it. The Wolves doing a pretty good job, handling themselves very well, the individuals showcasing great skills at clutching. So many 1v3s, so many 1v2s, so many chances, so many wasted opportunities. But maybe Mirage is going to be a different story, right? We have to hope that Mirage is different.
Well, for anyone who's just tuning in, remember that these two teams are playing against each other in a almost duplicate series we saw them play just 4 days ago. Chimera did do better on the first map, but if we look back at the history between last time, Mirage, it was 13-3 in favor of the Wolves. So, while Chimera did better the last time they faced each other on Ancient, they're going to have to pull off a miracle to win on Mirage.
Yeah, they really will. And given the performance we have seen so far, it's only really Blue-White that's kind of stood out in my eyes. So hopefully the rest will step in and try and showcase that, this is not just another day where they don't give us more than just a bit of a whimper. I mean, Wilby did great, to be fair. As an IGL, he still stood his own. He was in a positive state when it comes to his KD, so there's that at least. But here we go. It's our second map. It is Mirage, Chimera T side. Let's see some magic.
I'm absolutely with you there. Blue, White, and Vilby, very much the players to watch. I will say, having done a little bit more research on the mythical Chimera in the intervening time, did you know that the goat part of the Chimera was actually a goat head sticking out of its back, and it... Do you know what it breathed? It
Fire?
breathed flames. It was a flame-throwing goat on the back of the Chimera, and I think Blue-White fits that profile so far. He's got the most kills of either team in a losing effort. That's no small thing.
No, it is not, but Shane instead still proves to be too tough of a cookie to crack. Zender finally brings him down, but not before they've already lost 3 of their own. If the Chimera has the fire-breathing ability, perhaps the Wolves are an ice wolf sort where they breathe ice and snow and cold. As the damage is done, so is the round. The Wolves persevere. Shane with a beautiful double, and afterwards, it just goes downhill.
We now have in a situation where across the previous map, pretty much everyone was putting in a great performance for the Wolves. They've got so many avenues of success. We're talking about Blue, White, and Vilby. Those were the 2 players who really were able to put out some, even get to double digits on kills at all. So I just think the routes for success here for Chimera are much, much more limited. And a round like this, a surprise Chimera win, that kind of level of surprise is what's needed to bring the series back.
That is indeed the case, and we do see the attempt here from Chimera being a group 1. I love the fact they're sticking together, and this is a different side you get to see from certain teams. You can tell they're trying, you can tell they have ideas how to approach it, but somehow they're coming up empty on the individual part, unfortunately. But they are tactically adept, we can see that much. Wilby's making the right calls, they're trying what they can to do damage, and so far, 2 kills, 3 kills. That is a mass amount of frags for basically an eco.
Yeah, I really like that. I absolutely agree with you. It did feel like there was good coordination between Chimera there. I liked as well they managed to get, Tapeware, light his feet up a little bit and just take these small advantages and then move into such a coordinated back and forth. I generally speaking, always take it as a good sign whenever a team can make something meaningful happen on their pistol rounds, especially, against the other team buying in. So for Chimera, it's still an uphill battle. Remember, 13-3 last time they were here. The only way, we hope, is up.
Well, that is indeed the direction they need to go. Nades fly into window, but Andu's still alive. Tapeware takes some damage. This is looking like it's going to be hard pressure towards B. I like the idea. The refrag is there, though.
All right. Chimera, they've got themselves onto the B site. You see the Wolves are hot on their heels, Nades raining in, but Chimera, they look to be lined up for the first round win. We've got 2 and a wounded member on both squads remaining, but for the Wolves, I don't know if they want to go in any further. They've almost run themselves out of utility.
They do have the defuse kits, a single molly and a single smoke. The problem is, I would say, also the HP points of Andu, or rather the health points, as he's at 29. So yeah, they decide to back off. They'll leave the round to Chimera. They'll save the AKs. Money-wise, they're also a little bit in trouble because of the losses they took previously. And this is where that damage comes into play. Chimera doing a beautiful job off of the eco to transition here into a fast B split. And as soon as Bielani gets caught on short, that's round over.
Alright. Well, again, this is reminiscent of what we were seeing from before. Though, admittedly, Chimera picking up the 3rd round was not necessarily something I was expecting to see either come into it. Last time it took 4 rounds to get Chimera on the board at all. So to do it in 3 is a step forward, and again, I'm feeling more like, while I would be still very surprised to see Chimera actually win here on Mirage, I think we are going to see a much, much closer map than we saw from just a few days ago.
Oh, I would hope so. I really would. That's what Counter-Strike all is about. And right here, we're going to see Tapeware try to be a little bit over-aggressive, find info towards under, and the timing was long missed. And as you said, perhaps a different result than expected. like how they're playing. I like how they're basically making sure once they go for mid, they take their time, and Wilby's just a mastermind at finding out the secret spots of his opponents. And not as so secret, but rather to predict somebody's there. Jaquinho replies, meanwhile, 3 versus 3. A side is still lost, and that is going to be a free kill. Blue-white, perfect aggression. Counters again on Andu. This is it.
Chimera, they could draw even. Blue-white's gun did get spotted there by Blaney, so if Blue-white goes any further forward, almost certain to die, and then we see it, but it won't change the result. Blaney will get away with the AK, but Chimera draw even. And already, yeah, this is night and day. Last time, 4 days ago, it was 13-3 in the Wolves' favour. Now Chimera have almost made that 3 in the opening rounds.
What I'm currently considering is how they played this mid approach. I really like the initial aggression. It forced their opponents, the Wolves, off their positions towards window, towards con and short. And they immediately ran up into con and towards window itself. And I think it was a nice decision there from Wilby to keep on pressuring con. That kill, obviously, through the wooden panel was a little bit of a lucky strike, to be fair, but definitely premeditated. And Chimera, I like how they're playing here. Their approach again changes up. They're going to walk out A. This is a bit dangerous against an eco, though. Chimera, they're troubling themselves with pretty bad plan. Oh no! Oh no! Oh,
it's happening again. The given round is taken from them. Chimera down to a single member. This should not be happening, but Chimera fumbling the ball for certainly not the first time this series.
Oh, I need to relax for a second here. That took me by surprise. Like I said, Chimera, I didn't like the approach. They just walk out A here. They have the full advantage of both util and weapons, and they will lose the round as the Wolves... Full eco. It was a full eco. It was basically a pistols. I believe Kevlar saved up from the previous, right? And that's about it.
Oh boy.
And the AK saved, obviously, but that is not a good outlook. I am not a fan of how easily that breaks down for Chimera. And yeah, tactical timeout, this time for the Wolves again. They did this on Ancient as well. They won a round. It was close at the start. And they took a pause.
I think that's the thing. It really feels like the Wolves are here to dominate, because from this point forwards in the Swiss competition, these matches will only get harder. And every match from this point, for whichever team survives this series, will remain an elimination match. A single loss, you're out of the competition. So for the Wolves, I'm not surprised to see them, plotting and planning here. They should be, if they've got any hopes of getting to playoffs, be looking to dominate, make this series 2-0, and then go on to greater challenges to come.
Indeed. And these challenges present themselves in terms of AKs and Tech 9s. It's going to be an A play. Bombs left in T-base, though. I'm not sure why. That seems to be a bit of an oversight. They seem to have planned an A split through lower into con and from both Palace and Pit. There's the smoke. It should be landing into window. One thing I have noticed, that the CT incendiaries tend to sometimes burn yellow. Unless those are the mollies they pick up. Then that could be on me.
Oh, hold my breath to see. Can't. Oh, does just spots shine on the way in. And here comes the flood. Chimera down to 3, made that 2. Shane can't quite get the second. So at least Chimera got the ball, but they're down to 1. And that is it. The Wolves rip through, moving up 4-2.
A fantastic anchorage by Andu. Hats off to the man. The position he plays, it's pretty standard, but it's such an overpowering spot if you can time it well against the Palace player. as well as against the connector player, and it works perfectly. Wolves, not just that, obviously Jaquinho, gotta give him that shot, the headshot. It's not easy to connect, especially when you have a split second, millisecond to react, and full eco in turn. Chimera are being beaten and bruised.
I mean, the initial momentum injection, I think, it's very much like the first map where Wolves get activated when the Chimera start to seem like they could be building up some momentum and then just jump all over them as a squad. Now the equipment mismatch is enormous. Chimera will be making the push towards B with all they have, and they've got a decent chance 2 versus 5 rushing in. Great discipline from Blaney, switching to the pistol. Zender does at least get 1 before being dropped, but that's it. The Wolves continue their momentum.
Well, all I will say is, on an eco like that, trying to break B is already difficult on a full buy, and having the chance to at least kill 1, hey, it's better than nothing. At least you're trying to put some numbers up. But this is where things get a bit more serious, right? When we talk about numbers, when we talk about the game, it's now MR12. There's a lot of discussion about it. I still miss MR15 personally, especially when I play it. But when I watch it, perhaps MR12 is a bit more on the nose because it does the job so quickly. And what I mean about that, at this point, the Wolves, they're currently running towards a 2-0 result. And so far, they are yet to stumble. And Chimera, well, their wings have been clipped once already. There's a chance there's a second time coming, and oh,
hello. I mean, certainly Vilby, we're expecting big things from as Zender gets caught on the way out. Chimera, they're behind in numbers. But yeah, Wolves certainly, they're showing very few holes in their play. It does feel like Chimera, they almost feel like they're sort of 75% of the way there towards being able to at least fight the Wolves on their own terms, but when it doesn't happen, the Wolves do what they did in this round, which is just absolutely dominate.
6-2. Chimera once again on pistols. A change of plan, maybe a focus towards more of a faster-paced play into, a faster-paced execution into A here, we can see. Those Tech 9s, they are sure to get at least an entry or 2, perhaps. In Delpan, we see again, it's going to be blue-white. The rest of the team through pit. They're being heard running in. Shane is taken care of, and will find blue-white. Tapeware through the smoke, and he's going to deny the bomb plant. That is a well-timed... Yeah, that works well. And the Wolves just seem to be now in their zone.
I did like what we were seeing from Chimera. I think it made sense. They did have good smoke control, but the Wolves clearing out that smoke really well timed. You can just see the discipline, coming off of the squad. They've done these kind of plays time and time again, and it's down to an art form now. Just there's so little room for Chimera to find those mistakes because the Wolves play is so disciplined.
Round 10. Oh, Xander. Close call. Blue-white, nice entries. Forge. Oh, how is he alive? I know not. Somehow he perseveres, but without support, his life is limited. And Tapeware. Oh. The IGL again. My man is having a great game. He's on 10 kills. The Norwegian is just blowing Chimera out of the water, and it's easy. Almost.
They make it look easy, which I suppose is the big thing here. Is as much as we've seen the Wolves be smooth before, they are hitting their stride. Of course, we've had these big moments with different players on the Wolves side of things as Chimera reduced down to a single McHughes, just looking to live out his days up here in the Palace and do a little bit of damage on the way out. But it feels like here on the second map of Mirage, the Wolves are hitting their stride and they're looking so damn good.
This was such an unlucky break for Blue-White. If he could have gotten a double kill there, Blue-White would have probably been able to steal away the round. But Chimera in the end subsided again, and subdued rather.
I think the big
Round
difference
11.
here is Blue-White isn't managing to get the same level of influence he had before. You know, admittedly, him and Vilby, they've been picking up the team's kills almost exclusively, but I just think the rest of the team haven't been able to pick up. But, well, maybe that'll change. Shine gets his first kill of the map. Chimera, they need something miraculous to happen now.
And, well, they'll try. Wilby finds the deagle shot on Taper. Oh, but the lineup, Shane, with a double. Almost a triple there to make it happen, but Miku's quick to react. And in trouble if he gets found out. Oh, he got spotted. Shinez pulls back. And this seems to still be a B attempt, though it depends on how Andu does. Oh, this is a dangerous game he's playing. I think he spotted him. Yes, he did. He knows he's there. Does he take the shots? He does. Shinez is down, and that means it's a 2v2. The Wolves now understand, excuse me, what is
I
happening.
think they're showing great understanding of how to exactly what Chimera are going for.
Oh,
It's so painful. Chimera could have walked this one into A, but instead they put themselves in the jaws of the strongest performer on the Wolves. Andu with the 3k. He understands the assignment. He deletes Chimera.
he does. And that pretty much brings it back to the top of the round for the Wolves once more. It's gonna be another 10-2 potentially here. Chimera is in their final death throes. And on round 12, at least they have a full buy. They have a full set of utility. They've basically calculated for this and hoping now that it works out. They're going to do a bit of a mid-execution. The plan is nice to begin, but they still lose a player. And Blue-White, accurate as ever.
Oh, lovely nade work, but yeah, I mean, this is the moment where we see if Chimera can pull themselves back from the brink. The half is almost over. Blue-White gets dropped. Zender has been stepping up. Second most kills on the squad now. We're going to be seeing another B site fight. This time, Chimera have much better position.
Bilani. Does he go out? Yeah, he does. He spots the player and Zender loses the duel. And it's going to be Bilani for a secondary as well. That is insane. Chimera just absolutely blown here out of the water again. It's the end of the line. This is 10-2 once more, and it seems like Mirage history likes to repeat itself. No matter what we think that they've prepared for, no matter how good it looks at the beginning, it seems that the end is always the same. And Chimera once again defeated here almost already, before we end the first half.
Admittedly, it was massively bold to try and bring for this to be the Chimera's map pick. The map that they got most thoroughly dismantled on last time these two teams faced each other. To go back here again, it was honestly a lot of a slap in the face to the Wolves to say, you know what, we think we can beat you now on this map, but we're actually over. We're even set up for the position where it's not impossible that Chimera could take the same level of beating, if not worse, here on Mirage than they did before.
That is, unfortunately, very much the reality we could be seeing. And what I can measure here, Chimera has effectively already lost the mental game, right? Because Counter-Strike is not only about the numbers and the guns, or rather the economy, but it's also about the two psychological factors of both teams, kind of implementing on one and the other. And I'm feeling like the Wolves are a little bit too powerful in that department here to let Chimera even for an inch. Closer. Let's see. This is going to be an A attempt, obviously. We see the Wolves through con. They take A control. This should be an easy afterplant, but the USPs at range are deadly.
Yeah, Chimera giving ground. Looks like they're going to try and flip sides. It's 1-for-1 so far as he busts out onto the site. Wolves have got the lead. Shine, last one standing, and what would have been one of the last hopes for Chimera here to win the pistol round and start coming back in has also gone. 2-11. This series seems to be headed for a speedy conclusion.
It does. Unfortunately, it does. The Wolves hunt in a pack, and they seem to be able to apply that pack mentality as Chimera is being caught one by one. The individuals losing their duels without refrags, and that pretty much costs them rounds after rounds after rounds. And a full eco, of course, they are like... I respect the resilience here. They at the end, it's still the right call. You're like, okay, I go for the rifles, and I hope I make it into overtime. And tapeware will be cleared. That's a clear signal. It's an A stack. The Wolves are, well, obviously going to play on contact, and that's it. That's 12. Last round coming up for Chimera, perhaps in the CCT tourney of Series 18.
I mean, honestly, this is what I wanted to see from the Wolves. As we were talking about before, the journey for the Wolves to climb back out of this 0-2 pit they find themselves in begins in this series, and they need to be a whole different class of team than what Chimera are able to put out. What we're seeing here on Mirage gives me a much greater level of hope that we might see the Wolves coming back and actually fighting to a potential playoff spot.
Well, we're right where we left off before we began the series, thinking that it could be a repeat. And yes, you said Wolves will this time be closer and closer towards those playoffs, at least one game closer, as Andu clears it out. It is just too good to be true here, and there's nothing that Chimera can do. Their CT side is effectively gone. Not a single casualty so far. Mikus finds Andu, but I think his days are numbered as he literally eats the molly. It is going to be the Wolves, the ones that spew fire, that bring down Chimera and level up into round number 4 next, where they will fight for survival again, but not yet out.
Well, yeah, and as it turns out, 13-3 last time, 13-2 this time. It's not just Chimera who've grown stronger, but the Wolves themselves. And honestly, I think we're starting to see there on Mirage a team which is showing that, yeah, they're extremely disciplined. They know the map like the back of their hands. And I think, you know, as a team portfolio, building out this map as a place where they should be feared.
Yeah, it begins to be a pattern, and the Wolves, if they make themselves known by getting into the playoffs, there's definitely going to be more preparation next time from the teams they face. But that is it for them as they conclude the series of elimination. They go into round 4, as we said. For Chimera, it's the end of the journey. They are now out of the tournament, which means we've already got 2 out. It's Chimera and Alaska.
Yes, and we saw it happen ourselves, but fortunately for the rest of today to come, our teams will be safe from elimination. Moving forward from here, GCC versus Rushby and 500 versus BC Game. They're all starting at 1600 CET for the rest of today. Those will be our teams which are kind of more towards the middle of the table. You can see there's an awful lot of teams right now over with a 1-1 record.
Yeah, there are, and those teams have a lot of games ahead of them, and we'll see how they play out. As before we finish the day, of course, we still have 2 more games ahead of us, as you were also mentioning. Some of them we'll be seeing right today within, let me just double check real fast, I believe within 2 hours, or an hour and 40 minutes at 4 o'clock Central European Time. It's going to be GTZ versus Rush B up next. Counterfeit, I thank you very much for your time. I enjoyed casting with you. I hope we get to do this more often, man. This was fun.
Oh, absolutely. Please, of course, general friends, be welcoming of Tiddler and Mark, who will be coming in to cover the other 2 series a day. But for now, we've had a lot of fun here today. We've said goodbye to a couple of teams. Hopefully, we'll get the chance to see some fantastic CS the rest of the day to come. Thank you to our observers and our production team as well for the stream so far. We'll catch you guys down the line again in a couple of hours' time.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Good evening and welcome back to CCT Europe, series number 18. My name is Get the Bag Mark. I'm here with Tiddler today for our final two matches of our 1-1 slots, or our first two matches of our 1-1 slots. We just went through these 0-2 games. It was a bit of a slaughter, but Tiddler, we have, honestly, we're pretty lucky. We got two banger best of threes up on the cards. How are you feeling about it, my friend?
I'm feeling very good. It's Valentine's Day, and there's nothing that we love
Yes.
more on CCT than a bit of Counter-Strike 2 best of threes to close it out today. Yeah, I think this is going to be exciting. Of course, GTZ, I don't think they have been all too promising leading up to this game. Rush B has been a little bit iffy, but I think that makes for a very good game today.
Yeah, man. I think that particularly, I'm really excited to see this Portuguese side again. I commented to you that, when I got to see them versus Sinners in Series 17 early on, they had a bit of a lackluster showing. You see how it showed out today. Cybershock, they did finish off Alaska's run in a tournament like this. That was 2-0 over there, and then it wasn't as close against with Copenhagen Wolves this morning. But obviously, with this Rush B lineup, this is my first time seeing them exactly myself in broadcast, and I couldn't be more excited. I've been watching for a long time, and I was even speaking to friend of the show, I'm sure you know him, Why Not FPS, who made sure I was absolutely right on a guy like Kinky, right? Like, obviously, we can, slap back to a name like the Dream Eaters that were absolutely so intimidating, where he obviously shined, but, now is managing up with the kids. That's sort of what it looks like over here. You can see some of our high games we've got planned, which, even more crazy. Fnatic versus Monty in the high match with, a couple of the newer lineups over there is going to be very entertaining.
Yeah, we were talking about as well, 500 versus BC Game. It's been interesting how that had shaped up, but BC Game, I think they've been very promising. They've been having a lot of praise. So, if that game goes ahead, hopefully, we were discussing possibilities because these guys are very busy. But yeah, I'm really excited to see BC Game on the server as well. Looking at the other teams, Ecstatic, Navi Jr., Sashi, and Sinners. We even have Fnatic here grinding out the VRS points. Yeah, I'm really feeling good, and I like how you alluded to Why Not as well. It almost feels like he was always that esports historian in CCT especially. Yeah, I'm just really excited overall, but I think we should focus on the game that we have at hand that's starting shortly, GTZ versus Rush B. Looking at our game right now, you can see Rush B, they're more of them, they're stable mates, I would say, in ECL. I've seen them a couple of times in ECL. Yes. They've actually done some pretty good damage as well. They've been all around the block. They've had an opportunity to play at higher levels sometimes, not tier 1, but still at a higher level than they'd be used to. But it's their lineup: Kinky, Cairo, Executor, Zinni, and Texi. I think the man to watch is Kinky. He's the main man. He's the kind of that veteran here on the Rush B roster. But why don't you take us over on GTZ, because it seems like you've been very excited to cast them.
Yeah, here the boys are back, and I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of how maybe it was a little bit bumpy for them at the start. We've obviously commented in the pregame just to each other how, maybe we were questioning this thing happening. In our opening game, GTZ actually found off against BC Game. BC Game recently did qualify for IEM Dallas. I do believe they were busy playing in that during that particular evening. But then in that second round, the high matches at the 1-0 stage, it was GTZ that unfortunately could not field a roster and were not able to get into that affair, right? 9 got a free win, and then they fell to the 1-1 stage, where now you're going to be able to see them for the very first time. And it's all the way starts with the guy. You see it with Snappy. This is a dude that has been with this thing, has been playing off and on since 2018, and can, kind of rock this thing right back and forth with a lot of different names. Has worn, a number of these jerseys, within the Portuguese space. Along a guy like Rafix for a while. So it's interesting linking up with some of the young guns.
Yeah, and along with all the Saw fiasco, if they do decide to stay Portuguese, they have a few options here as well. It will be exciting. But let's take a look at our veto, of course. I think based on the statistics alone, it should be pretty obvious how the veto is going to unfold. We're not going to see Train. We're not going to see Mirage. We're not going to see Dust 2. Those are maps that... It's weird enough. Like, GTZ, well, to be fair, they do play Mirage a very little bit. They just don't have that many HLTV reps. But Mirage Train and Dust 2 should be out of the window immediately. Dust 2 and Train out the window, like I said. I really want to cast Train. I haven't had the opportunity to cast Train yet in CS2, which is unfortunate.
Oh,
and
man.
Nuke is pretty obvious coming in for Rush B. And Inferno should be out from GTZ based on the percentages. Like, these teams are just going for their most comfortable map. And based on what's left, like I said, Mirage isn't too good. They don't play it. It should be Ancient. It's the best map that's left over for both these sides, unless they want to throw a few curveballs in.
And I gotta just come in. It's Anubis that splits off here at the end, which is a little bit more flavorful of a veto than, honestly, I may have expected on the back end, as you pointed out. That's pretty spicy there. But, you know, beginning kind of, you know, friend end of Nuke and Inferno, you at least know that you're going to get a very tasteful series in that sort of aspect. But Rush B going ahead, you know, and reaching onto a Nuke, I think, as you commented in ESL Challenger League, also, you know, measured success. I've had, you know, measured success with that one historically. I think last season we're particularly strong at converting that, obviously very early on. And what you got going, gosh, in season 49, I'm correct. Yes, absolutely. But you're reaching into the beginning of a series like this, obviously want to be able to kind of, you don't know what type of GTZ you're going to be seeing waltz into a series like this, kind of based off of what I've described as, you know, kind of a unique beginning of the tournament. Either way, you see Rush B getting into this. They've had quite a grind to get here, but it certainly paid off.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a huge grind, but I will say, though, I think this series does hinge a little bit more on GTZ than it does on Rush B. GTZ, I think they're just a little bit more of an unknown quantity in the sense that they haven't really been that consistent, while Rush B, they play so much Counter-Strike within the regional area, within CIS, within ESL Challenger League. Mind you, ESL Challenger League, people, I think, don't realize a lot. I think because the system has changed so many times, it's now, once again, a direct qualifier to ESL Pro League. So the fact that Rush B are able to compete decently against kind of the upper echelons of Tier 2, Tier 3, and they continuously get results all the time, makes me feel a little bit more confident in Rush B's abilities. Their grind has just been a lot more. But what I will say is GTZ have a quite high percent win rate, right? 63.6%. Right. But the thing is, when they're playing, it seems like it's like a streak of 2 wins and then 2 losses, 2 wins and 2 losses. And I will say a lot of their wins is kind of stat padded by the fact that they're playing regional lands in Portugal. And when I mean regional lands, it's not like we're seeing SAW. We're not seeing, you know, Portuguese, Iberian teams. We're seeing, to be fair, we did see Koi, and they won 3-0, which is a very good result.
Love that.
Other than that, it's just been the same sort of old RTP arena events that's on national TV. Sure, it's good. Sure, it's LAN. But at the same time, what are the results looking like within CCT, within Yala Compass, within Europe? And it hasn't been that good. But now we're live into the game. It's Nuke. It's a very communication heavy map. So seeing how Rush B do on that T side surely should be the litmus test on how they perform on this first map.
100%. And I will comment, right? I wonder if that's a bit of the game. I was telling you a bit of my experience with a lot of these old fans. I can ask you that, like, NRG have won and not really played to like crazy competition. And both times when like, I interviewed Hex after, it's all about the air. That's the reality of this. Obviously, started this off early. You face off outside, and you know what a shooting gallery you face off against. Easy traded out here towards the start of this. So you sit at a 4v4. The rest of the squad sits behind red. You currently have something developing through trophy.
Oh. Yeah, wrapping back in towards the lobby side, but we have aggression coming in from GTZ. Yeah, it's really damn active, and the dualies looking good from this position. Nopesh could come in from the ramp side, and that pressure just causes Executor to fall to a crisp, and Snappy is absolutely destroying with the dualies, and it's with Linko in the end. A nice one tap, and that is an active piss around from GTZ, and they lay down the law.
Love to see them, I mean, stand up that strongly. Of course, you have to know that, you know, these late time nukes have not been so entirely CT-sided. I mean, what do you want to kind of put it on today, right? The MR12 or how that affects over into the economy here. Getting a dominant start to the, kind of beginning of to even your tournament, right? I guess is something to speak to now that you're getting into this, but it's a couple of Deagles to show up by Rush B. Obviously, they've had a number of decent results already, and I mean, I even went through a couple of their tournament runs that they've had recently. Kind of stuffed those away because I think Snappy's about to do the same thing, about to farm with the ANS all the way out, read this outside. I mean, you know what he's trying to do.
Yeah, you do. It's a strength in numbers game when it's an eco, but up against A1S, the silencer makes it hard to locate the first player immediately, and yeah, as we expected, multi-frags to come through. MS should be good here, and even if he goes...
what a
no,
menace.
No. It's not looking good, because, when those first few kills
crazy.
come in, it just builds confidence, and that caused them to aggress. But, yeah, pretty relaxed now. These pistols just looking for GTZ to over-aggress, but it seems like GTZ are staying put.
This is just crazy.
I'm waiting.
He may get this. There's literally this hut player right above him. I digress. Rafix goes all the way outside for it. He's just about to scramble this thing up. There's the bomb dropped. Snappy goes ahead and just collects that eco he's worked so hard for. No! Talk about work so hard for it. Unfortunately, you don't pull it through. GTZ, though, they're perfect off that rip. Don't drop a body and get to cash away some in the bank.
Yeah, solid enough start from GTZ. They get that economy rolling. They dropped one player, I believe, in the first round, and then pretty flawless in that second one as well. Basically just a bonus going to this third round. Rush B, of course, they have arguably the better buy, but GTZ, momentum behind them. I think their setup is pretty good so far. The protocols have shown to be strong. Like I said, communication-heavy map is Nuke. So just to see that communication flowing, them building confidence early on, that's exactly what you want to see on your opponent's map pick.
Got these rifles up finally. Texi leads out into a diagonal spread with a couple of these nades. We'll see if they actually use them how they're intended. Looks like GTZ wants to immediately disrupt this. Take these fights, and they see no immediate kind of slink down below. So you got to know what's going to be here on the board. And these M4s already, you bought it up in that second round so they could just get wormed to begin. You got to refresh these smokes, but how does that plug the holes of the last bodies at this point, the numbers? You even have a player staffed up in secret. I don't even think this player's made contact yet.
Yeah, he hasn't. That's what makes it so simple. There's a difference between, clearing your angles and knowing that someone's there, right? It's kind of like half-arsed at that point. You see the crosshairs there, but the reaction time is just not ready for it. GTZ are looking so good right now. Flawless. So far it looks. Well, first kill is there, but the trade has to come through out here from the CT side. Look at the heaven position, but I don't think he's in a good position. Executor could definitely get the second kill here. He's playing patient. He's not aggressing too far forward. He knows that there's a crossfire there, but the CT side, they're definitely aware, and there's a player coming from behind that's ready to start pouncing. Linko should be able to get this kill, and there it is. That's going to be both kills coming in, and that's beautiful. Brilliant patience. Patience is a virtue, and it pays off there for GTZ.
Yeah, I don't know that I could have pictured GTZ, not only obviously 3-0 isn't too off the margin, but again, right, you stay very within the stance there. I mean, check out the bank accounts, check out the death counts of a couple of these players. It's literally only MS that's been killed so far on GTZ, which is a little ridiculous. I wouldn't expect that to carry on for much longer, but, you start to add this up slightly at the beginning of this game. That's something that can, a dangerous lead like that to start the dominance can definitely be intimidating off the rip, but Rush B on these nukes, they're not going to be letting anything up so for free. You very much are lucky that this player didn't take the full 100, has the entire belt for this ramp hit. Flash right in, and Nope is just going to get that first off the AK. A little bit rough. Got the backup on the margins. It just sprays down a couple more. And again, 5 alive for GTZ as they roll for a 4-0.
You got to call a timeout here, I would say. It's early doors. We know how brutal MR12 can be. It's such a wide spectrum, but I feel like it comes down to this, right? MR12, you have the benefit of winning maps really, really quickly, but at the same time, you can come back really, really quickly. I feel like a timeout needs to come out for Rush B if they don't get something on the board, because these 4 rounds have been brutal. They've been basically flawless. We're looking now here, just the outside plays. They've just boded so well for GTZ. Lobby control really hasn't been taken by Rush B whatsoever. Not even Secret. It feels like GTZ have everything on lockdown.
I mean, you look at a guy like Texie, Zinni, like, yet to even, like, start the game, it feels like, individually. Fortunately, literally sitting with the goose egg, but, I mean, they could be on 1 or 2 frags. That statement can still be true. Snappy with a bed of kills at his disposal, and he lays him to sleep. Rafix gets that hint in to start at the end. Executor and Texie, the duo that goes back a very long way. They've actually got 2 kills back-to-back. They may save the day, at least for now, slightly, but MS is right on the prowl.
It's unrelenting pressure. That's absolutely beautiful. Rush B, they thought they could move back. Of course, with a bit of caution, but still, GTZ just piling the pressure onto them. A flash out, getting that kill, drops things down to a 1-on-3. Rafax is pretty low, so that makes things a little bit easier, but taps away, gets a bit of damage. More utility dropping over. A nade chips away at Executor. But the positions here, so good for the double swing, so good for the trade, but time is starting to tick away. Sure, he has the bomb in his back, but how is he going to get onto this damn site? GTZ are not letting up. That incendiary or that Molotov isn't going to do anything at all. And maybe MS has spotted him out in the jiggle peak. What's the call here for Executor?
Yeah, you might just be laying this one to the waist, or are you expecting the man up top? Rather, the latter option. And GTZ, they fight for it. It's bloody in the end. They convert this thing, and yet to get this full back through Rush B. I gotta say that it's damning. There's your timeout. Finally, they've come to your response, and I gotta say, I wish it did come a little earlier.
Yeah, but now I think here it's just a switch up here. Just to switch up how they're playing a little bit. Just kind of reflect on how the last 5 rounds have went. And I feel like it is pretty obvious, like, what they're doing wrong. It feels like they just can't cope with the pressure that GTZ are putting on as well. So maybe some more relaxed plays, just focusing on default, securing that control. First thing in the round. Oh, we have a technical pause as well.
Womp womp.
That's interesting. And I was gonna say
Something's
the eco round.
Be wrong.
I was gonna say the eco round would have served as another pause, but it seems like we have a bit of an extended pause. Hopefully this gets solved. But we just got word from our producer. We'll be back live.
All good to go. And I will comment that we do have an update from our other tournament that we have going on. European Series 17. You got playoffs cracking off that right now. You got a cool broadcast going on over there too. Not that you should stop watching this one, of course. Eklot, unfortunately, did fall to 500 in rather damning fashion. It was rather clean from the Bulgarian squad. It was a 13-7 and then a 13-6 2-0 out for 500. As I mean, now they have a little bit of time before their second match, rather a couple hours. And these fellas are rushing quickly outside, right? They blew these smokes before to get information. Now they see a couple of these bodies down below. It's still Zinni. He's there right before you, and he's already converted that kill. So Rush B, a man up right at the start of this thing for the first time, and now they are 2 lives up. Call it 3.
That's beautiful. That's fighting fire with fire by definition, by the dictionary. You see how in the previous rounds, GTZ, they were spamming those smokes, blowing open them smokes, getting kills. But Rush B, what they decided to do was they didn't linger, they didn't stay at red. They decided to full push Secret, throw flashes, so GTZ just can't get any accurate spray going through the smoke, and it boded well. They got forward faster than what GTZ could imagine, and there it is, the first round on the board for the T side, and it all came through from that timeout. It really did. And now, I think the goal here is to just, you know, apply some more pressure, get a few more rounds on the board, but Rafak should be able to get some of these kills, yeah. Problem with this position is he's pretty much known, but he's pretty far away from all the action. So there you have it. It's a Rush B round.
Not that we should come to expect them to be popping outside with the Tech 9, shoving it down Secret, and then converting rounds off of the timing frags met, but the tenacious couple of kills that you see from Zinni, right? The conversions to crack down on Rush B, right? This looks like a Kinky-led squad that they do have out here. You're through 6, and it's one that they've gotten to their side. Perhaps it does take one to try and turn this over. We'll see if they can maybe answer with a little bit more speed in this next one. Linko tries to take this opening fight. It looks like Rush B are postured to immediately slam this thing down on A. Here goes that pop. And you have an immediate entry onto this player, Linko, at triple. It's clean onto backside as well. And I don't think you're going to be answering this since there's something about Snappy and opening these smokes. He's got 2 off the back of this, and there would be no other way they'd be able to have a chance back in.
Nade, good, chips away half the HP, but that nade is also pretty good, but I think it should have done more than what it did. But Snappy from this position, I think he is the point man in this situation. Can he garner a few kills that go untraded? 2 of these players are low HP. Nopej is down, and it's just down to these 2. Rafax with an AWP. Sure, they have money, but it's pretty much a lost round. He's just gonna have to save.
Oh my god. Snappy is 12-2. The IGL, the other team, doesn't even have a kill. Not to be that guy. I totally am, though. It's a little unfortunate. The Rush B, they place back-to-back, right? And can Snappy say that he's beaten Zaiwu in a best-of-1 on lane?
Oh, you got to check the air quality, man. You got to check the air quality. I think that's the first thing you should do, man.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that was just insane from Snappy. I think that round could have easily been all 5 alive or 4 or 5 alive out from Rush B, but Snappy just had to make it interesting by getting a few kills from the main side. They'll call a timeout here. Hopefully they get the same sort of comeback that Rush B had from their timeout, but I feel it's a little less concerning from GTZ. I think in the first 5 rounds of the game, GTZ were winning the rounds with no resistance whatsoever. There at least has been some resistance in the 2 rounds that Rush B had won. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this one plays out. It's looking interesting. If it continues on like this, we could have a very, very sort of climactic ending to this first half.
And I will say that, even memes aside, and the result that I am speaking about, I didn't even know this, dude. Kinky absolutely farmed Vitality. He had like a 1.52 rating. Yeah, it was crazy. Absolutely blew him to bits. Quickly outside again and right past red. This time you don't get information, but that's just onto one player, right? And look who's down below. It's Snappy that is going to meet you right here. You have this little bit of ground control over towards Secret. Not going to be using it for very long. About time you pop through these smokes and try and force it onto A. Rush B have looked dynamic in these last 3 right here. I don't think you're going to be letting anybody get away, at least not with the AWP. That's a good find by Zenny outside.
Yeah, it seems like GTZ and Rush B have reversed roles completely. It seems like GTZ can't get any of the map control. Rush B are just rushing into wherever they want to go, and they're getting kills wherever they go as well. So now that could pose to be an issue for GTZ, right? Because,
oh man,
oh, mind you, that's a nice shot. But yeah, like I said, it could pose an issue for GTZ because Rush B have overcome that hurdle of not being able to win rounds because of a lack of map control. GTZ are still working it out, and I think it's kind of a good thing that Rush B have been able to overcome that hurdle, because now they can finish off the rest of this T-half knowing what they could possibly do to kind of overcome this GTZ pressure, whilst GTZ have not been able to do it yet.
You're starting to see this thing get cooked a little bit quicker, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a feature of, this brand new MR12 we have. Oh, man. The comebacks are quicker. You can destroy the economy. Obviously, a lot faster here. It's been a little comically clean, right, for GTZ at the beginning of this. So I think that the fact that Rush B are cleaning up and, kind of just solacing a lot of these rounds without, players saving out is definitely very, very valuable. But awfully intimidating still with kind of the teeth here to try and shove back. Graphics with that op. It's going to be a lone towards ramp. And Rush B, they've been, pretty good around a couple of these smokes outside, back to what you would call these default set. And there's still nothing back outside of it. Been awfully patient these last 2.
It is quite patient, but that's kind of what Rush B are going for. They're trying to switch it up. They've been going fast for the past 3 rounds, and now when they go fall silent, what do GTZ do? But that's where they did find success temporarily at the start of this game. It results in a 1-for-1 trade. No and Snappy looking to piece up some of the players on the outside position, and Zinni is down. That goes untraded, but the MP9 player looking to aggress a little bit forward into the main side, get a close range battle, but it's not being given up. Rush B falls silent once again. They go towards lobby, but where do they decide to go from here? That's the question.
What are the options at the disposal with the double flash, the Molotov? Can change with 40 seconds to go. Maybe GTZ getting active.
Oh, no.
Taxi finds an easy one. The MP9 creeps back in. Is Kiro going to be more successful at this range? And looks to be. They got to continue this thing right back out on into the A site. They Molotov off in time. Nope, is just going to be delayed by another second. Something is delaying them. They want to make sure they're hot at the cuss. That Molotov is gone. So now you don't have the security. It would be faded away as of now. Hero is just going to get played with for this one. Awfully got to respond. It didn't come through the vent. It came all the way through secret. Now you're right on time.
Yeah, but still, Executor's position isn't that secure. It's a bit precarious. He's looking at 2 angles at the same time, but he decided to kind of specialize on what angles they're going to look at. Rafax gets the first kill, but now they should know the general whereabouts of Executor. Looking to get the first, now looking for the second. He knows where the second one is. He drops, taps the bomb, but he's not playing this one perfectly. He's playing around the silo. Oh, but this is beautiful. Played this to perfection. An Executor with a 1-on-2. And Rush B, they robbed that round away. That's insane.
You know, maybe it's time a little bit of the luck comes their way. It's met their hard work, I can tell you like that. That's their 4th in a row. They've certainly into muscle out, right? At this point, GCZ is going to be throwing it back into the board. They'll keep about 2K per player if you're everybody but Snappy, who still has kind of been snapped out in these last 3. Wants to try and, you know, cock off in some of the fire that he had so lit at the beginning of a game like this, but I mean, we'll see if we can get that shout. Certainly in the right spot to go, but an empty hand showed by Rush B towards the start of round 10. Now they get to go and try and get this diagonal set up, which Snappy is going to get right in front of. This is such a perfect timing for him to cook on. It's anybody of a flash for this man. He's right on the edge of the smoke and can just get away with one.
Yeah, that's exactly how you counter it. Those outside smokes were popularized by Astralis, and yeah, that's the way they countered it whenever, you know, another team started doing it. And that's a perfect way to get the first kill. Snappy might get a bit over-aggressive here. Yeah, he will fall to Executor. Simply enough. Only pistols out here for GTZ. I don't know why Snappy did aggress a little bit far with the A1S. Wasn't a great position, but Rafax getting the first kill. Now has a rifle. Close range battle here. Kiro letting a few warning shots through. Flash comes out, but Rafax has the protection of the smoke as well. Catching a second player off guard. Immediately traded back by Executor. Wraps back from the lobby into the outside position. Now things are kind of set in stone in a 3-on-2. Problem is, GTZ, they only have pistols on board, no rifles. Linko might be able to grab an M4, but other than that, Rush B, I would say they're still favorites, but it's not all secure just yet.
Yeah, now you kind of got to hit onto the gas regardless of it. Pick your poison. Here you get contact in.
Ooh.
And then you're green to clear both of these positions. Couldn't have expected it to go on this well. Nope is going to have to find an incision to get back in. Going to be signaled towards them as potentially a secret retake was maybe a little bit loud on that way back up. Either way, got to give it an attempt. Go ahead and give it a shot. No kit on the back for to give it a go. But, I mean, look at how safe they're trying to play this back within lobby. Do you get that spotting onto this mini dropping player? Yes, you do. So now halfway to go. How does the Portuguese man do it?
Would get the first, will get the first, but time is gone. Doesn't have a kit. You can see there, more than 30 seconds have gone, but he does get the kill. Does damage to the economy there of the T-side, but he's not going to survive here, surely. Yeah, he's not. So, yeah, not even getting to save the AK, but I will say that is a pretty decent enough round from them, getting all 5 players, but not getting around the round, but I don't think anyone was really expecting to get the round. But look at how it has been. It's been a tale of 2 halves. But we've only played a single half. 5 rounds on the spin by GTZ, and then 5 rounds on the spin by Rush B. And, well, the way it's going, it seems like Rush B are going to be on the upper end of this.
certainly started to turn that up. And it's absolutely hilarious how that absolutely works out, right? And you're even right there for GTZ. But as we pointed out, you certainly lost the heat from Snappy, and it's obviously gone to the other end of the range. Cleared out from Mustang is MS, and Texi good for a second entry, and it's going to have to be a third, but Snappy here for it. Finally answers with the multi himself. They have a little bit of security. Where do they go? They drop down below. Got to get rid of that door in the first place, and now it's going to be clear as, honestly, that's perfect timing. They're going to beat the Heaven Rotate right in.
Here they are. But that bomb plant is going to be into the default position behind the silo. Don't know if that's the best spot, but it seems like it's the most secure spot for them. Bomb starts to tick away, but how are the CT side going to play this? Don't have really any money in the bank account. Saving is definitely a possibility. But I'm going to close this half out. Surely on a bang, they will want to do so. So save is definitely on the cards, but the first kill is there. Never doubt the Portuguese squad. It's down to a 1-on-2. Rafax now, the AWP pre-fires the angle. Awareness, maximum. And Rafax getting the defuse. GTZ, they secure at least a tie at the end of the half.
Yeah, if not for a tenaciously bold pick like that, almost comes down to the wire for GTZ. They do get that over for a 6th and deny Rush B from not only getting their 6th in a row, but obviously the lead alongside that as Texi, you know, prior to multi-frag right before this, I think would have been the man you wanted in a spot like that, but you can't defend a perfect play, and GTZ know that. Can they stash out this 7th? That is a big question for them. I'm not sure it's going to make a whole lot of difference in a game like this where you're so damn neck and neck, right? I mean, it would be time for Rush B to come up and tie the game if we're, you know, following suit. However, you got a pistol round that's going to be right over the horizon. That's going to be a lot more important to this. Zinni just going so quickly off of it, and he is just going to be smashing Linko to the floor. These 8 entries for this team have just been so ridiculous. No PJ is back in, and he's got that on the Zinni. It's all a ruse because you know it's coming up from Snappy. What a clear.
Yeah, bomb yet to go down. They're still a little bit paranoid about that position. With GTZ, they've gone into cover. Snappy's quite low, and he's going to be filtered out the round immediately. Same thing could be said for Nopej. AWP in the hands of Rafax, though. Multi-frag potential isn't there. He'll have to get a kill and kind of rely on his teammate to get the other. But he can't anymore. Switches to the rifle. Oh, spots him out. Utility in hand. Oh, this is a crazy battle. I thought he'd get the kill. Bomb is more than half ticked at this point. Both the players peeking on through. Rafax on the right-hand angle, but he's so low. And Texi wins it out. We're even Stevens here at the end of the half. Both these teams just cannot be separated. A tale of two halves, but they trade rounds in the end.
Texi does finally get his 1v2. It comes off right against the man that, you know, just put his signature on that 6th round over for the GTZ side. Already a bloodbath of a new game that we have had at this affair. And, you know, you can be, you know, probably satisfied towards the beginning of this response. However, I question, right, if GTZ is still going to be able to hold their water on a nuke T side like this. Not sure you're going to be able to see the same Belta conversion, but, you know, with your individuals, you know, putting out Rafix 13 frag, Snappy on quite a heater, you know, that's going to be hard to bargain with.
Will be indeed. But second pistol round gets ready, and over the past few weeks, I think we've really seen how strong and how important pistol rounds have been in CS2, especially in the Kato final. Again, in the pistol round, we just see pure lobby aggression, but it is a very close battle. But what a shot from Kiro. One bullet's all that's needed. Nopej, though, found himself a bit of a lifeline, and that's going down to the vent side. But Kiro, he's right here, and he absolutely domes him. What a round. 3 kills from Kiro, shuts him down, and Rush B off to a good start here in the second.
You know, a huge first frag that he finds. That second one tap is there for style points in Trophy. But I gotta say, right, when he gets that first kill, I think it was MS dropping down with the Glock. He was there right to get the trade. And GTZ, they're right in with one swap of a gunfight, probably from winning into a pistol round. That's how these things go, right? It's nothing new. However, it is going to feel pain on that side. No bomb plan for it, so you got to stand inside. see exactly what they do throw at this. Obviously, you know, I didn't really feel like there was ever a chance where it was Rush B completely wasting off an eco round, because they didn't even get to get started, right? It was Snappy that was absolutely farming them with an M4 on round 2. Hero, same thing.
Yeah. Seems like he's going to have a bit of a farm up here. Just like Snappy in the last half with the M4 in the outside position, but is a little bit more conservative. Realizes some of these players have done quite a bit of damage here already, but it doesn't matter anyway. They're all falling to pieces. Nopej, the last one here, and he should fall by the wayside in just a few moments, and he will do so. Nothing much more to say about that round. That was just a standard anti-eco. You know, sometimes it can go a little bit sideways, but other than that, that's just how we expected it to go. And now Rush B. Rifles are out here for the T side, and this will be their first test here in round number 15.
To lesser nuke performances in the past. You know, I talked about the series I got to see versus Sinners. They then kind of went back and, you know, won a nice series after that, but we're absolutely back to start with a 13-1 loss versus Fireflux on nuke, right? Like, they have had clear struggles on the T side moving like this, but like, if it's a calling problem, then Snappy should be confident today, right? Like, this is not rocket science for them to fix, but, you know, that's a good place to start. All of a sudden, you have 2 kills into a round like this, and the rotation comes in exactly where it needs to be for Hero. These entries were looking as hot as Rush B's were, but now you've just been reminded of the heat that was coming out of that kitchen.
A lot of heat indeed. It's ramping up here. McKinky from the flank side, doming them. It's sure too hot in the oven here for GTZ as Rafax burns to a crisp, pressured by Texi. And that is a very, you know, good round from Rush B. And it started well off for GTZ, right? You know, they pushed in from main. It seems like main has been getting a lot of love. And yeah, it's just been just really solid past what? How many rounds in a... They've won at least like since it was 5-0, what? It's like 9-1 right now. 9-1 in the last 10 rounds here. It's absolutely crazy.
That is definitely a sight to behold. Don't believe him? Well, there it is, right? You know, considering that they have 9, that's pretty crazy, right? I would say that GTZ, though, I mean, off the stretch, like, I don't know if it's definitely wasn't a T-side problem when they, you know, were upended, you know, literally in the middle of the first half on their defense, right? They've certainly kind of dropped off in some aspects. You can't really criticize the, like, individual performance anymore. They're just right on par with them. And unfortunately, you got to see that smirk kind of get hit from a couple more ends.
Yeah, but things are looking good for Rush B to set themselves up for absolute closure on their own map pick. And that is kind of, I won't say the beauty of MR12, but what MR12 does possess is that these games could be closed off quicker than you'd expect. And Zinni absolutely destroying Nopej, and not a great start to what seems to be a very important round. They forced into this round, firstly, and yeah, losing this round would mean they're down to an eco. And if you just look at how the score would be, it would be 11-6. And with what is essentially an 11-1 streak, it just looks so damn difficult for GTZ at this point. And after what was such a good start from them, it seems to have backfired on them completely. Sprays into the outside position, but not until this upper bomb site hit does come through.
See if it's as successful as how their opponent was striking. Sort of had it in a multi-pronged approach when the previous success was held outside. Quick shift, and oh goodness, Texi is right on spot, mouse jump, and he goes down for it. You still have a bit of a stampede in it. Gun picked up, Kira won't swing upon, but I think is right up on the tail, and as we see around this, should have a free kill and does.
He does. Now, Mac-10 and Galil, not ideal for the job. HB is not great either. Utility is lacking. Snappy in a great position. but isn't able to make use of it whatsoever. Linko's position is known, going to be swung upon by 2 players, and there you have it. Rush B onto double digits. It's looking dire. Money for GTZ is even worse. They could possibly get a buyout here, but it's not ideal. And at this point, you're kind of deciding, do we play for overtime or do we play for the win?
Sheesh. I mean, gotta start somewhere, right? It's not like it hasn't gone their way, right? Like on this nuke at all. But like, let's face the facts. Even when they were trying to get on par, it was a little bit of a sloppy A hit at the attempt that you did have down. Seemingly Rush B are, completely swallowing up the second half, I mean, this may be a different conversation if GTZ did end up getting that. Pistol and conversion on their CT side, and this is where you have to acknowledge that you're just going to have to play up to Rush B standard at this point. They're rotating well, your individual level is very high, and right here with GTZ maybe looking a little bit rough off the cusp, it's going to be a challenge going forward.
It will be very decisive round here for GTZ. As we said, they've gone for the force. Obviously not an ideal buy, but it's more than enough to be able to win around here. We drop him down, rotates onto the B bomb side. The lower bomb side seems to be a complete stronghold indeed, as Kinky acts as a turret. And within the span of 30 seconds, we see 4 players down and out for GTZ. And I don't know how you do this, but Rush B, they've just kind of come back from what has been such a poor start from them, getting domed very cleanly, to winning what has been an 11-1 streak and getting themselves on the verge of victory. Rafax is trying to make things interesting, still not a believer just yet, but he is kind of locked out, and the bomb is onto the B bomb side already, so the man is under a whole heap of pressure. Smokes left and right, the one on the left dissipates. Rush B know that they have no need to challenge any further, so they're just going to sit and wait, and Rafax just play this one out.
Fortunately, kind of dead to rights in a... I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's like Kinky. That's a funny one there. It's interesting spelling, but obviously respect that comes over to a guy like that. Flash right through with 10 seconds left. I mean, now you know what the game is, right? Try and let this man have a lease on life for 10 more seconds. Stay away from a guy like this. Dude, just kill me. That's what he's saying, and he screams. He gets that answer. What even is this response from Texi?
Yeah, just had to do it. But now Rush B, they'll be looking to close this one out. Money in the drains for GTZ. They got Tech 9s, but what they don't have is just momentum. Rounds in general. The last dozen, as we keep alluding to, have been so dire. Up out for Kiro as well. And, yeah, it's not been great. Some of the players here for GTZ, they haven't been fragging out. Mind you, Kinky started off with 1 kill for, like, the past... the first 5 or 6. And wait. What? I was so confused. I was thinking he might have misthrown his own nade to CT side, but it seemed like it was just a barrage from the T side. And hold up, they've been able to find something here in Eco, possibly. This can't be happening, Mark.
I'll just acknowledge that and enjoy the simpler things in life. That the simple beauty of a triple nade is just something that I think is absolutely wonderful. You get this down here, the rotation back in from ramp with Hero on the investigation, gets the contact in, easy readjustment for it. At this point, Rush B, based off of this posture that their ramp player is showing, is not committed to the idea here with what's left in their bank accounts. Do they give GTZ a little room to breathe? The answer is yes, right here. Maybe the leg seen going right up into the vent, but Kinky around the corner, unfortunately, loses hands onto the AK. Oh no! Dude, what are these AGs? And he's going right for him! Respect.
What is this? Oh, he might die to the op. Oh, he's not going to walk into it. But yeah, that was a crazy round that had just panned out there. GTZ in the depths of kind of despair at that point, being at the end of their tether with just Tech 9s, have been able to pull through. Out of all the rounds, they pulled through in that one. And there were some rounds where they got the eco, or rather the entry frags rather, and they just haven't been able to convert. But they pulled that one through. AW in Rafax's hands. They can build up a bit of bank here. Maybe that was the catalyst that they needed in order to get themselves back online. But I don't know. Rush B still showing kind of highlights and some highlights of them still being sharp on the server.
Zinni up to no good. Oh, right through the door smoke. What a criminal. You know, we're about to see Cirque after this. I guess there are other NA traces left of the server. Do you know an NA player was the first guy to walk through a smoke and kill someone in the history?
There's probably so many at this point.
Shout out Cheese Stew. I was telling you about how I got to see that.
Yeah, I know.
Stew,
Smoke criminal, but it feels like they've all followed this track at this point, man. I can't tell anymore.
Dude, Snappy is the real smoke criminal in a game like this with what we've seen. But I could use a little bit of action, the magic like that at this point. But oh, he's one of these. He's one of these. He's got like the phase craft on the red line. Okay, we see you. Not sure if I like love that or hate it.
I don't know. Their jersey is red and black, and they've never qualified to a major. That's probably the closest thing, but he surfs down. Reminds me of Stewie 2K, matter of fact, as we were speaking of him. He's done that play. It's a pretty famous clip, but doesn't bode well for him in that one. Texi waiting, looks left, looks right, as if he's trying to cross the road, but he gets 2 kills for it as well. Rafax alone to deny map point here for Rush B, but it's not looking great. Gets the first kill, but there's already a player on his coattails, and he's going to get shot up here. For the second, he's going to find it. A third, possibly? No, switches to the knife, and that will be his demise as he falls by the wayside. Rush B now with 5 map points. 5 chances to close out their map pick.
I swallowed up all hope on a second half like that. Kind of leaking into Arab ways of a GTZ that, you know, I mean, bright side for them, it is a very kind of intriguing Inferno that's going to be right up after this, and especially for a couple of these riflers that, you know, have been awfully involved. Like, I can't say that the hand is too hot right now, but give them a bit of a way to rest, and we'll see how they come up on top. First 2 freshes out of the smoke are not going to bode any information. You do have that link over towards, what is this play? Over towards the top of triple. Kinky almost out with that. Rafix going hunting. Kiro finds his way over to lockers. See how this one goes. Kiro just right back out of the angle. He might be caught and is.
Could be another. There's another one peeking out, but Kiro's not looking at that angle. But this should be a quick kill here for Kinky. That should be the first nail in the coffin, but Rafax says no. Executor looking to double up, and that's surely it if this kill doesn't come through here for Nopesh. Rafax alone with AWP. Not a single thing found, and there it is. Rush B, absolute domination. We thought it was going to be neck and neck. It looked neck and neck at the end of the first half, but man, it was all Rush B for the good majority of that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not a complete life, you know, not completely lifeless, excuse me, out from this GTZ side, but at a point, right, you saw that plug pulled. It's a bit of a grim statement. However, it was this side that, you know, as soon as swallowed up in the first half, there was one sort of lifeline that you know, had in theory with the pistol, but I mean, even as my hypothesis would go to believe, right, I still think that would have been a Rush B game through and through, but I can't say the same about an Inferno. They will find a hit of comfort here, and with those rifles already kind of, you know, toted up on a GTZ side, how do you like their chances, you know, maybe in a second half? I'm not asking the rest of the series, but on this Inferno alone.
Well, I don't know how to feel about it, of course. You know, looking at their previous statistics, a lot of their results are coming in from November, and they're coming in from the IESF World Championships, so they're representing Portugal and rather Rhino in general. And then, yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag. But I will say Rush B, I think this is going to be close. The percentages mean absolutely nothing. Rush B, the 2 maps that they have played, they've won one, they lost one. They've both needed at least all 24 rounds, one going to overtime, one going the full distance. So based on what we are seeing here, based on how much these guys are playing, I think this should be still a very, very close affair. But yeah, that's basically it. That's Inferno. That's gonna be our second map of the day here for our third best of 3. But other than that, we'll head things to a short break. When we're back, we'll bring you guys the action. We'll see you in just a few moments.
welcome back after Rush B absolutely takes a swallowing hold of that nuke, and obviously we got to carry forward in the series in some way forward, right? If it's for GTZ to have a bit of a comfort back into this thing, that it's Inferno we're going to be seeing as their pick in this map too. Tiller, I got to wonder, even after, a setting like that, the way that game is closed out, the back end just being all the way Rush B's and, not even for, that argument there. How are you liking how these individuals are going to be kind of like face skin to a map like this after, maybe sort of feeling that out on the first map?
Inferno is a little bit easier to recover, right? Than Nuke. Nuke is a little bit more complicated. I think we were talking about how Nuke is a communication heavy map. You need to have that communication on point. That's why I think teams who have dominated Nuke in the past have always been teams that have been crazy good. Astralis, ENCE, we're talking 2019, 2020. And yeah, so just for GTZ to come back, I think it was just looking like it was impossible ever since Rush B started to get, nearly basically like 10, 11 rounds basically in a row. But moving on to Inferno, kind of their mindset going into this one, I'm not really too sure, really. Like we said, we were looking at the previous opponents. GTZ's history really is kind of front loaded into the back end of November and December, so that's like 2, 3, 4 months ago at this point now, whilst Rush B have had more recent kind of memories, which have been in much better tournaments as well, in ECL, in CCT series 17 and 18. So I think if you're looking at the percentages alone, you'd say GTZ, but I think if you just do a little bit more deep diving, Rush B should make this one at least pretty close. But I think mentally, GTZ, I think they'll be feeling a lot better. This is their home map. This is where they think they feel that they're more comfortable in. I feel like if there's ever a moment in time where they feel uncomfortable, it's probably in the middle or to the late stages of the map, where if there's a possibility that they start losing or something like that, I think they should come into this map with a clear mind.
Yeah, and I think that sort of back end, kind of opens it up to be a very competitive map, and to have that storyline, sort of wrapped right in where Inferno can, I would like to see this, at least kind of go the distance, even if it does go either way here. I think that's, sort of where we point to for maybe Rush B to, put the cap on a series like this and be able to confidently move on with a bit of a 2-0 kind of in their back pocket. And I gotta say, for GTZ, however, you open up that same point that we were on, before the beginning of the first map, where this is them opening up their tournament, right? And you put a lot of emphasis on that, but in the season that you have of chaotic online Counter-Strike, you're gonna miss some games, but it's a little unique when it's the first two of an event like this. Here it just maybe got obviously one of those forfeits was even a win, right? So it's not all the way terrible, Tiddler, but to have this back end of Inferno, maybe not a better place to bounce back for a team like this.
Yeah, definitely. Like we were saying, Inferno, comfortable for them. So this is definitely their opportunity to just bring themselves back into the fold. But Rush B also, I think it's looking poised for them to take this 1-2-0. Personally, I think this game, like from what I would have been seeing, is that this is either going to be a 2-0 for GTZ or Rush B. I don't really see it going into a map number 3. But I wouldn't be too sad if they prove me wrong, if we do end up seeing this go to a map number 3 of Anubis. And we were talking how much we've been seeing Anubis since the inception of CS2 and its introduction into the fold of Counter-Strike. But here we go, pistol round getting started. The T side going to be held by GTZ, and we're going to see banana action as per usual on Inferno. We're going to see Snappy far forward, the city ready. Flash is good, forces them off the angle into the cubby, taking a bit more damage. Meanwhile, action is happening to the mid side. Where do they go from here? It seems like it's going to be the A side here, Mark.
Hard not to be picking right on it. Texi into position, at least good for the exchange. Kiro back at this site. There are just so many layers to this, it feels, when you can peel back onto this Inferno side. Graphics with a good trade, so they continue to stay neck and neck, right? Fighting blow for blow. This looks to try and change. chase down this player that was just giving you the trouble towards Arch. A smoke like this gives you maybe a window back in, but, you know, the window's open. You can feel the breeze now. You can try and engage back in. That kid is not here, so you've got to be able to clear. And Snappy perched up, you know, player in his back lines. This goes back and forth. Finally, the kill goes back the way in apartments. You close it out onto the bomb site. And right here, GTZ is going to be starting off hot on their map pick, let alone on the T side. This is where they could probably get off to a pretty rampageous start. But, you know, we just saw them get 5 at the beginning of that nuke. We got to see them keep control of it. I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself right now, but it's buyback in for Rush B, at least expectedly so. And it does look to stick on the board just like that. GTZ that could swallow at the beginning of the game with a couple of ingredients that look just like this.
Fiery start, but as you said, you know, you got to keep that flame going. You need to keep the oxygen going as well, and that was that issue that we saw on Nuke. And I think, again, you know, it's just screaming economic changes in CS2, right? You know, 13-7 wasn't an accurate representation of what had happened whatsoever. You know, I would say 3 of those rounds have been granted to them based solely on the fact that they won the pistol round alone. So GTZ, they need to capitalize on that. They've been pretty solid on the pistol rounds, and they've been pretty solid in capitalizing on the economic benefits that they reap out of the pistol round as well. So for them to do that again here would be a massive benefit, considering it's their map pick this time around. Executor, close range angle with 5-7. Smoke is dropped in the T side's faces. They don't decide to push on. They don't know what's creeping, what's lurking across the opposite end of that smoke. They know it is a forest buy, however. Based on how the previous round went, they should be expecting it. They should be playing for it as well. In the left of the clock, move up in towards the mid side. The rotate here for Rush B. They're all concentrated onto that long side. It seems like they're cooking something up. They're expecting something here.
All 4 of these players, all the way towards A, but 3 of them postured on this arch side. Quick adjustment possible. It looks like they're even considering maybe trying to Molotov clearing underneath lane. Obviously, this could present some sort of challenge, but it's actually GTZ that probably are aware of what's going to be into the course now with 25 seconds to go. You look a little bit antsy about it, but, you know, you have to go right here. You have to commit onto the A side, regardless of the pistols that way. You have to be so paranoid about the pit position. 5-7 here constitutes 2 kills. Kinky keeps them within a round like this. Rush B, though, they were just one more frag away from another second of trying to put this thing through, but they're still alive. They're not all the way out. However, their force may be coming to the end of their pay grade.
Yeah, will be, but not without a little bit of damage. Executor gets 1. Hero is taken down. Rifle looking to be retrieved by Executor, but at this point it just doesn't seem possible. So he's just going to hedge his bets and try and save whatever he has. And maybe that rifle, that armor could go a long way, even though it will be a save into the next. That at 10 is going to be brought into the fold. But yeah, overall, a good round from GTC. Again, I'm a little bit skeptical, you know, just because of how they started off on Nuke. But again, this is their map pick. You'd expect them to be a little bit more refined on this one. They have a much better win percentage on this one. Higher sample space as well. So, overall, it's when those rifles come out is when we really start to use the litmus test. But based on how Rush B have played their economy, right, this could easily be a 4-0 start here for GTZ, and possibly 5-0 if they double break.
We got that MAC 10 in the hands of the CT side. Obviously, it's a little bit funny to see, but you may get it to go farm, jumping right into the arms of Linko. You see that dead foe come out on the other side. Not a terrible start for Rush B, but that's a lot of their bite in an eco round like this, where they're just trying to cause a little bit of chaos.
Boost up here could be pretty potent, especially with the smoke being dropped at his feet. However, with the way the bloom is and with the way the position is here, Tile might not be able to get full vision if they do run close to the smoke, but GTZ aren't playing. They aren't biting. They're just gonna poke in prod, play off the clock. But still, this could definitely be a round that Rush B win. They have decent enough positions, but they've decided to gamble onto the B side. So they're essentially saying, right, if we don't win A, then we're kind of screwed here. You can have it. But 40 seconds remaining. GTZ will have to rationalize and push on to one of these bomb sites. Smoke going to be dropped into the library section. Moving up into the bomb site now. Texi is the only one here. Bomb is making his way over. Snappy looking to wrap around. So this is just a pincer maneuver here for Texi that he'll have to try and deal with. Moving up. First headshot found. Now could look for a second. Look how close range the angles are. But he's eliminated. Finally. Bomb is going to go down with 15 seconds to spare. How's the retake going to come through?
It's going to have to come through smoke, that much we know, even if it is attempted. A couple of these 5-7s here can obviously make this thing very competitive. Wrap back towards lane with, honestly, the round win back of their minds. A little bit unwinnable, but, you know, to try and lock them in the cage, go along with the storm. That could be the goal here for Rush B, to try and muscle out a couple of these guns. Just thinking in through the apartments, a little bit peculiar. However, you even do have a set of Kevlar here onto Kinky. We're going to be all backing up right towards it, so give it a physical attempt at the Dozier nade. You throw your body right at that line, and you're coming out alive, at least on one end. MS lives to tell the tale.
Disconnect. Well, so yeah, that was I think a good decision from Rush B, not to just run in wild. Like, it's an eco round anyway that we're taking, so we're not just going to run in blindly like headless chickens, because we know we're going to lose it. They relocated towards the apartment side. It was not like a Doja nade. It was kind of like it. Same idea. They just wanted to damage the players. They knew they were going to be saving towards the pit. They did a lot of damage. Only one player stayed alive. It was an eco. But here's the first real test mark. It's AWP's out. Rifle on the rest of the players. I'm excited to see how this one pulls through. We've seen plenty of times what Kiro's been able to do. He hasn't had a very loud start. And, well, it seems like it's more GTZ. Snappy jumping over, getting a bit of a vision. And a headshot immediately removing Zinni out the round and staying killless so far. But Executor, oh my goodness. Could possibly get something here if they're caught off guard, but
he has so much utility, though.
I don't want him to die with this much utility. He needs to use it before he gets trounced upon. Has the support of the AWP player. Watching the cross.
Ooh.
MS there, but he is blinded, but Snappy does get the kill, and the player coming in from the Rune side can't do much. Has an AWP and is in Rune, so he'll just have to back up and play with his team.
Yeah, I definitely could knock on a bit of a banana play, but I can't hate too much when I feel like that was a pretty nice attempt, at least as an individual, you know, to hold that down. You have that utility back in hand, and the rest of Rush B will, you know, not only be able to hold on to either of these A1Ss, but a scope alongside it. Either way, right? Like, it's a little bit harder, you know, to get in fully involved with a package like this, right? Where, you know, in a map like Nuke, it seemed like at least, you know, sort of to start on that T side, everybody was involved. Nobody was left out of the conversation at all. Whereas, like, here you have a couple of these A players just going to be Delta, you know, a more terrible card than, you know, they were in the previous. But, you know, obviously they got brought it a bunch of times with the pistols. Here with the rifles, they don't get so lucky.
No, they don't. That's not, it's just, I will say GTZ just are proving to be a little bit too good on the entry frags. And I think that's a little bit better than what we saw in Nuke. It seems like their pressure overwhelmed Rush B, but it seemed like Rush B just needed a little bit of time to just recover. Meanwhile, here on Inferno, I think, you know, with GTZ getting the opening picks early on, I think that is a kind of winning factor that is a little bit more intricate. It's not as superficial as just a bit of pressure that can be overcome. Of course, overcoming that pressure can be difficult, but I feel like it's a lot easier than cracking the code into being able to shut down these entry frags. Of course, and it's on their T side as well, so there's definitely some sort of set plays, some set plans that are in. And they've taken the control of apartments. Rush B staying in their default position, staying put, but someone who isn't staying put right now is Executor. He's all the way on the top of Banana. He's used that smoke to his advantage. But once again, as soon as he doesn't find anything, just has to back away. And it feels like GTZ, that's where they've been able to get the entry frags, as soon as they are starting to back off.
You know, in this mid-round, you don't see an entire, you know, basket of map control even fought for back. Hero obviously holding on to all of this. You do see even a spray back into bracket, so You didn't even need to really get through that smoke to get the frag on a either way. Chasing down the scope, chasing down the timing. They are trying to find this thing as right as it can be. Molotov back for it. Doesn't cut off every single angle in the book. You're definitely going to have to be careful of it. Rafex does get this bomb down. But GTZ now on the clock. How do they defend this bomb?
That is the question. Oh my god.
No.
No. No, that can't be happening. And that does throw a bit of a spanner in the works now here. It was
100%.
5-on-3, and now that's a 4-on-3. Bomb is more than a third ticked. So there's 15 to 20 seconds left, if not, and Nopej is getting the kills, and that's the round done. Surely. How are you going to get the defusal on here? Snappy's playing this to perfection. Just playing the time.
Wait, where's the kit?
There's no time. There just simply is no time. It's done. GTZ, that's an absolute robbery of round. Well, I don't want to say it's a robbery, but handed to them on a silver platter.
No kidding. Quite literally, like, don't mean to harp too much, right, on mistakes, but they are going to cost you when they are in the most dire of means, right? You, on a 3 versus 5, need to crack in to your first round of Inferno so far, and you know that Rush B could play a lot better in a series like this to go ahead and already in point, but, you know, their struggles on Inferno are clear and obvious. Here, Texi, he puts a lot on the line and only walks away with 30 health for an engagement like that. Obviously sitting a little bit more pretty. Zitty on that same front is now having to go back and forth up to first for it. Executor still around in the bin. Here's an HE thrown right at his feet in this B site. It's going to have to get ready. Look at Rush B standing it up to it on multiple extremities.
5-0 start for GTZ, with Rush B getting a first round on the 6th round. I'm getting a bit of nostalgia here. I'm reminiscing on what was only 30 minutes ago back on Nuke. And
That's not a good time.
yeah, it isn't. But a little bit scared, but this could still be around that GTZ do win. There's 2 players onto the A bomb site. They're a little bit disjointed. They could throw this one sideways if they do get one of the players and then get that bomb down, but you can see they've really set their positions in stone, and it's going to be a difficult nut to crack here. 40 seconds to spare. They'll look to make a move on. They love this long side. Snappy might be able to get a kill here, but the jump spot is good. Molotov onto the position of library. 2 more players on the side. Flashes out just to distract. Decides to push on forward. Over aggression? Maybe, but tapping away? Yes. Gets the kill. 20 seconds to spare. They gotta get that bomb down, and with Snappy on low HP, it's looking so difficult. Rafax, safe position, but is it all that safe when they're pushing forward? First kill found. Digits now looking to be punched in, and it will be punched in. More players to find. Headshot angle, but it's not good enough. Cine gets the headshot, and that's the round here. First here for Rush B.
Yeah, Rush B, again, I'm going to kind of kick them as they, you know, go back up. They probably feel like, you know, they should have been off the runway a whole lot sooner, but they do end up getting that through, and I mean, it isn't even that bad off the cusp, right? You get out with 3 alive. I think there's a lot of potential here to, you know, get that boost back over, rather that, you know, buy back in for Kiro. That's what you're going to see come down. Executor's going to need one as well, and, you know, there it's dropped here with, you know, a team that, you know, you have seen, like, peer up into an op once. I think with the game they're looking to play, especially with how, I mean, aggressive Executor is, not even been shy to be at the bottom of Banana. Honestly, I don't hate kind of rocking with the 5 rifles. You obviously cannot afford the op at this point, but this actually may benefit them a little bit more.
It might, but Rafax, speaking of the big green, menacing with it. High chance for a kill there. Nade does quite a bit of damage on 2 players. Not that substantial, but enough to talk about it. Texi spots out Linko immediately after getting that kill, backs away. More players from where that came, though. There's 2 players pushing up onto the mid side. Snappy jiggle peeking. Gonna have to back off the angle, but again, you see Banana just been taken full control of by Rush B. It cuts off that area of the map here for GTZ. So Rush B can focus a little bit more onto the A side, but support does come over, wrapping around. Executor will do so, but with a minute to spare, GTZ will decide to go towards that A bomb site. Snappy once again doing his bit into the long side, just to stretch out, elongate that defense. Shooting the nade over. But still, Rush B side are still looking quite strong in the defense. I think they're backing off to throw some utility or go towards C maybe.
Crazy.
Oh, but there it is. That's the breakthrough. They heard them
You
retreat.
needed that kill.
Yeah, you did. And now
100%.
that makes it different. How are they gonna? They don't know if it's A or B, right? Because they now have someone to cut
What?
off the rotate. They
Moto
now have
smoke
someone to cut off.
coming?
Maybe.
What?
Oh my
And
God.
Kira right
No,
here?
no.
What is even happening? Let's do. How has to just hold the ball down, and Kiro with the triple. How has this gone wrong all the way? GTZ are gonna be head in hands, back and forth, and then with the wand that waves out from Boiler, it's Rush B that just ruined your chances. That was ridiculous. That was so ridiculous. It even started like with the silly shenanigans of shooting over the dates, right? I mean, that stuff happens. It's funny we catch it on camera, but I mean, you go all the way back down the middle, like somebody's saying, "Hey, come B," and then it's like, why are you? I saw them throw that like moto smoke from bottom middle. We may not be live at the moment, or I mean, you could have a bit of a French timeout happening with some of the clocks, but what a round of CS of all time, Tiddler.
Might just be. I didn't know what to say because Snappy got that kill. That basically cut off the B side rotate, right? And I thought they were just gonna push A, in which they did. But Kiro just posted up, man. You couldn't write a script better than that. But anyways, new rounds. The Glocks should be a quick cleanup here. Cleanup crew in duty. But yeah, they should just all run into their deaths unless they're some divine intervention that wants to tell us something else. Well, Kiro pulls out an angle, support from the rifle, missed the shot, but now the rifle is looking to farm up here. AWP looking to come through. Oh, he decides to fight fire with fire. That's a bit costly, but it will save the AWP, and yeah, easy job there for the CTs.
Not gonna be this guy, but GTZ wins 5 rounds. Rush B have 3 in a row themselves.
Oh, no.
What are we doing here, guys? Come on. You didn't pick up the second packet, yo. You gotta get this one. We're on map 2. You're still following script 1.
Oh my God. It's just crazy how things are, man. Sometimes you just can't believe it. But maybe we have some more here. Snappy peeking through, burning away in the Molotov, and he does stay alive. Start from him. Zinni gonna have to back off there. They're getting an opener. Not needing to do much there. But they're gonna go back to the A site. But to be fair to GTZ, right? Even though they started 5-0 and we're talking about how it was the exact same on Nuke, these rounds are a lot closer than it was on Nuke.
100%.
Yeah, like I think Heroes 3K in that crazy round, kind of describes it. We literally were in limbo. We didn't know exactly who was going to be winning out that round, and this could easily be another one as well. With a minute to spare, just a single player defending the B bomb side. This could be Zinni's day, or it could be GTZ's day to get this out of 6th. And Snappy, this man is damn sharp. Nopej killed onto the mid side, but they're with unrelenting pressure. Maybe a bit too far. Bombs down, and now the retake comes through, and that second kill almost comes in.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to get themselves at least within range as quickly as possible after the 3v3, but the position here by Rathax with the low HP, it's going to be facing in first, but, just showing off for the one-on-one here, kid on both of these backs, but a quick decision that's going to have to be made here, and the Galil's making for him, just going to be probably not attempting this. Up to go. It's sexy, though, so you can just shut that page of the book, a smoke and a flash into CT, and he's serving him up well, but I think just a taste of what will come to tell. It's 6 that go back onto the way of the T side, and I don't think anybody should be getting out of this business, rather just this man himself.
Yeah. Well, break the curse. Get themselves the 6th round on the board. That's good for them. It's the T side as well. But having talked about how little we've really seen GTZ personally, and based on what we do see on HLTV, this has been a very good performance, I will say, from GTZ. Showing some really good knowledge of Inferno, right? You see the timings on some of these entries by Snappy have been like on point, and that's what we love to see. I think that's been the difference between them on Nuke end on Inferno, and that could definitely be a key to victory here in this first map. Nopej is going to get tagged up by the Fire and the Flames. He moves up to the balcony. They know that he's here. They heard it. But it's going to be a flash and smoke combo, it seems, into the mid side, and might be ready for Snappy to snap up entry frag of his own once again.
Flash right through the top middle smoke, and GTZ, an approach that I don't think we've seen this quickly. A flash right off it from Moto. There's two sides of this coin, always. And Texi, he wants to face off of this line up, but can't bring that bullet down. Zinni right where he needs to be. More importantly, right on time. He's got that head turn. Rafix in the 1v2. Again, it's going to have to be a fast response to this. With the flash up, the scope is just drained on his position. But just a perfect maneuver in by Zinni. Rush B, they collect this 4th round, even when they felt they were free falling.
They did. And that's what's been good about Rush B, right? They've been kind of really resilient. They, no matter how much of a streak GTZ do post up, no matter how debilitating of a round they experience, continuously, in my experience, from casting Rush B over the past year or so, since their inception, they've just shown incredible resilience. And never count these guys out when they could be 6, 7, 8 rounds down. And that's just been how they are. They're just not willing to give up. And them getting another round on the board, keeping themselves in the fight up against GTZ is going to be interesting. The timeout has been called by GTZ. It seems like they want to get a little bit more on the board than maybe what they have in this first half.
Yeah, I think they sit there with potentially an opportunity. Obviously, you waltz into this one a little less financially equipped. That's for sure. However, I mean, you know, one thing to focus on, like, I think that Rush B have awfully been, you know, willing to risk that player over towards A. And I think that you do have an anchor player that is willing to play aggressively for Rush B. And while that is sort of a, you know, high reward play style, you obviously see the risk. And, you know, you felt it at this half sort of about. You come in with such a sweet reward in a round like this, and I can even strike that storyline off of the scale right here for GCT. It's going to be a very hard uphill climb, but into the scope, you could get quickly out of it, but Hero is not going to be giving you a chance to breathe.
You won't. And I think that's what they have been doing very well. And this is a brilliant approach from Rush B. You know, keeping their distance, not wanting to get into a firefight really with the pistols. Like, obviously it's inevitable when you get that first kill and you can sense a multi-frag opportunity coming up. But they seem to be playing strong crossfire position. You see they're rational with the decisions. Getting that shot off. Moving back onto a different angle. That's just how you should be playing Counter-Strike. Very, very safe. But GTZ could do some real damage here. They have Deagles as well. They've shown that their aim is enough to compete on the server. But they're going to walk into Kiro's crosshair. Gets tagged up. And again, you can just see he backs off. Playing very smartly. Knows that GTZ just have to push the A bomb side at this point unless they want to run towards B. But they already have 2 players here.
And 30 seconds to go. I guess Nope will just do his due diligence. Like slinking around. Can try and get him with a crack more damage. But, I mean, right, exactly. Perfectly set up for something to try and hint in like this. Here, peeked in from this new box. Can you strangle it out the end? Yeah, no chance out of it. So the Deagle's back in business and maybe has the opportunity to Dragon one.
Don't die after time.
No, he is. And he even accepts his fate. That is humorous for him, the veteran Portuguese player up the route. But I wouldn't like, if that's the reality for GTZ, to sit here and, you know, just lie within this. It looks even more like Nuke now, with Rush B kind of on par to go ahead and win the 12th round and make this thing a tied half.
Yeah, it's just kind of the same thing, right? You know, an equilibrium just found at the end. But
100%.
I think what's different is, you know, in the second half of the last map, we saw that equilibrium immediately shift away. Going to Rush B's favor. It seemed like they had the secret sauce in that one. But moving on to this one, it's not a great buy. Galil's the best thing that's on the server right now for them. Nopej relegated to a Tech 9 due to his economic misery from the previous round. Pushing up the banana side now. I think we should just see something simpler from GTZ. They have lesser weapons. Just use that utility. Just do what they do best. Simple execute is probably what it takes, but the CTs are very, very aggressive. Here's the drop, and it's going to start spraying away. Forces them to move back, but Snappy, look at how unrelenting he is, but ends up falling by the wayside, moving around. They're starting to push. Heichi and Incendiary, perfect timing. And that stops them in their track for another 2 or 3 seconds, but that is more than enough time for the rotate to come through here.
Did you just get like stuck on the floor tile? Either way.
I think so.
Hero back in the business. Even locates the extra smoke that they've stashed up towards car. And how did GTZ reload into a situation back like this? At least almost fully reset right now. 35 seconds to be having this far pronged of an approach when you have to face back in towards apartments, and you know your start time is potentially within 20 seconds is not a great risk, not one that you're willing to take. Either way, they have the setups for these smokes, and you know Texie's literally just going to be teasing them around it, and you are absolutely clothesline with the Tech 9s. Kinky, he's only gotten one here, so we'll look in after that smoke comes down on to Moto right here, rather into Library. A lot more close than I even would have considered.
A lot more close, indeed. But CT is definitely a potential to close this one through. But that bomb is starting to tick away pretty fast as well. All 3 players with kits, no problem. But I'd like to see that smoke and double flash combination come through, and it is used. But GTZ, they're hiding. No incendiaries to force them out of their angle. They're playing a crossbar in the pit section. The head spotted, and that's all he needs, just a single pixel. Time is ticking away. There's 10 seconds left to defuse that bomb, and Rafax could spoil the party, but he won't. The defuse is going to come in here for Executor. And it's even Stevens once again here, Mark, at the end of the first half.
Rushby puts their signature on that. Rafix, goodness me, what an attempt that you do have out from Big Pit there. Perfectly placed, perfectly on time for it. And I think you might have been on bar for something spectacular to happen close, but no cigar to go alongside it. It's a great half that you have coming down into this Inferno, right? Remember the shenanigans that we started, right? Like, it's a good bounce back for Rushby at a point where you know that these guys are going to be absolutely satisfied. Probably did not expect this to go as clean of a nuke. How does he even kill Graphics right there, by the way? Like, such a spray that he has down. A lot of importance. I would rather even put more importance onto an Inferno pistol round rather than the ladder of nuke. And I was wondering why we were looking at those for just quite a moment. I won't complain because there were some damn good highlights. But, I mean, 6 of the last 7. That much is so clear over from the Rushby side.
It is. And it just speaks volumes as well. Like, I think without context, right? You'd be looking and it was like, okay, it's normal. But off the context that we had off the first map, it just looks like a repeat. But like you said, we place heavy importance on this pistol, and I think you're right to think so. We've seen the calls for economic changes and the loss bonus and all that stuff, and although I do agree with them, you know, those changes aren't in. Those changes haven't been even proposed up to Valve yet, so we just got to deal with the cards we're dealt with right now, and we'll just see how this pistol round goes. But well, one thing is for sure, though. These pistol rounds so far in this series have been particularly explosive.
See how it does look to, I mean, cut the bear of close of different snappy spots. A couple of these shoulders. Here a bumping into banana. A little more quiet off the cusp of that, but what if they're going off the flash? They do, and a less check in the car right on time. Daring for Snappy to even dare back out into CT, but I mean, confident in his placement, confident in the setup that is going to be here for GCT, waiting for that ball to drop, that pin to be pulled. He even comes back over to the heavier side of the site. They do have this prong. It's Texie that is still out looking for a lurk. Are they waiting for this? No time for it. They got to go, and they got to clear house. Flash has been set up, and you've got to be able to just find these players first and then in a second. These are the expected fights, and here Nope is just going to be getting out while the prong is still out like a trident. You don't even stick one player. They clear it all the way through, and right here it's Rushby that have an advantage and another pistol.
Sea of misery in this pistol round here for GTZ. No success, but Rafax grabs one back. It's all about confidence. Balinko, his confidence has been shattered by Zinni. Headshotted out of the round. And Rafax, with just his lone kill he found on the flank side, is left alone wondering where on earth his teammates are. And that is a statement from Rush B. And quite literally living true up to the name. Rushing B and getting 3 quick kills. Zinni.
I didn't even realize that.
I know! That's the funnier part. I only just thought of it there. But yeah, Zinni falls. And yeah, as we looked at, very, very good pistol round coming in from the T side.
Right, and there's no like golden investment that you can, you know, immediately drop and say this is where we go, because you know each time it's going to be maybe a little bit more unique. Obviously, it's, you know, beheaded with a couple of these deagles right off the cusp of it. You see Snappy kind of, I think, swap from an MP9 there. I'm not going to like be too nitpicky. I may have preferred that, but it gets a little more util alongside it, right? That's going to be pretty important here. Smoke on each of these bodies, rather. Everybody but Nope is going to be awfully powerful in a round like this, just cycling those.
Push on forward. Executor leading the way. Just going to find whatever you can in the early stages, but GTZ not going to show face early off in this one. CT smoke going to be dropped in, but they're going to back off from that position. That smoke is really just to keep these players towards the B side of things. So rotates don't do come in. The rotates are pretty volatile here for the CTs, of course. They only have pistols, so they're just willing to rotate wherever the action lies. Now they're going to get ready to push on to the A site. Looks like they'll reconvene over towards the bracket and apartment section and probably blitz onto the A site, but seems like they aren't ready to do a full commit. And GTZ are making a difficult time out of this one. They're dropping the smoke in their faces into the apartment side. But again, volatility of the rotates is showing. You hear a bit of action, and already a rotate coming in from Rafax.
Man.
It's just left on to Linko, all in this A side.
That's insane. Maybe a calculated measure. Gonna be awfully disappointed for the numbers you see coming out of a smoke like this, and it makes you say, I think I had the wrong variable there. That does not add up right here. It definitely does for Kinky, though, as, you know, you melt onto the MAC-10. GTZ shouldn't even see into this. They need to go ahead and kind of give it another go, so to speak, with 3 of these, you know, ecoed up kits that they currently have alive, even though you're quite close to Arch, you know, this player bottom middle, and you're just cleared for it. Kiro is a Reaper right now.
He is. And we saw the resurgence he had, really, especially in the second half. And it all started with the pistol with the man in Nuke. He's 14-8 right now. Snappy left alone just to find something. I don't think Kinky will be too bummed if he does lose his MAC-10 here. Doesn't mean he'll be able to reinvest into a better weapon. And that does not mean much, because a MAC-10 on the side of CTs isn't going to be all too great, especially considering he already has a deagle. Looking to get something here, but gets his head blown out the water. But all in all, we conclude that round. Rush B, what we can say now is they're here with vengeance. They're looking to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. I'm not going to say that alarm bells are ringing just yet for GTZ, you know, but Rush B should be expected to take this round. And one more economic break after that, then that's when I will say the sirens start going on.
Something ought to be ringing soon. Couple of those nades up top, as in to the shadows that we had raining through that squeaky door on Nuke. Here the Galil's still going to be hard at work. Even right onto the tail of Snappy, who thought may try and listen in with that second smoke, but is seemingly chased down. Eyes onto both of these players, and maybe just a bit of a gap in order to negotiate in a situation similar to this, but you're backed out.
Just down silent. They're waiting for someone to make a move. Got 4x3 for a second. Got him out of getting that kill, but Taxi would have probably taken him down anyway. Rafax in a pretty potent position, but positions mean nothing when your weapon is absolutely useless. Inko, close range angle, gets that kill, but takes down Kinky and Snappy from the back lines. This gets interesting now, Mark.
There is that spin right off the rifle, and now, unfortunately, falling. I think it's so close, and I mean, I compare it to, you know, a situation like you had in that second half Pistol of Nuke, right? Where you're right where you need to be. It gets so damn close, and then, right, there's one gunfight that sets a domino effect there. Rush B absolutely clear out. They definitely kind of feel that back end from GTZ, but, you know, one clean round could cancel all of that momentum out and could also serve them up 10, right? A two-sided sword.
It's a two-sided sword indeed, and now expecting a fast play out here from Rush B. Aggressive maneuvers into banana side, but it's going to be met by aggression here by the CT side. Snappy! Oh! It's Valentine's Day, but they got a little bit too close there, and oh, they're spraying through the headshot to be found onto Zinni. It's crazy to think that GTZ are going to be winning that one, considering it's Rush B who brought the aggression to the table, and that nade.
Oh, danger close. Oh, no! Oh my god! No. What has happened, Tiddler? Nope has found him. I would call that romantic, but oh, not today. Not on February 14th. It's a little too freaky.
It does indeed.
It's
but
very odd, right?
Yeah, it
Just
does.
Like the team kill they had started this.
It's still going.
Clean on the entries. They deserve the site after that.
They do. But from Rush B being down, and now GTZ being in a 2-on-2 retake situation, up though should look good for this if Kinky does decide to peek, but he's so damn low. Oh my god, he still gets the kill. Now it's just on to Linko. This round, I would say this hinges on the fact from... It will hinge around that HE kill, that team kill. Once again, we had one on Nuke and we had another one here on Inferno. But this time, and both times, matter of fact, it's been the difference maker. Rush B on double digits. But Mark, I still can't believe how that round just panned out.
That was just so crazy. Obviously, you have to acknowledge that. Oh, dude, come on, man. You gotta know that there's 1,000 corners that bounces off of to just never go where you need it to. Some of those items can be a little bit tricky in a banana, and unfortunately right there, landing absolutely right at his feet. That was ridiculous. And either way, like, I mean, Rush B are gonna be, you know, hammering it, even if that is through, right? Like, I think they were very well aware of what could have been happening, but, you know, a favor over from GTZ, they'll never deny.
Well, seems like it was just a lack of communication that last round. Might be an issue here, but nope, Edge getting the first kill, picking up an AK for his troubles. Zinni through, but Snap be able to get that kill, trade forward, and this is much better from GTC. What a recovery, and it's all just on Zinni. He gets the first, peeking through smoke, blocking his vision, but it's a 1-on-3. It's a pretty uphill climb from here.
Feels to be a certain energy in the air for it. Though you're still coming from the same distance that presented you golden opportunity through ridiculous shenanigans in round 16 prior. Maybe even more ridiculous off the cusp here. Zinni, very due diligent. The young Russian player in a 1v3 to try and split this thing down, Tiddler. But, I mean, as we've spoke about how he has taken his time, right? He's certainly done so and hasn't seen a soul yet. Now to try and bend between where they go on the setup. And now Nope's got that from CT and GTZ. They finally got 7.
They got 7. But that's what they were limited to in the previous map. Don't need to get much more than that. Money is still looking alright in the bank accounts of Rush B. Not great. They're going to have to make some concessions. But there's a decent amount of utility. There's a decent amount of firepower. But GTC, all in all, that was a pretty... They have been able to get, you know, well, you know, 2 rounds ago, of course it was hectic. But they made the round close and competitive. It's kind of just how things just ended up unfolding, ended up losing them the round. And in the previous one where they did win, it was really just the aggression. And that was key. Rush B just didn't know how to handle it there and then. looking to bring more to the table here, spraying through, and again, aggression it is. MS, Snappy, shutting down 2 players, and we're off to the races here.
Give him an inch, they take a mile, give him a little bit of momentum, and well, they're going to turn it immediately into another round. At least to start and stand pretty on it. Texting can be a linchpin here through Boiler, but nothing going to be given out for free. Rather, the re-engagement up by Rafix and a hint as to where that scope stays. And you've awfully seen Snappy been so repugnant as to going for this smoke down. You're never getting this trade. Not today. Texi right through this again, up for a clutch, but doesn't have the crossfire to have to work with. But even seemingly less confidence here with the spotting, almost the kill, but certainly dishing the intimidation right now. Bomb should be planted any second. And you do have this looped up from the bottom of Banana. Oh, and he even looks at the nade on the way up.
He accepted defeat there, he did. And yeah, I think that could have definitely been a more crazy round. That clutch definitely was on, but he just didn't have the information whatsoever. He could have easily been a few players wrapped down in different areas, but that was absolutely crazy how that round had panned out again. With GTZ getting another round the board here. Money not looking great here for Rush B. We should be seeing a 9-10 at least scoreline and possibly a 10-10 scoreline in a few moments.
Are you feeling another one? I think it's clear and obvious what's going to happen here.
Clear and obvious. I don't know anymore. I think we've
Rush
seen too
B?
many crazy rounds. We've just seen so many crazy rounds at this point. I don't know.
And we're going into alt, and I'm wrong. This doesn't look too bad, though, right? I don't think we've seen a quick A play out of the pistols, but this can be very, very approachable.
Yeah, they're all concentrated.
Double flash for the hulls pop. With the op on the other side in lane. It's all up to Linko here, and he's got to really be cohesive about this. He looks to be right on target. With 3 bodies behind this, and they are just set up. Rafix knows exactly how to respond to this. Pin is pulled. Rafix has actually got the 2 out of it, and this solid A hold will not fall for anybody.
Won't fall for anybody indeed, and GTZ now, that's a confidence builder, an economy builder, a round builder, as they're only a single run away from tying up things, and weapons, sure, back out for Rush B, but concessions. 3 Galils out just to even make way for a bit of utility is a little bit crazy on this side. And before you know it, GTZ could be able to snap this map away simply just by grasping and taking economic control by the scruff of the neck. We'll see how this pans out though. Rush B, maybe they can bring something to the table, but aggressive maneuvers, Snappy is so low. 7 HP before anything even happens. Surely 1 bullet's all it takes. And that's the first kill found. Maybe a second, but MS gonna stay put. And so will Executor, but he decides to push on forward, takes out the nade, hears him, but backs off with the CT.
All alone. So many times was Executor found in a position similar to this in their CC-sided affairs just moments ago. Here in the second half, back-to-back hits will at least tease towards the tip of this A side. Linko, a lot more active than he previously was, and this time he's got this kill and has not died right out from it. Re-aggression that's into apartments, and you have information here. It's MS that is going to look to kind of respond to this thing aggressively, as Executor knows exactly how to play around this. Right here within his own wheelhouse, of course he's going to be controlling this at every single margin. You can't even get past the line of scrimmage. It's Rush B that give you a little bit of hope. You know, rather than rushing it, they pop B late to this thing, and that's how they find 11.
It's a bit crazy. And I feel like we've reached kind of like a normal game of Counter-Strike. I think we can flush out memories of Map 1 now as things start to settle. Things get closer. Things get a little bit crazier as well, but that's what we love to see. Save coming through from GTZ. 11, like you said, on the board here for Rush B. I'm excited to see how these last rounds play out, right? I think this map is decided on whose economy breaks first. I really do. They're both one economic break really from losing.
I mean, in a long fight that they have had, you know, to unfortunately lose control of this Inferno, right? We have to acknowledge that, you know, with an Anubis up last, it's, you know, peculiar. But this is definitely a lifeline in a series like this, right? Regardless of, you know, what's going to be lying at the end of the trail. Here with the setup like that, and with the 3 members out towards B like this, it's going to be awfully tenacious. A pretty nice nade that comes down double time right towards Broom. Is his 30 health in a third nade,
Oh
dude.
my god.
Put down a trophy system or get out of there, man. They don't have those in this game, though. Unlucky.
Trying to run it back, but he's going to come through. Rafak successful, and I'm expecting a snappy peek as soon as the second player comes alive. But maybe they don't expect this rifler to be in this position, but I feel like they should, because Snappy has been so damn aggressive in the banana side. But they decide to head right out of there. They don't want to deal with it. Player in pit spotted. So action happening all around the map, basically. HE gonna land back onto Zinni as he backs off, and it seems to be another B play. Rush B have found a lot of success on this side of the map, but so have GTZ. It's a bit of a toss-up on this side of the map, but I don't know. Look at the
I
positions
really love
here.
a setup like this.
Yeah, high low.
Invite him in.
Up now.
Welcoming arms with the AWP, absolutely. Just welcoming them, right, Tiddler? Oh, no! Texi to ruin it after a great start in the 3v3. 25 seconds to go. And what's the decision here by GTZ? To just try and whip into action right here? To try and encompass onto a retake? Well, look at the belt of Nope that's just got this Molotov. And HE out into the disposal. Flash into backhaul right now to just get this thing to go. You know it is going to be everything committed here. They got to be able to feel this thing out. HE to the backlines. That's almost done enough.
Oh.
Molotov to set them forward. He's forced to fight upon that engagement. The scope, it has stayed ripped to this side this entire time, and now you're just playing with them, and now it's 12 rounds up for Rush B coming out of the 50 cal of Executor.
Executor locks it in. 3 match and series points here for Rush B to lock this one in a 2-0 fashion. Well, not quite yet. We'll have a technical pause.
Man,
That gets sorted. Our technical pauses have been relatively short so far, but
yeah, I'm a little like, I hope there was nothing like wrong in the previous round to have, you know, skewed that one. Obviously,
yeah.
these online competitions can be, right, like, server can lag. Jame can even crash out in a major qualifier on land because we're playing a major any game, right? Like, anything can go wrong.
can. But yeah, what we've been experiencing is pretty quick. But all 10 players seem to be on the server, so
Oh man,
it's looking pretty fine. I'm just gonna see if we can get a bit more information. Just
Dude,
it's
so
on Rush B side.
I'm sure, honestly, it's actually funny. Friend of, obviously, the show, Atro, fellow CCT caster of ours.
Yeah.
I, like, popped into the EU stream that he was doing last Super Bowl Sunday. I popped in there, and Buddy had, like, a Tom Brady Patriots jersey. I lost a little bit of respect for Atro that day. But the Eagles just won the Super Bowl today, and in Philadelphia, they've called off all schools, so all the kids,
no.
I guess from public school, the private school kids will have to go cry. They're all attending the parade. I'll be seeing Philly in a couple of weeks. I'm excited. It may not be there by the time I get there. They like to get crazy after they win or lose, I hear.
They deserve it. I
They
tuned
do.
in. I tuned in, and
Go
it was, like,
Birds.
it was 24-0.
Yeah.
And then I was like,
man.
yeah, I'm going to sleep, man. This is crazy. But, yeah, but there's a whole commotion in the city center of Dublin, where I'm from, because of the Super Bowl. So
That's awesome
it was pretty big. There's a lot of Americans nowadays, so pretty big. But anyways, what could be big is Texi in this round, peeking in from the apartment side, gets the first and the second. GG.
Oh my
could it
gosh.
be GG? Up shot. Whereas that's an M4 on the other end. He's tapping away.
Yeah,
Oh
right,
my
man.
god, Texi just wanted to lock it in. But no badge with one back. Spamming through the smoke now to find something. But you're pretty much locked out here. Unless he decides to whip up something divine. Absolutely crazy. But Rush B should be able to get the bomb down. They're still a little bit paranoid, but other than that, this is looking good for them.
Yeah, I mean, that play from Texi as XQ are about to just line up one final headshot onto Snappy is just, like, so reminiscent of that double spray down he had just a round or two ago into that B side in order to, like, almost lock that thing away. I know we're not crowning MVPs here through, you know, regular season matches, but, you know, a really great effort I saw out of Texi today. I think it was really encouraging out of, you know, Kiro. So, I mean, you know, pick a couple of heads, and, I mean, that's a good problem to have. Is deciding who, you know, you may have thought played the best. That knife right out in the smoke, but I mean, maybe you'll be stabbed in the heart another way on this Valentine's Day. It's Rush B that find a 2-0 for it. If that wasn't romantic, then it may have been just a little ill bet, Tiddler.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of what we expected. We're talking about Rush B just being a bit more of a known quantity, and I think kind of our predictions really just came through there. Inferno was going to be a little bit closer. Definitely was. Like I said, Nuke, that scoreline really doesn't represent what happened, but yeah, a good victory all in all from Rush B, and yeah, that moves them up to the 2-1 bracket, I believe, and yeah, that will be good for them. You know, the playoffs of CCT always get interesting. I think it was more interesting in the previous iterations in the previous season, because of the fact that it wasn't VRS rankings. We would get some crazy invites, but nowadays, to be fair, it's good for us because we do get to see some of these good teams in the Swiss stage, which is pretty good. But all in all, Rush B, yeah, they're looking good. That's a quick 2-0 for them.
Yeah, and a team that has been like particularly evident and, you know, aggressive to want to, you know, be able to play in a lot of tournaments like this. So, you know, finally getting their opportunity, right? I say finally as if, you know, they did really have to kind of grind through this, right? This is a team that, if I am correct, right? Yes, they did have to. I believe it was maybe not the, you know, situation we all wanted versus OG in their playoff decider, but, you know, a team that has had to, you know, particularly grind to get here. So, you know, definitely making themselves known now. And obviously, unfortunately, GTZ will be dropping to the 2-1 stage that, you know, is full with shark infested waters here. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all the CS we got today. It's 500 that did 2-0 against Eklot just a couple hours ago. So they are going to be red hot for that. Maybe got some time to, you know, chill for this next BO3. But, I mean, with their opponents knocked out for them, Tiddler, I mean, we have a pretty great one off the cusp looking at this final best of 3 of the night between 500 and BC Game.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very exciting. That one is happening in just over an hour. So I advise you to get a bit of food, get a few snacks, get hydrated, do whatever you need to do. This final best of 3 here on the mainstream is going to be an absolute banger. But like I said, that's coming in just over an hour. So stay suited, stay strapped, keep the stream open. We'll be right back after an extended break. We'll see you then.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
one final best of 3, a second 1-1 match that we do have on the cusp here to end our night, and I gotta say that it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. We know that for sure. A banger best of 3 that we have to end this thing out. I'm Get the Bag Mark. I'm here with Tiddler for this final best of 3 that we got between BC Game and the Bulgarian side of 500.
Yeah, we were prefacing this game even before this pre-show. We were prefacing it when we started off our day. Well, when we started off our day with the previous series with Rush B and GTZ, which ended up in a 2-0 quick swift victory for Rush B, and that leads us here. That gave us a nice break to lead us up to, I would say, kind of the culmination of our stream today, and it's 500 versus BC Game. It's interesting how we got to this point, of course. We had some forfeits, we had some, issues with scheduling of games, of course. There's just so many games of Counter-Strike happening right now that we find BC Game in this position being 1-1. But man, I'm really excited for this. 500 just won earlier on today in the 2-0 fashion versus Eclot, and BC Game, they've shown to be promising, almost like reminds of it's basically like the Bleed roster before,
yeah.
But this time they're showing some good some good Counter-Strike after that IEM Dallas qualifier.
100%, man. Like, I mean, I'm so thrilled that that's like something that they're striking into. I mean, that's absolutely gold so early. Like, I'm really excited for them to be able to qualify for an event like that. Obviously, to see, Nexa back in the arena would be something to be, great. I think maybe arena stretch, like, we'll see, obviously, when come down to it, Tiddler. I plan on being down in Texas for that one. It should be a banger tournament, right? And I talk about NACS, and you and I discussed this just briefly in the pregame, right? Obviously, you see 500 just come off a pretty nice land victory over there. Unfortunately, the victims being NA Sweethearts M80, right? Maybe not the majority of the cast, but that's how we do it over here in North America.
Yeah, we do. And surprisingly enough, as you mentioned, I'm surprised he didn't go straight to Cirque after his nice, beautiful tenure over at Evil Geniuses /NRG, where they peaked at number 2 in the world. Winning off in ESL 1 New York. I just had to throw it in there because Cirque is there. But it is the Bulgarian lineup. I think these players that are playing right now for 500, I think you should know them. I first heard of these guys, Windigo Gaming, back in 2019. I am Katowice Minor. Had a good run. I don't remember them for really good things. I remember them for getting clipped versus ENCE when they made their fairy tale run. But these guys are solid. They've been strongholders in tier 2, tier 3 for a long time. If this is their 5, if this is, if these are the players that you're given, they're definitely going to be in that tier 2, tier 3 scene. Obviously not going to make tier 1, but still they've been able to make some waves, I must say.
Yeah, like I think that your statement may not be entirely incorrect, right? They're starting to bump in and, kind of rub into like that. I don't want to call it 1.5, like the very top of the tier 2. And, they're looking pretty good while doing it, right? We comment on a North American face that, rather not a North American face, but, Rainwaker obviously had his time on, again, I'm not going to say as many, North American fans, not the North American organization, but obviously the North American favorited organization, Liquid, right? He played over them for some times. I think him and Cirque have a lot in common, just in the fact that, Cirque, obviously a guy that had much more success than Rainwaker in his, unfortunately, short tenure. But, they come back and you can play with guys like Oxygen, rather Spellin and Ships, who have been here for, more of a minute than, say, Oxygen, but, in a full Bulgarian lineup. Like, Launders is a fan of this, like, and I gotta be too. Like, I mean, there's some camaraderie when it comes to a lineup like this, which, I mean, can definitely give you a drive more than other teams saying that, we're a team of Bulgarian players. We may have to work harder than, the rest of the world.
Yeah, definitely. But I think in sheer difference of composition, we have BC Game, and I think that's where a lot of the focus lies. This is such an interesting lineup. I love it. Nexa, Cypher, Jacob, Prime Taps, and Knock. I think, of course, we've had this kind of core in that Bleed era, but based on the start we've had, of course, we always allude to the IM Dallas qualifier that just passed a couple of days ago. Still, they've shown that they are a force to be reckoned with. This new look, I think, a renovation with prime taps as well. Things are going to get damn interesting. But, Mark, let's get straight into the veto. Let's see what we have. Let's see the maps that are going to be in store. This one is really going to be exciting. Of course, I think Train's going to be out straight away. Both these teams don't play it, and Nuke as well.
It's unlucky for you, man.
It is.
I want you to get your first Train.
It was
there.
It's my favorite map, like, of all time. It's probably my favorite
Okay. You know, I'm a Nuke guy, so I'm right there with you. That's out of the series next. I actually got to commentate my first Train over in NA playoffs. Boston Ultra Iron Club had a crazy one. Inferno is going to obviously, you know, be one of these maps that, boy, I mean, it was a whole lot of times that it was an Inferno kind of on the cards for a 500, right? But that's not going to be too well in far away from a BC game, I should say. And it's a map one that I have the feeling may get very up and neck. So, I mean, we could be on for an entertaining series here as you're absolutely on to what could be a dominating map too, right? These are always stomps, and I don't even mean like in a scoreline way, right? We know these to be individually lined mirages, right? And with the talent in the server, right? I think more quietly on the Bulgarian side, I think about to show out against, you know, particularly ships against a lot of big names today. Like, expect for them to potentially pop off on the server in that facet. But tell me about this Ancient on the back end if we do creep to it, Tiddler.
Yeah, that, I think you got to look away from the percentages and the sample size. I think this could easily go to 3 maps, and, you know, it could definitely go into Ancient if it gets there. But still, the 3 maps that we have, Inferno, Mirage, Ancient, like I said, don't get me wrong, don't look at the percentages all too much. Even though 500 have like, what, 68, 73, 88%, and they have a much bigger sample space, BC Game have proven to be resilient and to be really strong in these maps. And you gotta realize, right, the sample size is small is because it's a new team, right? You had that bleed roster. We've seen what they've been able to do. And I think the game is really, really close, as is. And I'm really excited as well. 500, of course, back off the momentum of winning a game earlier on today, and they actually had a decent break, so they'll be feeling somewhat re-energized, revitalized as they take on BC Game.
I mean, it's always nice to have a swallowing victory like that. I mean, a scoreline of like 13-6, 13-7 are really one-sided affairs against the Eklock squad. You may expect to put up a better fight than that. You can suppose that without being controversial at all. However, I mean, right here, like we've been saying, this has been a team making strides. Of course, that was in CCT 17 playoffs, right, where you look to see in the quarterfinals. I believe they're going to be moving up against actually the game that is happening right now, Nemiga versus Bait, over in another quarterfinal. I wonder who's going to be popping up out of the top of that. But, right, I mean, they got another Swiss stage to worry about. These 500 boys awfully busy. You talk about the campaign by BC Game, and we talk about how their schedule has changed, right? These players, a majority of them, joined over on the team quite literally like 2 weeks ago, right? I mean, Jacob been here, you know, a little bit longer than the rest of the squad, but Prime Tabs is just happy to be around and, you know, finally have a solid squad around him. I would say, you know, upgrades and intake for sure, adding a lot of youth and, you know, that top end, but quite literally getting so aggressively in the game.
Yeah, Nog and Prime Taps punishing already. They're coming into this game with vengeance. Look at the damage. They haven't even gotten out of their own spawn. Lucky enough, Rainwaker enters an area that has been untaken by the CTs, but I say that with bated breath as Jacob absolutely demolishes him in the end, and that is a commanding pistol round to get us opened up.
There's no bomb plan over from that side. That's not. I feel like a point I need to make. They didn't even quite literally get out of the steps for it, but BC Game will go ahead and kind of swallow up, right? I think a guy that It's a lot of guys in this roster that have sort of had kind of a tragic turnaround of things. I mean, I think Jacob, maybe a little bit less so, was committed to, you know, a project over in Apex that, right, you know, you make some moves, you commit to them, it just didn't turn out. Unfortunately, the organization takes a dip too, right? Like, it was an unfortunate situation over there, but like Cypher got really unlucky with TSM. I think that this is a great roster for him to pop off on, because even like the brief time that I saw him with those folks, he was absolutely a demon.
Yeah, he was, and that's kind of how this team had formed, right? You know, some of these players that coming from teams that it didn't work out for them as well. You could even tout Nexa as well. And as we speak, eliminate Serp from the back lines, and this is as clean as it gets really for BC Game. 2 quick rounds, but now the real dogs are going to come out here for the T side. Excited to see this one. BC Game, we were talking about it just there, but I think the addition of Prime Taps has been interesting. I'm really liking where he came from. He came from Big Academy, I believe, and I think when he was playing, he was able to qualify for IM Cologne with the Big Academy roster. Obviously, they couldn't play Cologne because Big was there, but still, you know, just to say that, you know, they have been, he's been on teams that have been able to get pretty far.
That I am really looking forward to seeing in this matchup, right? And a guy that is even 2 years older than Cypher that we kind of consider a rookie experience-wise. Right under this corner, it's, you know, Oxygen. You can talk about a younger name. There's a big headshot from him right around this corner. Prime Taps does go one and done. And, you know, 500 looks to turn out this A site pretty handily. Knock smoked out of this. In BC Game, you may just look to see them just hold on to a couple of these guns.
Yeah, good execute from 500, exploiting the gaps in the defense of the CT side. Ultimately using it to their advantage. And themselves essentially that round pretty quickly. So as soon as the guns come out, 500 showing that they are there to play. That is good to see that we don't see a 3-0 start, because I think 3-0 starts kind of give us kind of a false kind of outlook on how games are. Maybe I'm just a bit traumatized from the last series when you had 5-0 starts, but I think that does stem down to just how powerful the pistol rounds are in general, and that it's MR12. It seems a bit crazy that if you just control, if you get the pistol and then just control your economy just for a little bit, you're 5-0 up, and you know, to tie up the end of the half is, you know, you need 6 rounds to tie the end of the half. So just to get 5, you know, off the back of a pistol just seems a little bit ridiculous.
No, I'm right there with you. I know that there's like a lot of conversation about it. I'm no like accounting major or anything like that. I can't attest to having an expertise on it, but I can tell you that something's not right. I mean, there's a lot of these things that have been blown up a little bit lately for it. I think that obviously these riflers have taken a huge step up, right? Like for a guy like Cypher, looking to him to take a huge kind of rip at this thing, kind of, obviously you're not expecting him to be that absolute farming force. I think position-wise, that's sort of where Prime Tap steps up in a spot like this. But here as the aggressive foe, this is where he looks to farm. And when it's good, it's good. And when it's great, it can be even better. Cypher still just stays alive, and Nexa knows how to play around an aggressive rifler or two very well.
Long play though. Knock is there with AWP, a little bit perched forward. Looking for a kill, moves back to the library. This is a strong defense here for BC Game thus far. Play the cards, right? 500, they've pivoted back towards the B bomb site. A good smoke, burns off 18 seconds off the clock here of 500. They'll be pressed for time when they push here, Mark. This one could be a barn burner here on the B site.
Smoke comes in right in time. And just getting so farmed up right behind that. Cypher has gotten 3 kills in this round alone through the smokes. Absolutely robotic with those moves. Thankfully, there's been a bit of a lurk over here towards Arch, so you may not be completely out of the brush, but with 10 seconds left, you better get on your wristwatch, tighten on your Nikes. This thing is done. You have no chance to even find your way to the site. Rainwaker will try and just lay in the cut, survive. It's BC Game that survive another round. through the magician-like plays of Cypher. Great stuff from him.
Banana is his play span. We know from the ITB era, when ITB had that brilliant run in the RMRs, when his stock really went up, and in the major as well. You could just see it, man. He just knows how to play that area so well. And that's why I say, even though 500 has such a sick win percentage on this map, you can't write off BC Game. They also have a really good percentage, but it's such a small sample size. But BC Game are just really good on this map. You gotta hand it to Cypher. Got off to the races there. And Oxygen, if you're looking to get an opening frag here, is in between two Molotovs, and he's still alive. And I think he's a little bit further forward than what BC Game expect and know.
Yeah, I'm not sure Cypher's going to be ready for this incendiary up close. He's going to be barreling through that.
Oh!
And look at the snap from Oxygen. The neck of Nexa gone, and the B site open for 500 to farm.
It is. There's more aggression. Rainwaker on the lurk. Too close for comfort, in my opinion, even though it is a save call coming in for the CT side. But, man, just how Oxygen snapped left and right to get those kills was absolutely insane. Just to slap them down. Just such a good round, and this is already shaping up to be an action-packed series. Surprised one of these players hasn't fallen yet. Just doesn't want to give that space up, it seems.
Is Rainwaker gonna
I don't think so.
get a little more aggressive here? Doesn't look like it. And BC Game definitely going to be quite tarnished for that. Maybe even a little bit tilted. I would know that. Jeez, that is quite a peak. That is quite a peak, and there are only a couple different ways you can feel. I know that for sure. Maybe a little bit more of an aggressive approach with that smoke down mid by Nock, a guy that we haven't spoken too much about, but only at 3-1, hasn't gotten too active or even really been required to be yet. Burned out, Cirque trying to be going for the splurge early, right? Talk about Oppers having to not get active yet. Cirque ready to play his part when it's required here, but it's another try onto the hands of the Rifler, and Cypher has just been absolutely filthy tonight! Another triple out of Cypher, and nobody is even gonna get a hint at this Bravo bomb site, not if he can get his hands on you first.
Yeah, and I don't think Nexa is going to be accounted for, but it seems like Cirque is aware now, because that Molotov did neutralize any sort of positional advantage that BC Game could have gotten, but Nexa was able to beat it. Doesn't matter anyway. Rainwaker all alone once again. Smoke and HE to his name, but not a lot of HP. BC Game. This is a fantastic start for them, and especially Cypher. Those are two really strong and potent 3Ks as Nock closes it out. And there's nothing much more to say. That was just sheer brilliance over in the banana section.
Dude, what kind of, like,
Can't even
Paris Major Cypher shots am I seeing here? Two back-to-back 3Ks like that? Like, the first time you didn't even see the three people.
He's just sick,
Maybe
man.
I'm just glazing now. He is insane. 7-2, he's earned it. Goodness me, even more of an aggressive stance than maybe I would have prompted in a round previous to that. Nexa's all the way down inside of barrels there. He's going to be a little bit brandished off the side of that Molotov. BC Game, they put a lot of resources into sticking their necks into banana, but right here it's going to be 500. They just stick right out of apartments, and it is Prime Tabs that is going to be holding down this A site with a multi-frag of his own. So far, these BC Game individuals have made the difference. Spellin, he's going to be finding the veteran Jacob on the toss here as Ships find his first kill.
Yeah, but next immediately you're going to be able to get a trade. Spellin, one back by elevated position like Nifty. He's able to get the first and the second, close it out, and BC Game. Beautiful clean up there onto the A-bomb site. Strong one at that.
Like
Start off with
Nifty.
Nexa.
You're feeding
You remember
me
that?
today, Tiddler. You're
You remember
feeding
that?
me today. Dude, of course I do. Oh, I actually think I'm the world's biggest Nifty fan, and I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I was into COD esports before I was into CS, right? Like back in 2013, 12-year-old Nifty actually had like a couple like LAN appearances. He has like a couple legendary clips,
I've
and
seen.
he came to Fragadelphia, and I finally got to ask him about that after a decade. I was so happy. Great dude, man. He's not currently playing for a team, but he's been kind of bugging around coaching and whatnot.
Yeah. Maybe he'll come back soon, but it doesn't seem like it. You know, he's been an analyst for Blast a few times, but nothing other than that. Anyways, we're settled into round number 8. 500
Is that
points to
true?
take
I feel like I didn't even know that.
analyst at Blast.
Dude, what a legend Nifty is. A man of many talents.
I think it was a while back, but I'm 100% sure he was an analyst at Blast for a bit. It was Jacob's position, looking strong. Taps away, does a bit of damage. Moves back. Very thin angle from Knock, but even though it's very thin, don't ever doubt him. But 500 just a bit scared to start poking the bear that is BC game. And Knock.
Yep, in
An angle.
2022. I just looked it up for you. My goodness, you're a brain and a half. As the Glocks come out, they get chopped down.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe I'm
aggressive.
disrespected. I didn't realize we had one AK in the pod. This could get interesting.
Yeah, but still, though, the position looking good. But Knock is a bit on a lonely island here.
So approaches, and Just is gonna scrape up a couple of these kills, a double out of it. Prime still holding down the line from default, and BC game still looking so very solid on this. And there it gets a little bit hectic, and you know, shows how maybe in the thick of it they can get together and do well.
Yeah, time out here for 500. Of course, it's their map pick, and they're on that T side. They'll be really gunning to get as much as they can, maximizing the yield out of this one. But yeah, I think it's what we expected. BC game, just a good showing, good individual players. We've seen where these guys have come from. These guys have come from the top of Counter-Strike, so never count these guys out, even though win percentages just historically haven't been looking good. But on their day, they're here to play. And now, round 9, Bai is going to be out here for 500. Spellan going to be relegated just down to the Tech 9, which is pretty unfortunate considering they went for an eco. But of course, that's the concession that they'll have to make after investing into a hero AK. But there we go. Round gets started again. BC game. We'll see if they can secure a lead at the end of the half.
Full of aggressive HEs all the way down in deposit. Nothing irregular, however, from the BC game side. That's been something that has been quite a staple to the beginning of these rounds. They don't follow it up with the, I would say, blind aggression of, you know, prior takes. You do look to test this a little bit, right? It's Cypher. How do you try and get a little bit creative around this? Boost, no jump heard by Cypher, so he is going to be silenced for that. Other side of the map as well. It's a smoke put up at Arch, and Ships is going to fade away, setting up the rest of the crew. That's rather Spellan that distracts with the Tech 9. This is the real thing, though, and I think Nexa knows it's no bluff, so he manages well. But with a minute left, and with the rotates out, what's the next move for BC game? Do they delve into this round at all?
No, there's 3 players just there in A. So this one's pretty much a done deal. They know their economy is pretty strong. They have 4 players still alive. There's no point going for this. No point fighting for a losing cause. Nexa does have full belty utility on him and an AK, kit and armor, so he'll be genuinely wanting to get right out of here, but his position is generally known. Is he gonna go for some sort of ninja? I think, yeah, he's just playing and toying with them so that they
Dude,
go
what a
back.
troll, man.
He just wants them to die to the bomb, but it seems like they will be okay for it. But that's
Yeah, we'll
good.
be good.
We were talking about Nexa needing to save there, and he successfully has done so.
If he had the incendiary, he should have, like, smoked Molotov.
Yeah.
Hell, even maybe got on the bomb for real. He may have had a decent shot at it, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. The BC game are still up big, and they are going to even be more grateful for, you know, his self-sacrifice of carrying over the guns, you know, not sacrificing himself, rather, and BC Game, they stay financially stable.
Yep. And 500, we'll see how they approach this round. Oh, thought there was going to be a bit of damage there, but seems not. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it flies, it comes. If you give it, you gotta know how to take it as well. Prime tap's up here as well, double swing. Yeah, he was never gonna stay alive there. Cypher down, and this AWP now in a bit of a battle. Gonna peek up for a second, but couldn't get away in time. Ships eliminates him, and that's the round done here, surely. Unless they decide to hedge their bets towards A, where there are 2 players standing strong. Nexus elevated up on this position.
As long as Cirque makes his way over towards B,
Yeah, he will.
does now. 3 players really kind of tight knit. Rainwaker on either side of him. Going to be more successful for that spot onto Jacob. Rainwaker with absolutely crucial impact in this round. Fades away with those 2 frags. And that 4th away from 500. Nexa remains at a 1v4, but we'll try and stay alive 2 rounds in a row, keeping on to that Kalashnikov.
Yeah, but he's about to walk into Rainwaker, but he's low HP, so Rainwaker has to make the best out of his position. Yeah, and he does. Nexa didn't expect to be on the stairs. That's smart from Rainwaker to play up on the stairs. Not going to be an angle that he's going to immediately check, and he's going to have to pre-fire the upper section. But 500, getting some rounds on the board. Good T-side from them would mean the world to them, and 6-6 off isn't bad either, especially moving on to their CT side. But BC Game now. Still money to reinvest into this one. And their loss bonus builds up as well. Should be okay to close out this this first half. But here comes Cirque, holding the angle. Nobody peeking it. Seems to be again the banana side where BC Game looking to be turning all their attention to. Are they going to be successful though? Again, Oxygen in limbo. Oh my goodness, almost was going to be sent to the depths of hell with that nade. Deeper as well, they look to counter, but all 5 players here for BC Game staying alive with 100 HP. And 500, they're heading pretty quickly towards A.
Jacob holds a fine line, but knows that the smoke is not perfect, so he breaks through. Suffocates the oxygen from just 1. Prime taps having to duck and dodge, and fortunately just weave into the fire. And fortunately, 500, they come out 1 less man from it, but Rainwaker has to hit a crucial shot. This one just as important, but you go down beside, and now it's going to require the entire effort for this young man. Bomb going to go down here on default. And right now, Cypher and Nock, they join in hands, but Rainwaker goes into position. And right now, it just stays so solid. BC Game, it's your move next.
Bomb's planted for him. That's the good part. But his position is really easy to close off. Cypher has a smoke and an incendiary. Along with that has a kit. Nock with the AWP being able to post up on an angle as well. That makes it difficult. Now, Cypher sticking the bomb. Is he calling the bluff? He spammed away, but he's on the left-hand side. That's unfortunate, but that's the caveat with playing in apartments, right? You know, it's so easy to cut you off, and especially with 2 players being alive here for the CTs, you just really couldn't do much in that one.
Time to step up for it, unfortunately. I agree very much with you. Even if you do let into a peek there, you're letting yourself right into the scope. One thing to note, right? I think even similar to our first series, every member of BC Game is performing right now. Similar to the way that Rush B's individuals were all practically on par. Neck and neck right now. I mean, Inferno can really rely on each one of your Extremity players feeling this strength and clear out the closet. And right now, you're going to be finding 1 more skeleton, rather leaving it there. It ships that is just going to be dusting all of top car. And now Nock is going to have to survive on an island, sets down a smoke. And Nock, you know he is born for these shots. Has to get away on the hair. Oh! What the hell is that? Nock still swimming with the shards. And now is going to wave into the neck. Sees ahead and absolutely smashes it. Nock with an 11th frag. And now knows when the last comes in through CT. Tiddler, this has been absolutely a dominating ruling. But but I feel like Rainwaker could be in spot here, unconfident as to his position.
He was looking for the bomb, try to utilize that smoke, knife in hand to try and just dash that bomb and get right out of there. They'll do so successfully this time. Backing away, there's time to go towards A, but doesn't know about that Opera. He hears him. Jacob will have to peek, but Knock is so damn low. But Jacob locks it down. But Mark, what a round that was from Knock. I just cannot believe it. That was insane.
Yeah, this is BC Games, each one of their individuals well endowed as advertised. This is just unholy. I mean, you know, when it's a guy like Knock that is, I mean, on paper, replacing Guardian on your roster, right? That's a name that holds a lot of value, but with the youth, the determination, the speed of Knock in today's times, I mean, great stuff from him. It's been multi-frags out of Cypher. Prime Taps has been solid on the wall. Jacob gets one when he needs to. Like, they have not found a weak point here. Nexa in these individual moments as well stood up, right? I mean, this is a guy I don't doubt, Atro. This summer, I literally watched him lift a trophy in front of my eyes. Like, this is a really great team. And right now, they are all hitting on a great individual stride, right? 500, they're a team that's gotten a lot of respect recently. But it's a bold statement, but maybe even not on their best day shooting, you could keep up with BC Game on their best day shooting, right? There may be a little bit of bias there, individual-wise, right? You've seen Cirque at the top of tops, right? Lifting ESL 1 New York trophies like we spoke about earlier, right? I had to jab that one in there again. But, right, you expect a little bit more, and honestly, you're seeing a big separation in terms of this, reconnected to the server, and another important pistol round right up on the cusp.
Yeah, you're right indeed. But overall, I think we should start looking at BC Games T side. This is the map of 500. Of course, since it's their map pick, I think we'd be looking more towards 500's T side as well. But at the end of the day, BC Game, it's going to be their T side that's needed if they want to close out this map. But after a good start, we'll have to see what will happen here. Pistol round, it's theirs to take. If it was any bit explosive as we had in the first half, they could definitely propel themselves forward into a favorable position and in a kind of situation for 500 where it could be too difficult for them to sort of recover.
Pistols equipped for it. Early dip into apartments. Doesn't present like it lucked out with much information as Shift still holds on to car as 30 seconds have passed. These A players about to be kind of in motion, waiting for the signal as now a shoulder is seen. Still kind of cocked up into apartments. Where does Rainwaker look? He looks for the utility thrower that could be leading them out of apartments. That's who he finds, but that's who he's only going to find. The rotation has to be here, and it's got to be now. Right before the smoke comes here, there's a great headshot by Spellin, who hasn't had a big multi-frag round. Well, he has just opened this pistol round back up for 500.
Own it open as well.
Ooh.
House utility as well, but Cirque getting himself back in the server. Headshot onto Knock. Puts the advantage in the hands of the Bulgarians. Bomb is more than half ticked. Jumping away. Cypher takes him down. And Nexa, the mastermind, taking Cirque. It's now left onto Ships. Reverse rolls as he comes out the apartment side. But it seems like the T side aren't aware. But now they are. Nexa peeks. Has he disconnected? It looked for a second he disconnected. I think he did. He just...
It's like what we talked about earlier, man.
He just froze.
I mean, unfortunately, like, you know, that's not one that you can take back, right? We're speculating. He does kind of get domed for it, but unfortunately, a little bit unsuspectingly, right? I mean, what I was commenting on prior to was the unfunny Jame new box thing.
Oh.
May that never happened to anybody else ever again in the history of ever, you know? Gosh forbid. I forbid it. That's for sure.
Seems to be Banana again. this time. Cypher leading charge. This is where he does the most damage. Going away, spraying erratically as he looks to take all of these players down pretty quickly. Him and Nexa moving on
Dude,
forward.
Cypher, oh my goodness, you
He's
can't
just so good.
escape the farmer accusations. Look, he hasn't like, I swear, he hasn't like farmed a single ego until around like that. Bro is whipping out the Glock. This man is just, he has an insatiable appetite. 10 rounds, he better be satisfied with that, but hopefully not yet. They need 3 more to close out their opponent's map pick. And, you know, if it would be in that swift of fashion, they would get a lot of respect from me.
Yeah, and as well, the money for 500, if you look at their bank accounts, the residual money that they have right now, even though loss bonus has built up, BC game, you know, if they get another economic break, you know, we're looking at a 12-4 scoreline, 8 map points to close out their opponent's map pick, and that's just how strong BC game have been on their opponent's map pick of Inferno. Spellan,
Oh, what a maneuver.
MP9 pushing in, just jumping right into the fire, and is able to get that kill. Next, they're going to be thrusted into a wieldy position, but not really that bad because Spellan gets his head blown off by the Galil. Ships to be here into the B side, backed off. Molotov's placed into position. The back side is pretty much secure. But BC game, where do they go from here?
Ship stands aggressively, much like Executor did in our 3rd series of the day. Obviously not going to get the ramifications as to how quickly that hammer came down on our prior series, Inferno. 500 stands strong at either side. Buddy system in play with the incendiary on the back of Oxygen that is really right where it needs to be. These positions though, excuse me, no pins are going to be pulled. It's just going to be down to the brute force here. And now you even have a little bit more support with ships to potentially take some contact here.
Yeah, just such a strong defense so far, and with 20 seconds to spare, it's not looking great here. But if there was any team to try and break through this Iron Fortress, it would be BC game in this one. Cirque wrapping down 2, Oxygen with 1 as well, so this one's finished. But yeah, I think as we expected, just with 3 players, just onto the bomb site with, you know, the rest of the squad just posted up there. And with little time on the clock, it was only ever going to go one way, and it went 500's way. It keeps them alive, gets their money flowing as well. And yeah, it's now BC's game. BC Games economy that's now with their backs against the wall.
I want to see how against the wall Cypher throws his head into it in a positive sense. Orbiter's doing that. Nox sprays down Oxygen through the smoke top mid at the start of this one. It leaves a sour taste in a round that I was like, can this get off to a respectful start? Yeah, immediately slapped down. All
Yeah, looking
4 players are here on B.
Yeah, that's not great. I was about to say that. And I think the rotates won't come in fast because the realization has only just set in. But BC Game, they need to take advantage of that before they get shut down from the flank. They're aware of that flank possibility, but
they're gonna be as bamboozled as I sound when they realize it. I say there are other times with the laughter because what you have proposed is absolutely true. They're right on the tail here. Thankfully, Nexa hits a crucial frag on to Cirque, but it's like they've forgotten about ships. Up top, he's gonna have that peak and just has the dome turned by Prime Taps. Now Nexa is gonna have to lock in another crucial kill. Toting here from Big Pit. Nexa puts them in the shredder with a little bit of help from Knock. BC Game, they get 11 rounds.
admire it greatly. Jacob opening up. We're gonna pivot possibly, but Oxygen with 2 lies ahead right here towards the B bomb site.
It would require a little more style, a little more flair, but the timing, that's the thing that you're going to have. But wait, there was one more. It was Spellin still hanging around. About this. Nexa much have his IGL spider sense going on. He's the one that's turned around looking for Spellin. Cypher. What he's paid to do. He's going to be the one that's going to shovel into the bomb site. Like I said, paid to do, as advertised, going to find those entries, but can't go 2 for 2. They have just clipped the tail, but now they still go into it. They got it clear. They knew he was here. It's Ships that hits the shots. They didn't even need to face the fights, but Ship says goodnight, and he says 6 to 500. They didn't even do, they had no reason to face him. No reason to face him in 33 seconds.
None whatsoever, and they lined up completely. I feel like in previous instances so far in the map, the spacing wasn't all too good, and I think they overcompensated there. They decided to peak at virtually the same exact time, where they ended up lining up for Ships. But I don't think that will deter BC game too much. They're down to an eco. Sure, 500 are looking poised to take this round, but from what we're seeing, you know, they are getting the advantage in rounds the majority of the time. And, you know, for 500 to win this game, they're going to have to capitalize on BC game mistakes, and that's not something that they're making a lot of so far.
Here are these Deagles to walk up. Ooh, Rainwaker on the other side. And just snaps. Cypher, just a menace. But it is Cirque that has a force of his own. 3 out of that rifle, a triple that he holds against the eco, his own. The 7th that they will hone, and it's Knock that's down below. See if he even gets a hint in here with the Deagle to close.
Feeling it.
Ooh.
Feeling something. Not the round, but
come on.
maybe something.
What about the
nice.
round?
No. It's definitely not going to be the round. If I said the round, that'd be a bit too much of a stretch. But I was sensing maybe a few 1Ds to go out in style, but just the one. But I think that's more than what he could have asked for. But yeah, weapons back out. Not great, though. I would say it's a half buy here. Yeah, it will be a half buy. So 500 will get another round on the board here if they do hold down as they should, or as expected. Yeah, this game could get close pretty quickly if 500 get that economy down, nailed down, get a few rounds here. You know, in good fashion. But Cypher leading the way here on Banana, of course. Plenty of bullets in the magazine for him to spray down the defenders on Banana, but nades are looking good, but they're onto the left-hand side and missing the mark completely. Spraying away, first kill found. No trades there. The reface doesn't come in, but the rest of the squad looking to try and piece up the CT side. Maybe looking to aggress upon that smoke, but it doesn't seem like that's the play so far. As next to boost himself up, Rainmaker takes the head off him. Advantage here for 500 and what seems to be a lot of commotion down in Banana.
Both these Deagles on the way back. Pretty nice opener there by Cypher, where credit is due. There goes a Molotov that just going to be flipping at their heels momentarily, dropping that first part of the tower. Second will fall in time. All the way not down on Banana, though. I mean, at this point, Knock and JChem, they're paranoid as if Spellin and Co have been clipping at their heels their entire A experience. Still moving this thing up. Jacob on this Galil, Knock on an A1S. This thing is not done by any means, but with 30 seconds, the longer this goes on, the longer they may be out of the round.
Yeah, but what still saves them is the fact that it's just a 2-on-2 onto the B site. Definitely got the firepower to do it, but Rainmaker in a strong position. Ships is on low HP as well, but as long as he goes unnoticed and unchecked, it should be a finished round, and he will go unchecked. Knock's able to get one, but it's not able to pivot in time or get the kill fast enough for him to buy time for that second frag. And 500, they take that round away. Buy back out here for BC game, and now 500. Back into contention, I must say.
Most definitely so. This seems like a kind of done, dusted deal, but ever since the economy had been, you know, broken over the knee, BC game have had trouble kind of getting back into it, right? Not like trouble finding their entire identity. I think the entire team hasn't slipped up, right? But rather than 500 to kind of find that backline that they couldn't, right? Now they're starting to be the 500 that we expect, that is going to make this a close game, that is going to try and catch up to it. Ships was, you know, fragged at one point in this game. Now it's caught up with the rest of the squad. Spellin over here towards this B side, and it's just a villain with the FAMAS. Gets out of it right here, trying to chase him down. That's the bomb down right next to it. That's all you need to see. Knock just lines up to the chaos continues.
It does. Not only propels the T side to move forward, maybe a little bit too big for their boots, but who else would it be? It would be Knock here to try and get this clutch going. A 1-on-3, now on a 1-on-2. HE on Oxygen, flash on Rainwaker. And a kick between the both of them. A peek forward. Knock spotted out, but doesn't want to face. He's going to reface again, surely. Not going to get the peek. A tap on the bomb. Does arouse the mind of Knock. But they aren't going to move. They aren't going to move off that bomb. They're relying on the defense. And Rainwaker absolutely domes Knock. Valiant effort from Knock. But I would say good resilience from 500 to make sure that doesn't go astray.
Right. I mean, if there was ever a round to kind of, you know, serve up what we have poetically, it's a round just like that, where BC Game, they have not had trouble getting entries, right? They've just had trouble closing out the back line from 500's individuals getting multi-frags like Spellin, right? With these rotates coming in that are so damn strong. Right here, it's about to be brought to these double digits. 500 want to hang on. They don't know what's about to come at them. It's going to be quick. They'll find out soon. Headed up towards A. You haven't seen it come this way in a moment. Nade, that's going to hit into a big bunch. And right now, you are just going to be shredded to it. It is about to be 3 out of Oxygen, and he is decapitated. Another blinding shot by Rainwaker fading way off that arch position. This thing is well and dusted. Go ahead and sign that 10th check over to 500 right now.
That's a chance to go towards B.
Hmm.
So much time to go B. Spellin, of course, knows. Can take the cross, but if kill comes in here for prime taps, then this could be a round that goes the opposite way. Has an incendiary as well to block it off and just prioritize the plant. But the thing is, just there's another player here ready and waiting. If he taps the bomb, I think that would be the best way to go about it after getting this kill. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness! Prime taps, how have you done this? Down to a 1-on-1. I don't know how this one's going to play out. He's over and towards oranges. I don't know how this is shaped up to be this way. Prime Taps has had such a quiet couple of rounds, and with 30 seconds to spare, he's going to be the one to make the first move. He's going to make the first bit of noise, but he's going to peek this banana side. Oh, Rainwaker. Oh, my goodness. And he does end up getting the kill, but Mark, I can't believe it went that close in the first place.
That was absolutely ridiculous. The 1 versus 3 cut down that close has got to be a mixed bag of emotions for either side. Can 500 continue to live like this? You can ask the same question over to BC Game. But I mean, a competitor out of a round that didn't even have a chance to grow, thought to be cut right at the root. Prime had that all the way down. Practically flicked right back to Rainwaker, right where he needed to be. A lot of credit to Rainwaker in this game, right?
It has been. But this game has turned tides completely. BC Game seem to have been unable to find some sort of answer these last few couple of rounds. Things get damn close here as their money starts to drain once again. And before you know it, 500 have that opportunity to overtake them. BC Game haven't even secured the luxury of map point either. So this just looks pretty difficult for them, and the CTs, 500 could definitely snatch something away out from them if they put up a good performance in at least one of the next couple of rounds. But BC Game, they're feeling it out. Not really committing to anything just yet, just looking to find that opener that would give them the sustenance they need, that energy they need to be able to push one of these 2 bomb sites. 500
about to find out a whole lot from Banana. Right, but I don't think you have to peer down Banana to see that it's open, to know that BC Game aren't here. They're going to be creeping into this 8-bomb site. They have 2 of these smokes to try and ramp off of, and the main part of this is coming over from Arch. Smoked off on Library. They got to turn the corner right now. Prime taps. This is beautiful. Cirque would need to hit 2 shots. Ships just going to be absolutely with a cut in it. The X factor in this play. And Cirque still alive on the site. Ducks and dive. Prime taps. And Cirque all comes down to this Bulgarian Opera, who's the crime stopper for 500, who puts it all the way down. And we've got a tie game on Inferno.
It's as close as it could possibly be. We'll need all 24 rounds at a minimum to be able to decide who takes this first map. And how these last few rounds have panned out have been absolutely crazy. We've seen 1-on-3 attempts. We've seen some insane rounds coming out from the likes of Cirque and Knock and Prime Taps even. And now it all comes down to two here.
No.
First kill found, but Ships gets away. Rainwaker down, and the B side is theirs.
Blind, unfortunate, and that should be the NPC of Cirque.
Oh, wow. It's, even though it was a relatively clean round for BC Game, I just couldn't be sure at any given moment whether or not 500 would be able to pull something out of thin air. And like we said, we'll need all 24 here. But BC Game, they'll have the reinvestment. They'll have everything they need going into this final round. But the money for 500, it's not looking all too great here, Mark.
A Deagle on Oxygen. 5-7 up for Rainwaker, a man that just had a multi-frag in the NA1S that almost peppered that thing to 12 their own way. Right here it's 3, and the weight to this side. Final time it could be.
Yeah, rotates already on in here for the CT. Absolutely insane here with the Deagle. Smoke could be dropped in. We're shooting through the smoke. I'm gonna try to find something. Bomb already starting to tick away. No saving here. It's a win or lose moment here. He's gonna get double peeked. Oh, first kill found out from Cirque. Missed flash. Oxygen yet to get into action.
We're better in that back end, more consistently in the series. And I mean, with the game on the line, right, I think more aggressively with how BC Game operates, they are not so intimidated by having to go and get that kill. That'll make the difference. They were the ones that were forcing that contact every time, even if you were getting that look down back in Banana, right? It was Cypher and Jacob just ready to take those fights, and they were usually winning them every time.
Exactly, and I think those gunfights, those individual advantages will come in handy on our next map, which will be Mirage. We'll head things to about a 10-minute break. When we're back, we'll bring you guys action. We'll see you then.
Mirage up on the cards here for map 2 on our Valentine's Day edition here of CCT European Series 18. I'm gonna get the bag mark, of course, here with Tiddler to be here for BC Game to potentially take the next step to a 2-0. Tiddler, how are you feeling about their odds there?
I'm feeling similar to Inferno. I will say, personally, I don't think it's going to be a stomp, but I do think BC Game will do enough to close it out, of course. You know, Mirage is a very strong map for 500. They played a decent amount. They played more than Inferno, matter of fact, and they have a 73% win rate on it. But like I said, I don't think you should be looking at win rate because BC Game are a newer team, firstly. They don't have much statistics to go off of, but, you know, I think we saw the same in Inferno, right? You know, the same thing happened. You know, 500 have more games played on Inferno. They have, sure, a high percentage as well, BC Game, and a low sample space, but if you went off the percentages, I don't think you would have thought... Well, you would have thought the game would have been close, but I think when it comes to Mirage anyway, it should be a win for BC Game. I like kind of this mix of players playing on Mirage. I really like how Cypher plays. You know, we saw it on Inferno. I think his style suits Mirage a decent amount, and I think Nexa has had a whole boatload of experience on G2, for example, playing on Mirage. So
yep.
should be a pretty good map for BC Game. And like I said, I'm expecting a 2-0, but I don't think it should be remotely easy. I think 500 should, you know, be able to make this one close. They did on Inferno. You know, heck, I wouldn't even be surprised if this goes to map 2. I called you know, a 3-map game earlier. I'm
right there with you. I mean, without a doubt, just like destructive on that Inferno. I mean, Knock looked absolutely so unkillable at times. Like, I mean, those challenges are not going to be easy hurdles, right, to pass over on a map like Mirage, right? We know that for as a matter of fact. So whenever we do get in this going, I think it's going to take more to say 500 are right on. So, I mean, as they heated up at the back end of that Inferno, not much change besides the fact that like finally. So, you know, holding on to that Inferno for sure. But, you know, I guess if BC Game are to bounce back from a map pick that, or rather from a game that they won, it's going to be on Mirage, right? If that's the way you can look at this, I think 500, certainly it's their move to make.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, something that we did see a glimpse of in Inferno was the double op setup. And I particularly love the double op setup on a map like Mirage. You know, people do call it an op haven sometimes. I think a little bit less so now that we've transitioned into CS2. But still, the double op setup used to be a big thing back in CSGO. Obviously, MR12, the economy doesn't make it as viable. But we saw a glimpse of it on Inferno, seeing ships along with Cirque, which boded pretty well for them. They had a few A-site moments with it. Of course, not really sustainable, but you know, I do really like that double up setup, and my favorite map to see it on is actually Train, but of course we don't see it overly reliant on it. If I remember 2020 2021 ends with Spinks, a lot of times when they played Mirage in ESL Pro League, I remember as soon as they didn't have the double up setup, you know, they would fall to pieces, and I've seen that plenty of times over the years in CCT. So it's just something you like to see sometimes. I'm excited to see that. Excited to see the dynamics overall in Mirage, but
and I like what you point out, right? Especially even on the back end of a little bit of a 500, like CT side, it was just a little bit kind of rubbed off there with ships, I believe. Top of, you know, Banana was able to get that when they just had, you know, plenty of a chunk of change. I think those actually kind of run right over for them. Regardless, be starting right here with a couple of these pistols we put emphasis on for 500, who again, right, like to the ball rolling, it was BC Game that took advantage of a CT side right away. Let's see if 500 can do the same.
Let's see if they can. We'll get started here. BC Game on the T side, of course, being their map pick, and they are going to be aggressing onto the B site. Not a full-on rush, but still all 5 players towards this side of the map. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise for 500, but real question lingers. Will they be able to handle it? Running right out into the site, it's going to be Oxygen alone. You still have a player in towards that short side, but Nexus just aggressed so far. Spellin clearing this one out, but Nexa's in a good position though, like he's just in a superior position, and he's able to get a second there in that one, and Cirque with one back. Well, Rainwaker's been gooshed down to just 17. In a 4-on-2, this one's going to be particularly difficult. Could recover it if they get the kill onto Cypher, but it doesn't seem like he's letting up too much. Cirque does get it, might be a gateway back in, but him being with the kit and Rainwaker realizing he's just so low, they're going to back off and concede this round to BC Game.
Yeah, I think there was like a shoulder spotted onto Nexa. You could be expecting a fight like that, and I think never be ready for it. You're absolutely right about superior positioning. I think with BC Game looking so damn confident beginning of this game, it's going to be, really hard to, argue with them, right? We spoke about it. It's very easy to kind of control the beginning of these games, be able to get in like 3 or 4-0 and really kind of have a damning scoreline at the start of these. And like, it's very hard to kind of skate uphill after that. At 500, they aren't going to be buying back in. They're just going to kind of stay on the cusp for it. And I mean, this is where they're going to have to respond to again. It's not the end of the world by any sort of metric at all. But in fact, perhaps this time they're going to be right place, right time. Ships goes a little further. P250. Oh. What is this? Taking a fight. Prime Tap's going to go down with the Molotov pulled.
The rest of the squad pushing on forward, but it's a full stack here for 500. To isolate these gunfights is what they need to do, and oh my goodness, Jacob the Cypher making sure that things don't go astray. Could have been potential to make things even worse there. Pretty costly round, a pretty big win, I must say, for 500. BC Game now relegated to a lower buy, Knock only with 2650, next on 3700. Of course, they're going to be able to get full AKs, but doesn't leave them the greatest amount of room. If they made that clean, they would have had a little bit more in the bank account, but all things considered, it doesn't really matter too much. They're able to compete with 500 in this round with the weapons, and that's all that matters. So they're going to blow open that smoke, going to come through, and that's perfect timing. Great job out from Cirque to get opened up here in round number 3.
Cypher, Shadow, I think spotted by Ships right here. Audio cue given, but you hop right off of that bench, and fortunately, you're going to have to lay your back on it for some time. Rainwaker stays up top as well. 40 seconds have passed, and 2 bodies of BC Game have hit the floor.
Yeah, still 5-on-3. 500 with a good start in this one. Never count BC Game out. The amount of firepower the squad has still remaining. It's quite uncanny. Seen what Primetas has been able to do. Flash over. Oh, Cirque misses the op shot. That provides an opportunity to take down Connector. And Spellan and Ships combining for a double frag. And now Knock left in a 1-on-4, able to get the first, but not the second. Relatively clean round from 500. They recover right back. Deny a third round here for BC Game.
And essentially, because of the damage, they don't even really get to like live the luxury of a bonus buy. They essentially have to force into a round like this. BC Game don't mind to though, right? You get a Galil, just a Tech 9, a timing into one hand, and they flip back a page, right? They go right towards this extremity, right back to the pistol round strat. It's going to be right into the hands of Oxygen. Rainwaker going to be right below this Ships. Drops a quick rotation into the apartments. But Oxygen, oh, and they're going to be barreling through a smoke. 30 bullets here on the AK to farm. And when will they begin? They're going right now, just off of the jump, and it's clean right here out of it, and knows that he has to be patient for it. This is Oxygen that is going to be dealing only 3, but only 3 is needed. He's got Rainwaker by his side, and this B defense is impenetrable.
Yeah, considering it's a force buy as well, I would have liked BC Game to bring something a little bit more intricate, something a little bit better to the table. Of course, that B rush or that B push worked in the pistol round, but I think pistol rounds are just a different beast to what a gun round can offer, and I think that was a little bit of a waste. It was a force buy as well, like I said, so just would have liked them to challenge for a little bit more, but nonetheless, just an eco now. 500's opportunity to grab the lead here, and they should be able to grab it pretty easily. Back to the B push now. Knock looking to make things interesting by opening up something with the Deagle. Not going to be handed anything. Primetas going to peek through, get a bit of information on the CT player. No way in hell was he going to be able to get that kill long range with the Glock, but PC game, based on that information that Prime Tap saw, they're going to be hedging their bets towards A.
Spellin walks this thing out. Still tapping around with that FAMAS ship, similarly so, but on his A1 S. Now you have to bleed through the smoke. Similarly to your fate out of the apartments, 500 have done well economically to keep themselves supported late in the round here as run out of bullets for it. Rainwaker even spells in for one at the end. Spellin is the only man that has left this thing. As there's a silver lining in it for 500 as they get a lead, right? Rainwaker, we know, the former Team Liquid player, but I've actually just received word that somebody has joined Team Liquid, not on the CS team. You want to give it a guess, Tiddler? Anybody in the world. Could be Matthew McConaughey.
I think it's something to do with chess, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I've just received word that Magnus Carlsen has joined Team Liquid. For some
That's
reason.
so crazy.
Him and his jeans.
That's so crazy. I wonder what their
Summing
jersey
up
will look like, but
Rainwaker
that's a crazy kill to go underway. And that's crazy. Now, yeah, speaking of Team Liquid as well, the former Liquid man himself going off for a first kill. Mind you, Knock is still hacking it out on the server. Knock with a headshot right back, returns the favor, 4-on-4, and Cypher spots out the spin connector. Gotta be careful with the utility in hand. This time he's gonna drop in the smoke. Things have settled down here.
To the cat fight. What the hell is the Cyborg seeing that I'm not?
God's
Cypher
sake.
just is gonna eliminate Spellin like that. It is almost aware exactly as where the oxygen lies. This man has been absolutely chaotic in a series like this, but you're still in a 3v3. Maybe to shake things up a little bit, but right now it could be oxygen just coming right in to fry your systems. He gets that trade onto Cypher.
Prime Taps. Reined in on the angle. Left hand side. He did get a kill a couple of rounds ago towards Cirque. Via a missed shot. But 500 don't really want to give too much up. You can see a player all the way deep in CT. No noise made. Prime Taps. Well, actually gets the one, but Knock is so damn low. Single chest shot here with the AK will be enough. Oh my goodness, will he get the bomb down? Cirque's given way too much space. Tries to go for the nade. Doesn't get it. Oh my god. The information is there. Smoke and flash. That provides a bit of an uncertainty here for the CT side. We're going to play around. We're going to play this to perfection. Dr. Low HP will be looking to go for the path of least resistance. Tapping that bomb. He's going for the knife. Doesn't find anything. Oh my goodness. How has this happened?
Has
Oh
to
my
duck
god.
back
What's
and
happening?
forth for it.
What?
Rainwaker protects. That was chaotic. That was chaotic, but the heartfelt homies of Rainwaker and Cirque, they find out successfully for it. It is 4 that lie on the side of 500. What a roundable time there, Tiddler. Oh my gosh.
Genuinely. It's absolutely insane. How that panned out. That looked really good for Knock. That really could have went in his favor. It kind of was, it went down to a little bit of luck in the end, but I think you need a little bit of luck with anything, really. Here we go. Round number 7. Underway. Incendiary's going to be out. Drop forward.
Oh my
Fast
gosh.
flick from Cirque onto Cypher. To get underway. 5-on-4 start. Maybe the Tech 9s and a single AK available here for the T side, but nonetheless, still should be able to do a little bit of damage. But 500 are starting to be poised upon these angles. Nexa with edge onto ships. Knock with one back. That makes things interesting once again. With the rifle posted up on the angle, looking so good. And now Knock left again in the clutch, a 1-on-2. Gotta be wary here, the CT side. Knock has that up, and that's his weapon.
Smoke that goes onto the top of connector. Wonder if the oxygen reaches in for a little bit more either way. Sneaking through onto the plays somehow. Bomb right in the lap of oxygen. And quite a trail that Knock would have to make up in 50 seconds time. Decisive about how to carry this thing forward. Maybe content with just taking this thing slow. Actually closer than you may think. Maybe take an acrobatic play. Oh no! Unlucky.
Yeah.
Definitely would have took one. I mean, that's confirmed, I guess.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a save here. Not gonna be able to get that bomb. Might be able to grab something, like a bit of damage possibly. could be peeking in on the short angle from the A bomb site, but it seems like he's just a little bit not paranoid, but definitely aware of a possibility of a 500 player just pushing into the A bomb site, knowing that he went all the way around towards that T spawn / apartment side. But again, 500. This is another round on the board from them, and it's like, if you look into the perspective at what type of rounds have been won, right? BC Game won, what, the pistol and the conversion, and then it's been all 500 so far.
This is absolutely the showing that you want to see if you're a fan of 500. This is Ship sliding up on the scoreboard early. Cirque just hit an insane shot. Rainwaker is 9-2. Individually, to back it up with the stats. Cirque, he's had a couple of nice openings so far. It's been a very nice presence just constantly amongst this middle play here by 500 that I've rather been dynamic on it. Knowing when to push and then pull in a couple of these spots. Spellin, a smoke separates him from the IGL at BC Game. Next to just looking on the line of that. Not sure they will ever meet.
Seems to be an A play now as Nock picks up that bomb, heads himself towards the A site. Jacob and Cypher will be tasked with conducting the mid players, taking them down. Rainwaker, that's a good HE. I think Jacob's really lucky that he wasn't spotted with the HE. Prime taps, does take Spellin down, and that provides a real opportunity for Jacob as he grabs one. And look at how focused they are upon his position. A second and a third. That was a stretch to say he would get a third kill, but that was beautiful from Jacob. Looking to deny that bomb, but the digits are punched in successfully. Even onto Oxygen alone in a 1-on-4, and that was an immaculate A take from BC Game.
Would be a hell of an attempt. But knocking the boys with attacks down on that. Attack down on the third. You can pin that up, at least for now. Not going to be stretching too deeply into the funds for 500. And we're starting to catch up to them, right? That's where we kind of watch this thing rift onto Inferno. Rather when the opposite occurred. BC Game break the... Oh, I was right the first time. When 500 broke the, obviously, T-side economy, and that thing started to stretch around. It wouldn't have been as kind of big as a leap as it would feel like at the moment. BC Game not as quick into this one as I would have assumed. And that smoke to buy him another 10 in apartments where all 5 remain. What do 500 find out in these next couple of moments?
That's the question.
I'm just a sucker for this position in the window. I mean, dude, he is just going to be playing with them like an anchor right now. He backs off, unfortunately.
He played this position before and was mad successful, so if Sir can do a good job distracting them and attracting him to his op angle, Oxygen really has an opportunity to get at least the 2-piece. Oh, but Sir pulled and plucked out of thin air. Oxygen with just 1. But now, you gotta realize, Rainwaker has to come alive here, but Cypher, what a play. Coming in, coming back, able to shut down ships, and you're gonna have to save here. You're just not gonna have a chance in this round, and that was a, again, you know, you had a perfect A take in the previous round and a perfect B take in this one. BC Game. Question is, have they cracked the code?
It seems like they have definitely gotten within the net. I think that 500 at the moment are considering whether or not you do send these Deagles further. Get this investment back up with the 2 guns to kind of stand up on the course as a measured risk. I think I would expect them to take this step at this point. We'll see exactly how they so forth, but with the individuals clicking at the moment, why not?
Not enough in the bank count to fully invest into this round. Not an issue for BC Game, but this is a real opportunity for them to get 7 at the end of the half. Getting control of that eco, and then grabbing the final 2 rounds of the half. At least one of them, if they win the second one, the next round. After winning this, that would do a lot to the economy of 500, and as a result, should have very, very little resistance at round number 12. If that's the scenario that plays out, it's definitely a plausible one. Good first kill found, but hold up, Ships has been able to get a untraded frag onto Prime Taps into Palace. Next up, thrust into the line of fire. He could be in a whole heap of trouble here, and there's a triple man set up in towards the mid side. As we speak of BC Game victory, they've just been able to absolutely decimate the numbers of BC Game. They've been outplayed in every single department here in round number 10. Leaving it all into Cypher. Look scratching his head on what on earth had just happened there.
Absolutely going to be outclassed. Beautiful stuff, 500. And, I mean, I have a feeling we may not be seeing a tied half. Not right now. A very nice confidence that, you know, BC Game is going to be lying in, right? However, 500, dude, when Rainwaker is at 12-3, I just know that 500 are going to have a whole lot of commonality around a lot of their riflers and how they're going to be confidently waltzing into a lot of these fights. Cirque going to be on time right where A needs to be. A couple of these crawlers go right out. Spellin under Palace. He's going to be ducking off onto one. Rainmaker with the spam. And Spellin is going to be holding away every single felon from BC Game.
Seems like your intuition was correct. 500 will be the team, so we'll take the lead at the end of the half as Rainmaker takes down Nexa. Again, Knock left in a clutch. Save is possible here, but 500, they have every reason to go and try and hunt for Knock, right? They can reinvest into the next round fully without any problem here, and Knock gets shot in the back of the head.
Double lap. Oh no, they're rich AF. It's like what Alu said that one time,
yeah.
that I would get fired.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's probably it makes sense, right? Because they have 4 AKs. Because you can buy another
100%.
op. You can buy another op, but you can't buy another AK on the CT side. So yeah, there you see it, double op there.
Beautiful.
That's it doesn't rule it out, but yeah, it's there now.
There it is. I was wondering. I'm like, AK that's tossed aside into CT, closer a little bit for the retake, but on an extremity like this, you're always going to want to have it. Cirque takes a light seasoning and friendly fire through window. BC Game, I mean, they're not going to be taunted by the start here, but certainly going to have to acknowledge it. Walking out, there's Cypher going to go down at the end of this thing, probably going to be frustrated with that dealt hand. 500, they have layers to this A system at the moment. Are you even going to be expecting them to be cocking up and around? Like, this is the first time they've had this AWP. How do you even set up around it? Your Nexa is going to be getting a very nice kill.
Aww.
The elbow is going to be blown off and knock here, and Spellin has had 2 very nice holds here on A with the scope.
As you said, there's just layers, and with layers, you just got to peel them back. Cirque eliminates Nexa as he tries to creep up from the connector side and gets absolutely domed the head here. Prime Taps by Oxygen, waiting as he was flanking around just with a mere deagle. It's going to be 8-4 at the end of the first half, and that was a pretty commanding one, I will say.
I mean, I completely agree with you, right? BC Game, they come marching right in, but eventually the Saints slip up, right? And 500 just absolutely takes a thrashing hold of, you know, a big part of the middle of this game. And, I mean, a lot of these are coming through where, I mean, Spellin holding very, very well. Much like Jacob was holding as an individual on that A site in this first game. There are strands of this that may even look a little bit better for them. If you would have told me that the second half rather would be starting out with a 500 advantage of 4 rounds, I would have thought you were silly for the simple peak that you were seeing some of these BC Game players get up to. But they'll hold on it. You know the CT pistol going to be so important for them. Jacob finds that first pistol, and right here it could go right to Cypher's crosshair. Oh my god! What have they been feeding these guys on BC Game? Dealting 3 one-taps just in the flash.
Seems like BC Game have had their vitamins. We've seen a few nice headshots from Prime Taps, Knock, the whole lot at different various moments in this series. And mind you, BC Game in that first half, 2 of those rounds, you know, one's the pistol round and the conversion off that half could have been a lot more one-sided. So the fact that they're able to get pistol rounds makes things absolutely crazy. And I think a statistic to back that up is the IM Katowice 2025 final,
Right.
where Spirit actually had a very similar amount of gun rounds won to Vitality, but still got blown out 3-0. That's one thing you kind of need to look at. And so BC Game, even though they're getting those pistols, right? Those pistols really mean more than I think what you'd initially expect, right? And I think it amplifies 500's ability to, or it just amplifies 500's achievement in the first half, just to be able to get 8 rounds and a half and having lost the pistol.
Well said. Absolutely well said. And I think that's, a big reason as to why this has caused such a stir. I mean, in a 3-0 series like that, I remember waking up on Super Bowl Sunday, right? That's when that just was. And I was like, I'm going to get to see a great game of CS, hopefully before a great football game, as we've discussed. That was absolutely terrible, and it was a bit of a blowout that you expected there. Here with the Glocks, it'll probably be the same result. Now it just added the boss right here of Oxygen, but you don't go completely bare. It is raining off in a certain sense. Here's a bomb plan, and the HE raining in. We've been all too familiar with those just recently. Well, what are these guys getting up to right now? Into Palace?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore. They died. There's nothing to save over there.
There's a P250 on the ground, sir. Come on.
There's no way he wants
No
to bring
bonus
his P250, man. They're gonna have AKs in this one anyway. But yeah, 500. Yeah, you can just see there. It's only 8-6 now after winning that pistol in the conversion. Just if BC Game can just get the, just get the next round here, they should be able to get themselves 8-8, and there you have it. It'd be a tight scoreline. So nothing's ever too secure here in MR12. But we'll see what 500 can do here on the T side. They've shown what they can do on the CT side. It's their turn to cook up something special here. Maybe one on the A side. Make that 2.
Oh, prime tabs. He might have been spotted here. Yeah, they're right on top of his spot. Goes 1 for 1. That should be good enough. But connecting this all the way into jungle, maybe just a little bit too much to bite off here. Jacob actually goes for 2 and still is even alive in the cut. All of a sudden on to Rainwaker. Still going to be continuing this forward. 1 versus 3. And with the sight, his pallet. Bomb his brush. How does he begin? Still just patiently waiting for this. BC Game, they don't even want to give him the respect to fight another AGN. Where do they keep getting these things? Cypher puts him down in the end, and now these two sides are only separated by 1 round.
Like I said, money ain't too great now on the T side, and that's kind of just how crazy in the first couple of rounds is. And BC Game, knock with that AWP looking to get activated. AK's over on Cypher, next in Jacob. The CT side is loaded with firepower. Just attack though. We've seen them win 1 or 2 rounds with Tech 9s. Maybe 1 on Inferno. So we know that they definitely can do something here with it. Gonna be a dark A play, excuse me. Primetas gets the first kill. Spellin pushing forward to Tech 9 is able to get the first. Now, Primetas in a little bit of trouble. There's not a lot of bullets in the magazine of the M4, and that's a huge issue. And speaking of possibilities, T side have blown the CT side out the water. Knock holding the angle there. Rainmaker getting a little bit too big for his boots. But with the eco, he's going to be trying to bite at anything that is offered to him.
Hexa, a new pair. Flashing right into CT. Nothing ever so close. Ships on a long way round. Spellin will find him his time for the way. A big fight that has to be won here by Cirque, and it's the damn HE again, right in the face of it, and it's next to go on course. That means Ships has to come all the way back. Cypher, caught here in the back of the head, just so certain about this connector spot. Now Ships sees where he is, has to work for it in the end. Next to have that thing down, BC Game earn a tie game.
Now with the scoreline level, 500 will expect a reinvestment from them in this round. But you can see how it's just been a game of streaks. But BC Game only really getting their real streak now as we enter the second half. But now as the weapons come out, the big green out here for Cirque. I'm excited to see what he has in store for us. Saw what he could do in window. Up in towards middle. We'll see if he can do the same here on the T side. And he's going to be the man trying to back up Spellin, but from a long way away. Just so things don't get out of hand, right? If BC Game push and be successful, they're only going to be limited to just 1 kill, not 2. But this time they're hedging their bets towards B. See if they're successful.
Spellin collects detail elsewhere. Nock still sits. We're so patient. And the quick adjustment over back towards empty pillar. Nexus sees through the unbarred window and goes successfully into one of these individuals. In a 3v3, the bomb is planted. Sir cannot set a line because he's busy doing all of that. And Jacob pops out and Cypher shows him in the back lines. Oxygen with low HP would have to be perfect. Pitched here right at the back of this thing. Here with the headshot. That's one and then done. Smoke up right here with Jacob at his tail, and he has just clipped him. BC Game. They continue on slugging. That's going to be 9 in the lead back in their camp.
They take the lead. They take it with vengeance. They're really taking the CT side personally. This is a brilliant run of form. They can just make their economy stronger and stronger, get these next few rounds on board. Well, not really few rounds, right? Because that would mean they'd win. But if they can just get 1 or 2 more here, make it 11-8, I would certainly be of the opinion that they should be able to close it out in quick fashion. We're going to get a quick technical pause. This will be a quick one. Yeah, these individuals just looking really, really good here for BC Game. But I think we got to give our props to 500. Rainwaker 16-9. He's been fantastic here in Mirage. He's the fragging leader on Mirage thus far. You know, I think, you know, even though Cirque is at the bottom end, right? I think, you know, his kills were pretty impactful. A lot of the times he's been, you know, the one opening it up on the CT side, getting them an advantage. And 500, based on their statistics, I believe they have a pretty favorable win round percentage off of a 5-on-4 situation. So just the fact that he's been able to get them opening kills, you know, with the 7 kills that he's had, I think they're a lot more important. Cypher, we've just got word from our producer, he's back. But yeah, maybe that could be a break in the momentum here for BC Game though.
Don't want to stop the rhythm too much. 500 have heard the music. They've certainly danced as well. So I think keep the chaos up. It's certainly been one-sided out of a pair, especially in the second half. 500, you know, yet to rip officially in, right? And you point out the success from Rainwaker. I'd really like to see the style of leadership that, like, Spellin has sort of presented. I think the cliche would be, like, comparing somebody like this to, like, Kerrigan. Oh, this is a guy that, like, leads from the front, but it's a very respectable style that, like, is really interesting to see where, I mean, this is a guy that's controlling everything in mid when the rest of the team is about to hit up B, and this is the guy that's listing on Cat. Like, he has a lot of input into the nitty-gritty of these mid rounds, and that's where a lot of the pressure lies.
Indeed, but 500 going back to basics, a simple lean from them. And of course, you still have Rainwaker as the lurker, handling the extremities. Incendiaries, utilities dropped on in to stop any of the immediate pushes that do come through, but I don't think 500 were planning that anyway. Looking to be a little bit more calculated in the next few rounds coming. Of course, being on their T side. But BC Game leaning themselves here in towards A. Nobody in towards mid. They're kind of relying on Cypher to be the man holding down mid, but via short. And hearing next to run away, that's causing them to push forward. Cypher gets eliminated from that short side. That's actually their mid defense gone. So Nexa will have to contend and fight for short as well, as you can see by his posture. But 500 not wanting to fully commit. They just want to play with the minds here of BC Game, possibly.
Oh, Nexa
grabs a second. You can't be giving 1v1s like that. You just can't.
No, you cannot. It is absolutely not a given, not a privilege. It's a right that you have to fight for. Rainwaker has definitely done more than just negotiating for this. Has absolutely just written it in ink. Nock, what is this man up to? Knowing he's got to bide the line.
Oh my god.
Rain Waker up top. The smoke separates a whole lot. You're even able to get over to default. Spellin finds the kill. There's no chance. Brime Dams has to go through the fire. They don't even hear him. And he can't walk into the second. Rain Waker has got that quick trade. And now all light. Everything goes on ships right now. And a Molotov is here to just try and cut his chances at the start of this. But plenty of time. Plenty of ground to set up here in this 1v2. But the Bulgarian only has his AK at disposal.
He has an AK. You say only. He got some aim. First kill found, but the immediate trade coming in from Nexa. Make sure nothing untoward happens. A very close round. It went down to that final 1 versus 1. But a bomb defusal is in. And BC Game strike 10.
That is a very big play out of the IGL of BC Game. And the nitty-gritty was needed plenty of times in the Samurai's jersey. There shows it. Even in this online official at the 1-1 stage, boy, do you find quite a challenge. And boy, does Nexa rise to it. A 13th he finds. That's double digits, gets to the way of BC Game. You head into the next. 500 aren't going to be sore wounded for it, but they know they're going to be on the clock here. Jacob barreling through the smoke. The beginning of this round that is already going to be popping off. 100 damage practically combined taken from either of these 500 players. And Jacob gets off a mean double. And you serve up that nade to try and get it. Doesn't exactly hit home. Knock goes again. And look at how this thing is already starting off, Tiddler.
It's gone explosive. I think that's the best way to put it. Berserk grabs one back onto Nexa to reel back in one frag. However, simply not enough because that only drags things down to a 4-on-2 with a double man disadvantage. Bomb is hedging its best towards A. Of course, it's not fast. They don't have that information, but still, it is completely empty. So, there is a world in which they can possibly get that bomb plant down and maybe play around it. However, that's a very difficult scenario even to play around itself, even if you get the bomb down up against 4 players. But what could be a solace, a guiding light for them, is the fact that Jacob and Nock are just so damn low. Might not matter all too much for Nock, as a missed shot would mean his demise anyway. Here they go, they start clearing out onto this A site. Rainmaker will have to make a little bit of noise, but Nock is watching the cross. This round could completely hinge on whether or not they decide to cross and where they decide to plant the bomb. Cirque now gonna bait out a peek, but wasn't patient enough.
He knows the angles.
He does, but prioritized the plant. Knows it well. Jacob not wanting to show too much face. He's so low, but prime taps from the back lines, headshot angle. Doesn't need much more than that. It's 11 on the board for BC Game, and mind you, that's 7 on the spin.
Great try there by Cirque. I mean, well enough confident to try and get a bomb plant like that when you're completely surrounded. BC Game. Boy, is it quite a time for you to rip off a round where you have 4 alive. Now, even if you lie back to 9, it's going to be 500 that probably are not going to be having as safe of a time, but you're still rocking back and forth into a game like this. BC Game going to be fully refreshed into the next round. I wonder if Spellin will be able to be kind of feeling that well along in order to stick right back in aggressively into a notion like this. They certainly do call up a play just to go. Here they are, Oxygen fading through it, and look at how the dominoes fall. Oxygen, he's got a 2-piece on this thing, and they are just continuing to wrap their hands around 500 and just absolutely choke them out. This is 500 with a deafening A hit.
It's deafening. They've blown it open, moving in at supersonic speeds. That leaves BC Game blown away from the depths of the A bomb site. Nexa will be able to get this kill. Hard to locate with the silencer. Picks up an AK for his troubles. Obviously no real issue with the money in the bank account, so really felt like he could go for something here, but I'm just going to be going for the save. Very fiery and explosive push, as you say, into the A bomb site. I will say I really liked it. It was a bit of a switch up, a spanner in the works here for BC Game, not expecting it fully, and that's a statement way to show that you're still here, alive and kicking. A brilliant way to get yourself going, considering that's your first round in the second half.
Yeah, just about that perfectly lined. Thankfully, Knock will, barring he goes down, be able to refresh one of his teammates, rather himself with a scope or a premium rifle. I think that far ahead. The Cypher may just give us the evidence to kind of realize it right now. Quickly into ladder. Giving this thing a very good look. Nexa getting back a little bit of attention, and now calling Cypher back to work right here. Just caught, tripped up, back lines. Rainwaker ready to bring it to Nexa, who's on the missile pillar and absolutely decked. Ships, he's in line to cut off the rotation. And right now, 500. They just look perfect.
They've been able to unlock it. Unlock the secret sauce, the Krabby Patty recipe of Mirage, and that's just been kind of exploiting the gaps. Yeah. They've been exploiting the gaps in the defensive BC game, and they've been able to use the flanks there. Primetas just grab a few back. That makes the round a little bit costly, right? But it's not all too bad in the grand scheme of things, as I think at this point, more important than anything is BC game needing to stay alive here. And Ships, flashes his way on in. No respect for Primetaps, and that's the round. That's everyone falling to the wayside, by the wayside here for BC game. And we might see a repeat of last map where we might need all 24.
I certainly am not complaining on my end. Even when you know that you are going to get like a really great round right here, you keep 2K per player, right? Obviously, on average, you're probably dipping a little bit below that line. 500 with an incredible lean towards A here to start. Knock, eyes on, can't quite get the kill, but now it's going to be needed right on this A site, so he's going to be heading here. Prime taps right up top. Where is his contact being seen? This opens up big opportunities for the MP9 player, but no crosshairs jive yet. Ships finds himself right where they least expect it. The lurks have been oh so good and has to come from the scope. Otherwise, it's not going to come at all, and it may just go to a tie game.
And it will go to a tied game. Cypher is just showing his hand. He has a deagle. Just wanting to try his hand at getting a few kills. You can see the other two players already posted up away. Turns his attention to the Ballast player. Nate dropped on his position. Chips away, 33 points of health away from him. Rainwaker shuts him down. And the rest of the two players, the rest of the squad here for BC game, backed all the way in B, in their hidey hole. 500 won't get near them, it seems. Maybe Ships, as he is aggressing forward, looking for him. But 11-11, it's gonna need all 24 here, Mark.
I mean, it wouldn't be too crazy for Nexus MP9 to be stripped away. It would be crazy for Nexa to get a premium rifle, but a hair of a second away from getting that over. It is what it is. 11-11. It's time for BC game to kind of wish up what they drew towards the beginning of this half, which was a perfect slate. They got to be able to just pull one, but 500 are quite literally unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, they are. Smoke's gonna be out into the mid side. Nox vision gonna be blocked, but gotta be careful as Jacob is still in this position. Incendiary forces him into the right hand side and gets the battle, wins it out. Now, Nexa in this position, MP9 not wanting to show face because those rifles are looking a lot more menacing, but 2 quick kills to be found. Maintains advantage. Cypher tags up, damage
Cypher gets nothing.
Blows Cypher away, and that's crazy. That is a huge problem. But there's a short player here that can still spoil the party. That's Jacob, but he could be able to get around here without the Department's player knowing. First and the second, he starts the round and ends it, and BC game find 12.
You can't write it simply better than that. I mean, in the last couple of rounds, that is the move that Ships makes to lock it up for 500. And what it takes is that Lurk to come away, and the same thing for BC game. It is all of that credit you got to give to Jacob, right where he needs to be, right on time for 12, potentially right on time. You're right about 24, but we'll see if it's going to end the same way.
And I don't even feel sure about it, right? Because 500... they've been on this little streak of theirs. Same thing from Jacob. This time with an AK, looking to find some success. But this time 500 not wanting to touch a region of the map. And not posted up on this ramp angle. And you of course have 9 taps up onto this A triple side. But it's slowed down. 500 not wanting to give too much here, but they're going to start focusing on here, on taking this A bomb site.
A suddenly losing a couple of these maneuvers, though. Nox still within this shouting distance for an extra bit of help. While Fun Stairs as well, not going to be able to get the sleeky peek in. Mid going to be awfully dear cleared for it, but Ships, he is just going to be so patient. I mean, a play like this can be the difference between a win and a loss, and there is that fine line. 2 kills come the way of BC Game, and this win may not be hard to find, but look at those kills. Spellin with the double. It's immediately traded out with the kits on the back. Cirque looking to go for a swing. He's going to look off against Cypher and can't finish the job, but they're still alive in the way. It goes all 24 Tiddler, and we're still not going. This bomb is down. It's halfway ticked, and BC Game got to push into the site.
Circling the call above his ears, but Oxygen reeling it in onto Jacob. Around 10 seconds left on that bomb for the defusal. Nexa has the kit, is sticking it. Cypher has to get this kill, but Nexa's defusing, has to get off it, spins around. But Mark, we're going to overtime.
Yes, we are in the most lovely of settings. 500 puts us in it. Love struck to go to OT. You know it's going to get romantic in this setting. All 24, that much more required. Mirage would be, I gotta say, maybe a little disappointed if we didn't rock this thing out and maybe a little bit more.
Good old MR15. Reeling back the years. First to 16, guys. Same as always. But of course, after 3 rounds, we do switch sides. That's the only difference. But I am crazy excited because these teams just aren't really separable. Inferno went to all 24, but this time couldn't be replicated, and that was, I think that would hurt for BC Game. They had the double man advantage, 5-on-3 going into it. But anyways, Oxygen pushing forward, no respect whatsoever. Op shot is gonna miss. Not gonna be able to get anything. Oxygen with that headshot. Prime taps are gonna be called, but Cirque eliminates him through the pallets. Bomb down, 4-on-3, excuse me, as now 500 piled up onto the CT angle, and Jacob looking to get activated.
Is there even going to be enough time for this? Jacob goes all the way into Palace. Cypher, Nexa would have to get going. Molotov, Feeler out towards Firebox, and you know, nothing that's given back here. A quarter. That is left on it. Jacob, a couple of barrels seen, and maybe 2 kills if he's lucky enough. Either way, it's going to be 500. They wrestle out of that round with round on their back. So these A hits, they just keep on going, and I mean, if they can get in that same form that they were in, right? Just like 3 rounds ago, where they looked unbeatable, then this thing could be right back in their possession.
That's the thing. But what I will say is, I think we gotta look at the statistics after this game, because it feels to me 500 have won a substantial, amount of gun rounds, and the fact that they aren't winning pistols and they're making the game this competitive, speaks volumes right now, more than anything. Because it seems like the rounds that BC Game won, some of them are a little bit forgettable because they're at the start of the half. But 500, they've had to claw their way back in a bit of a resurgence in the final stages of half number 2. But Jacob gets off to a great start, gets the first kill, but there's another player here and that ships onto the left-hand side. Oh, Jacob flicks to the left, gets that kill, and now the mid players, they can turn their attention towards Spellan and Cirque. Are pushing up forward into this mid side, and Cypher is here as well, so they do elevate themselves up onto the bench. Cypher will be looking to take these players down, but that boost up, be absolutely insane. Does Knock expect this? He's going into the murder hole. Oh my goodness. He's still found. Oh, does he expect the second? Going for the no scope, you won't find it.
Oh, and the A4, no! They're just gonna be knocked down for it. So tender. for this mallet to come down on their heads. It's Prime Dabs that gets it all the way converted. BC game. Meet their opponents at 13 quickly.
Quickly indeed. It's just been a trade of rounds, really. These final few stages. It seems like there was an equilibrium found. And neither team wants to give it up. And respect to 500, really. I really love their resilience. Just not wanting to give up. Even moments where I think we thought that BC game really had an opportunity to close it out. And of course, they already sustained and endured through a match in series point that BC game did have at 12-11. Good start as Cypher down to just 17 points of health, down to 11 again now. Jacob looking for success through that smoke. Oh, but Knock up on the apartment side. Angled up, able to get the first kill on the ships. Now the rest of them trying to push in, but Knock, the Swedish sniper, looking to go huge as he grabs another one in the round, getting things onto a 5-on-3. Cirque damage. He's the player up into the short side. Cypher now looking to spray in, but Cypher just getting a whole load of abuse from HEs, and Knock is eliminated. Nexa looking to call above his ears, able to get one, not the second, and it's now down to a 2-on-2. It looked good for BC game, but 500 again the resilience shows.
Dude, what the hell is happening?
My God.
Another HE kill! And now the Bulgarian sniper is going to have to go tactical.
Oh!
Something around this window, and that's a flick up for one. Little does he know, Jacob Wise right around this. He has to just find it. 55 to go. In the heart of JChem beating, this may be the little hint to go of it. Jacob gonna be facing off around it. Positive as to where Cirque sits. And he's got the headshot. He has got it for BC game at the end of the first half of the overtime. They come out with the advantage.
If you're wondering why I was so excited after Cirque got that up kill, they almost lined up. They almost lined up. They almost lined up. If he didn't jump up, that would have been a collateral kill. I think. I wonder if we'll see it on the replay. Man, the HE's also just been absolutely insane.
There
look
is
here.
No doubt that this is the most HE kills I've seen ever. Right? Yeah, on that X-ray. I don't mean to sauce your mojo. He was right behind him. I mean, there are a million worlds where it's one bullet that even goes, even on the jump, I feel. But Cirque is so precise for it. Knock answered the deal. It's been an absolute bloodbath between a lot of these opponents. You may see this be close in a very close to. Boy, have we been lucky to get the series that we have had so far.
BC game edging it out, moving into their T side. A T side that didn't bode well, but that did bode well for them. But pressing up forward onto the ramp side. 500 looking to make an information play. Cypher playing in the same position as always, down to the connector section. Mind you, if one of these teams get 15, that's you know, along with that being match point, if it goes to 15-15, we go to a second overtime. So if BC game can get this next round here, they'll have the luxury of being guaranteed a second bout of overtime. I think the short play might be the huge point this round in this situation. Rainwaker, oh, he's on this. It seems like they might be ready for it. Rainwaker in this position. That's a rifle. They're waiting for him. Knock, aggressive with the AWP. He gets punished for it. Rainmaker in a real good position to get a second, but Cypher holding it down, and Cypher falls down. Now, advantage really heavily in the favor of 500. Cirque posted up on a perfect angle here, flicking onto the head of Nexa, and another kill right there. Primestat's able to get one, but that's all he'll get. Cirque could fall, gets away from the HE, but other than that, a brilliant defensive hold out here from 500.
I mean, Rainwaker in a couple of these highlight moments makes you realize how ridiculous of a game he is playing. He is having, whatever you want to say. BC game, they don't get to stand on 2 match points. They just get to stand on another tied game. I commented earlier that, you know, if I were to pick one of these 2 teams and not be afraid in order to make that risky play when the game is on the line, it would certainly be them. 500 there, they take advantage of the pre-measures, the high rewards that you'll put through just with a couple of these plays to, you know, put a guy in the ladder, do something small, but, you know, to yield very large output.
Indeed. So, here we go. Who is going to get match point here? Our map number 2, Mirage, BC game or 500. 500 haven't been able to get themselves or afford themselves the experience of getting there just yet. It's been only BC Game that's been able to experience that. Aggressive maneuvers into the mid side. Ships, does he fall? That's the question, but they're ready for a player to be up and towards the boxes. Rainmaker, I have a feeling he might be able to get something here. Jacob spots him out, but he's kind of stuck in this position. He's going to get naded. Only going to be chip damage for now, but he'll have the support of Nexa just in case these connector players do get a little bit rowdy. He does cop a HE of his own. Great position for Oxygen. Oh, he spots him out before Oxygen spots him out. That's going to be the catalyst to push on to the B side, and Rainmaker misses all of his shots, and now Cirque is able to just grab one right back here to initiate the retake.
What is this fade on the smoke, and what is the lurk by Nexa, who's trying to muscle out just this lurk kill, and Cirque waits for the smoke to fade and doesn't get his chance. May gets to actually step onto the floor, but will meet his partner over in market, a 2v4. But we do look up BC Game. They are damn low for this. No HEs in a round. You can honestly wipe the anxiety off your brow for that one. We've had too much chaos today. The scope still lined up at the missile pillar. Is going to strike as quickly as the propelled grenade. It does. And right here it's Spellin. Has to go absolutely huge here. So little HP. But it is BC Game that will see red, and they will see 15 at the same time. They're the first to get there.
Once again, BC Game find themselves in familiar territory. Match and series point once again here for the mixed squad. The newer lineup. This has just been so close, needing so many rounds. And I feel like at the end of this, you wouldn't feel like it's a 2-0. They've been neck and neck for a lot of this game. Absolutely crazy. Cirque posted up with the AWP elevated. Rainmaker in the same position as always, but they're not throwing their usual mid setup. Rainmaker, a little bit scary with how he's been tapping through the smokes, but Jacob grabs the first. Oh my goodness, almost gets a second onto ships. A lot of damage. He's a single bullet away here. Rainmaker from falling as well. So BC Game have the advantage here, but mind you, in round number 24, when BC Game were 12-11 up, they had a 5-on-3 advantage, and it still went the way of 500.
One peek in and Cirque can make a difference. A 4v4 at a minute stand. And it's Oxygen that rotates away from me at the kill in middle. They may just find themselves gambling a little too hard. That's why Cirque got to bolt into action. Likely to be caught by Jacob. Just like that again. It's like ships in complete tandem on lurks. This is how 5-7 have found themselves back into the game, rather 500. And it's literally the exact same recipe that BC Game put up. And that's what they will likely put them out. Spellin on an angle like this. But Tiddler, this thing is locked away in a cage.
It is, and what makes it more difficult is just that HP is gone. And there it is, BC Game. They say GG's as they head towards the next round with a 2-1 standing. A beautiful 2-0. But I think we predicted this one pretty well. You know, 2-0 for BC Game, but it wasn't going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
It was not. I mean, it went toe-in-toe. The tale of two halves in that first game of Inferno. The absolute chaos here on Mirage. But it's BC Game that continue here lately to show exactly why their new investment is paying off. This roster with baby steps is taking huge strides. Obviously moving up to 2-1, right? You know they're probably a team that's destined for playoffs here. Just made IEM Dallas and just showed that they are a team to be reckoned with and sent the full Bulgarian squad of 500 to a 1-2 place. And we know, right? We came into this, entire series, speaking up the reality of our circuit, right? The VRS points and, everything that's going to rely on the cut. Every game matters. Every map does. And right here, that's why games like this are so damn important. It's two clean 2-0s. It's so close when you get down to the nitty gritty here. Man, we didn't have a map 3 all day. I guess it was maybe a little bit. We certainly had a great time, but, maybe it took a lesser amount. We had 8 total, but, we had some great games today.
Yeah, we did, and looking forward to tomorrow. I'll actually be bringing you guys through the next games, the first 2 games tomorrow, that's going to be continuing on our round 3, our 1-to-1 games. I'll be bringing it to you with Counterfeit, not with Mark, unfortunately. So hopefully we get to see ourselves back in the broadcast again together soon. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day of Counter-Strike 2.0 to close it out, but it was mad exciting. Just to round it out, I'd just like to say thanks to the production crew as well for being absolutely fantastic over these past 11 hours or so. Thanks to Mark for being my partner on broadcast today. And from all of us, from you fans, we bid you guys all adieu. And we'll see you all next time. Have a blessed Valentine's Day. We'll see you all next time. Good night.